The credit belongs to the man who was actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again. Because there is no effort without error and shortcoming. But who does actually strive to do the deeds? Who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions? Who spends himself in a worthy cause? Who, at the best, knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who, at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat.
Spartans! What is your profession?
What's good? What's good? What's good? What's up with everybody? This is R.P.L with another Open Saturday Hangout. Hope everybody's doing well. Everybody's doing good. Once again, we're back again on another Saturday. Doing the damn thing. Hope everybody's doing wonderful. Let's go ahead and post this on the old Twitter. Out. Tweeting up here. Hope everybody's doing good. What's going on? What is going on, Craig, the tech guy? Hope you're doing well, Craig. Have you been taking advantage of these low GPU prices, Craig? Because they got some pretty good prices out right now. Fred Holiday, what's going on with you, sir? Hope everything's going good for you. On another weekend. No news on the boys because it's already finished. So, pretty good season, like I said. Oh, you bought a new GPU? Craig? That's what's up. I won't ask you what you get. I just have to watch and see what you get. It does kind of make me mad though, Craig, because when I bought my GPU, it was like $800. Now I can get like and it's like a 6700 XT because that's the only thing they had. Now I can get a 3080 for like almost $800. So I'm just like, yeah. Well, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, I'm happy with it. It does what it needed to do. I just know that the NVIDIA cards are a little bit more powerful than the AMD. Even though AMD has improved a lot. So it's what it is. Yeah, the 3080 is a beast. Fred says, sir. Well, NVIDIA's ray tracing is a hell of a lot better than, but I don't use ray tracing, so I'm just like, it's a feature that I will never use. AMD has more VRAM, a hell of a lot more VRAM, but I mean, like, I said, we'll see. But enough tech news. Let's see. Stuff that's been going on this week. BGS put the hammer to the hammer this week. I thought was funny. Young guys, man, they think they know it all, and then you got to show them. You know, it's the one thing about youth that I do know is that they tend to over exaggerate stuff or try to act like they came up with it first, or act like they always know. But sometimes when you're young, man, sometimes you just got to sit back and listen, because you're just starting out life. You don't know a lot about anything, so why not just sit back and just, you know, enjoy the teachings that you get. That's it. That's all you can do. Enjoy the teachings that you get. So, but, you know, everybody's gonna be the head nigga in charge, right? That's what we're doing. So, is what it is. Hopefully, Hammer can learn this lesson that, you know, he can't be doing the stuff that he's doing. Because at first we caught him over buying his subscribers or buying his views, and now he's doing this. It's just like, come on, man, stop with the mess. So BGS handle it. If you guys ain't watched that BGS stream, it's funny. It is funny. What's up, Jesse? Pragmatic Prime. So what's up, chat? Dar says part of the reason is that we're not taught to respect our elders. That is true. But see, Hammer's from across the pond, so you would think that he should be able to respect someone that's older than him, but apparently not. Chris says young folks complain that elders didn't leave them anything. Well, if they leave you knowledge, they left you something. If your elders left you knowledge, they left you something. And the thing is, not everyone's an elder, because some people just don't want to teach you anything. But everybody's had an elder around them. That's the thing. Everybody's had an elder. I don't care what walk of life you had. You have someone older that taught you something that you still use today. I've had plenty of elders. So someone has left them something. I don't care what. I don't care if it's knowledge. They want. I think what they want is mostly is just leave me some money, or leave me a house, or leave me a car, or something like that. But anything knowledge based is just like it's not up to the same standards, and that's why I disagree with, because there's a lot of stuff that I learned that I still use today that was taught to me by older guys at my job, even guys that, you know, I worked alongside, or they're my boss, or maybe I was their boss and maybe they showed me something. And he was an older guy. He just showed me something, you know. I've learned something from somebody. So, but not everybody deserves the accolades of an elder. I do understand that. But when you do find an elder, you do need to make sure that you sit and listen. He says, agree. What's up, Aquatechy? He says, so much YouTube content, not enough time. Yeah, there's a lot of YouTube content, especially if you. I'll be honest with you, I don't watch a lot of manosphere content. I'll be watching like tutorials and other streams, especially shout outs to the Ripperverse and Eric July on his Ripper comic Isom. He's hit over $2 million. $2 million on his comic book. That is impressive for someone who's not part of the mainstream comic book industry who actually did the damn thing and did it himself. He used his platform to promote his comic book, and he's got over $2 million from his own self-promotion. And he did it without this agenda stuff. He did it without the rainbow community or the Ligibits. He's getting a lot of hate right now. People are trying to stop people from talking about his comic book. He's getting a lot of people going after his comic book just because he is successful. He is a successful man, has a Isom, which is a black character in a comic book, and these people are going after him. I support him, and I support his platform. I support what he's doing because I'm getting honest with you, and this is just me being a geek for a second. A lot of this stuff that's been going on in mainstream media, TV, comic books, movies, and all that stuff, it's getting on my fucking nerves, man. It's like it's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's got to have this legitimate agenda. And that's what I'm getting tired of, man. Like, even when Artist in MC was talking about how Thor was, that was nothing but a legitimate agenda. That's one of the reasons why the MCU right now, this phase has been destructive to its own self, because people are getting tired of it. People are getting tired of the simple fact that you're destroying Star Wars with this crap. You're destroying Star Wars, one of the most beloved franchises of all time, with this craziness. And then you got this one guy who says, I'm not going to put none of this stuff in it. I'm going to make my own comic book, and we're going to see if it's going to sell. And he's got over $2 million. And they're mad because that sells, but the stuff they're doing don't. Maybe because he understands who the customer base is. He understands where the customer base is. Because I guarantee every time I talk to the guy at my comic shop, the numbers are fucking low. The numbers are low. And he can't sell none of the other stuff that's been going on. He can't sell the Son of Kal-El, Superman. There's a bunch of it on the shelf. A bunch of it. I gotta get me a new mouse. This thing keeps going. Yeah, Phase 4 has been trash. It has been trash. I have not had no interest in watching anything. The only thing that I'm interested in watching movie-wise from Phase 4 is maybe Doctor Strange 2, which I still haven't seen because everybody who I talked to said it was okay. I don't plan on watching Shang-Chi. I don't plan on watching Thor, because I didn't like Ragnarok, and if it's anything like Ragnarok or even more so, I'm definitely not going to watch it. I'm not going to watch that crap. I hated Ragnarok. The only thing that I'm interested in seeing out of this year, which is very surprising to someone who's into comics as much as I am, is the only thing I'm interested in is Doctor Strange 2. Other than that, I don't care. Because none of this, because this is the problem that you have, and I'm getting on my geek shit, but this is the problem that I'm having with Phase 4. Nothing is interconnected. Nothing is interconnected. The only thing, I think I told this to Artisan, the only thing that's interconnected is probably Shang-Chi, because at the end of Shang-Chi, they talked about the rings. And what was it? There was another movie that I said they tried to do something. I forgot what the other movie was. But that was the only thing that was like interconnected, Rise, when it came to those movies. Other than that, you didn't need to watch the rest of them. See, what made the MCU so great is the simple fact that everything was interconnected. This movie led into this movie, this other movie led into this movie, introduced this character, like in Thor 1. Thor 1 introduced it, Hawkeye, and you knew who that was with the bow and arrow. It's like, okay, that's Hawkeye. But he didn't do too much, but he was just introduced, and that led him into other movies. That was the whole point of you waiting to the end of a Marvel movie so you could see where's this going. That was the whole anticipation. That's why everybody said, yo, make sure you stay after a Marvel movie because they're going to lead you into something else. You don't have that anymore. That's the expectation that you built up through the thirst of all those movies you made 10 years ago. And now you just going to throw that away when people have already had the expectation of waiting after your movie? Come on, man. I mean, I know they made money, Craig. I gotta put your comments. I know they made money, but the thing is that they're dropping off the second week. Like Thor has like the biggest drop off right now. And that's the bad thing about it. They're dropping off after the second week. That usually doesn't happen to a Marvel movie. That means like people are just not going like they used to. But then you have movies like Top Gun Maverick that could stay on the box office like for a long time, be number one. That's troubling. That is troubling. And that's why they got people coming in talking about, is the MCU getting is people getting burned out of the MCU? It says Doctor Strange made $950 million. Yeah, I know it made money, but it's the drop off that's worrisome. Your movies can't keep dropping off till people just say, because people are having hope right now. People are going to still watch it, but if they keep making these bad decisions, they're not going to be making $950 million. That's why Kevin Feige put out a press release saying that he's going to make sure that Phase 5 is actually going to be a lot better. You're going to see where this story is heading. Because again, everybody has theories about where it's going, but it's not definite. That's the problem. Yeah, I know it made money, but what I'm talking about long term, I'm not talking about now. Of course, that movie's going to make money, but it's about audience retention. That's the thing. Is the audience going to be retained? Are you retaining the people that's already invested into MCU? That's one of the things I learned when I was working at a fast food restaurant. Is that you can retain? Can you retain the people that you already have and also gain new people? If people are dropping off and not watching the movie, if everybody went to go see it, then it comes back as bad and mouth saying it wasn't really all that great, and that happens a couple of times, those numbers are going to drop because people are going to have low expectations of your movies now. If that keeps happening, you're not going to be making 150 million. But not if you keep. But that's the thing. Not if you keep making bad product. You can't retain people if you keep making bad product. Because that's one of the major problems that businesses have. They only look for short-term goals. They're not looking at long-term. That's one of the reasons why this economy's fucked up. We're only looking for short-term solutions, not long-term solutions. But I'm going to go ahead and drop the link. It's already been 22 minutes. That's my little, I guess, 20-minute spiel before I open it up. Like I've always said, this stream is for you guys. It's not for me. It's for you. And I will always do these streams as much as I can, for as long as I can, as long as I get the support. But I'm going to go ahead and open this up. Go ahead and do what we need to do. Have these conversations. Do what it do. And if you are so inclined, hit the Cash App for $1. Anything else or more will be up for you. But every little bit helps. Oh, and like I said, I didn't do Freedom is Not Enough Tuesday this past Tuesday, but I will do it again Tuesday, and I will bring out the third part of it tomorrow before I go to work. So I'm gonna make sure that gets put out tomorrow. And Tuesday I'll bring out the fourth part. So just let you know. Excuse me. So Yellow.
Hey, what's happening, young man? How you doing? How's your work week going?
Shit, I don't feel young. I'm a 40-year-old man, man.
I know the feeling. What do they say? 40's the new 25.
They lie like a motherfucker.
I know they did, didn't they?
The middle of my back hurt right now.
I know that feeling. Yeah, I know that feeling. I've been doing all kind of stretching exercises, so yeah, that helps me a little bit.
You know what I'm gonna buy? You know that thing that people be rolling on the ground and put that back on?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get one of those.
Oh, well, let me know how that works. That was probably on sale at Prime Day, and I just missed it.
Probably. I was just thinking about the day. I was like, damn, my back hurt. I need to get one of those.
And everything's going back up again. I was looking at a OLED TV, a Bravia, and it's already gone back up again. Like, you know, it's already gone back up to over, I think it's back over a G right now.
Oh, OLED?
Yeah, the Sony OLED I was looking at. So It was $7.90. It was $7.99. I'm like, well, I may probably pick it up on Friday, but nah, it's back up. So, but I still got hope with the C1, the LG C1.
How big was it?
I was only 48 inches. I was gonna put it in the bedroom. They were both 48s, so they were both down to $7.99.
Yeah, they're about like $998.
Yeah. I was like, what the hell, man? That's all right. I got the GPU.
What's up, everybody?
What's up, fake Panther?
The real deal. Sanskrit, not Holyfield. Shit. You know, we're gonna get on that comic shit, but I don't know if you seen my live stream last night. I'm gonna be on some real shit. I'm certainly getting tired of motherfuckers talking shit who never put a dollar to a damn thing that I've accomplished. And I'm gonna say this: some of you broads out there and you Negroes have your fucking nerve and audacity to tell that it can't be done to the man who's actually doing it. That's not only rude, that's disrespectful and disingenuous. I'm tired of, I see how people have their lack of creativity and content when they try to strike a blow against the man who's making it happen. I never asked one damn cent towards my business except the training. And I'm going to say this. The next motherfucker who tries to low blow my business, my helping of young black men, at first you motherfuckers had my attention, my curiosity. I'm going to make sure you have nothing but my fucking attention.
Jesse got the cigar.
Oh, yes. It's one of those beautiful nights out.
Yeah.
Cigar, my nigga.
Yeah, I didn't get that. Because I saw a little bit of it when I was closing up. I saw, Charles went live. And then I looked at it, I was like, what?
And I'm going to say this to Charles Willie and Classic Ruby. One, you Canadian fucking hippie, I never asked for your advice. My dual licenses cost about $450 by themselves. I didn't need you. Never asked for you. Hell, I don't even think of you. You just insulted not only me, the person who went through the training and continuous training I'm putting through, and others, but you also insulted my subscribers and supporters. Fuck you. Take it how you think it should be taken. Fuck you. I already know you're not going to be brave enough to come to my channel to say shit about it. Matter of fact, I might come to yours with your bag of fucking lonely losers. I don't come over here trying to shit on nobody's dream, nobody's passion. If anything, you always heard me trying to big up and encourage people. I'm one of the few motherfuckers who have nothing but admiration for so many brothers and sisters over these parts. But you tried to lowball and insult me? Well, you need to get 25 people while the Navy SEALs have 200 people, 250 people a class and graduate 25. Are you going to say what they have is a failed product? Or is their standard so high that they get the best of the fucking best? I'd rather have 10 lions than 1,000 sheep any fucking day of the week. Well, you got to show that it's proven. Does that white boy got to prove that his shit is gold? Does that Arabic need to prove that he could sell gas? No. But when you have a brother who actually takes some recollection and say, you know what? These young black boys need some skills to pay the bills to get them off those damn pills. Instead of congratulating somebody who's actually complaining about the weather, but actually do something about it, you want to try to low blow it. And you know what the most insulting part is? Now, one of them greasy bitches even donated. You put my GoFundMe up to check if somebody fucking donated, but you didn't even put a fucking red cent in it. I'm gonna say this for the last time before we get with the conversation. Don't fucking come for me. Don't come for my business. Don't come for my subscribers. Don't come for my live stream. Because that God of War will come out. And a lot of shit that's been talked about for years will get exposed. That's my last and final warning. How you fellas doing tonight?
Not bad, officer. Not bad.
I'm doing smooth, doing good.
You brought up God of War. You know, I reserved that Friday. So yeah.
Oh yeah.
PC Ragnarok.
Yeah,
I'm
Ragnarok.
doing real good, Charles. I got my cigar with my niggas, sipping my liquor. I got my my
That's good.
Casamigos over here. It's a tequila night. I ain't fucking with the brown tonight. Some tequila. You know.
Casamigos make me sweat. You're like, God damn, what the fuck is this? Liquid Inferno?
It's a little windy out here on my balcony, but hey, it's all gravy. Where you headed tonight, Charles?
Well, as you can see, I'm by the harbor water. Beautiful view.
Are you on post?
Mm-mm.
Or are you just chilling, enjoying the
Enjoying the view. Enjoying the fucking view.
enjoying the
It's
view? I hear
something. It's one of those things that men, especially black men, we need to get the freedom to enjoy life. Sometimes you sit back with a cigar, some good music, good liquor, good people. Take a deep breath and let the shit go.
Hell yeah.
That's true.
Just relax. Do what you gotta do. Stop. Don't be worrying about Sometimes you can't worry about the bullshit. Sometimes you just gotta relax and just chill.
See, you can't worry about the people who ain't for you, and that's what I built my life off of. You know, if I would have listened to so many people, I would have never wrestled. I'd have been shit out of luck for 4 championships and a bronze medal. You can't listen to people. For some odd reason, people just don't appreciate the good shit, the good life. You gotta shit on others. But hey, talking about that Thor thing, I'm kind of wanting to wish that they would play Thor a little bit more seriously. Because if you're literally the god of thunder and the god of strength, according to Norse mythology, Thor was nothing to fuck with. Neither was he in the comics. Where's that? Like I told you, and I've told many of people, Thor was at his best. The theatrical Thor has been at his best the last 30 minutes of Infinity War and the first 30 minutes of Endgame. That was his best. He was serious. He was that Viking god warrior. He didn't take shit off anybody. He wanted revenge for his people. And it was like as soon as he took Thanos' head, they killed it. He made literally one of the most serious characters into a joke character.
Well, he did say, let's kill Thanos properly this time in Endgame. So he still had an edge to him. But I see what you're going. I know exactly what you're saying. Yeah. I see where you're going with it. I don't disagree. But
I'm gonna say this: you turn him into a fat video gamer. He could have showed him depressed. Cool, I get that. There's some people who are gonna be depressed after a battle or massive loss of life or failure. Hell, I go through it sometimes when I think I'm not achieving what I need to achieve. But you find ways to snap out of that shit. That's why I always said Marvel's fucking version of the Dark Knight is gonna be Winter Soldier.
I agree.
That's the most theatrical, best story that you forget you're looking at a comic book story. You're looking at an espionage spy game. You're getting a really good story. The problem with the MCU is that the MCU basically was following guaranteed tested material like Affinity Gauntlet, like Age of Ultron, which is nothing like it, Winter Soldier, which is the closest probably to the comic they ever became. You can't make a Thor. You can't make a fucking Hulk movie to save your life.
Well, the thing is that none of these movies were anything like the comics. So none of these movies were. So
Yeah.
with that being said, the problem is that let's just go ahead and get out of the way. The Captain America 3 movie series was the best Marvel 3 movie repeat they ever had. Iron Man didn't come close. Thor didn't come close. Anything like that. Captain America was the 3 movie because they built on it and it had a good story. The problem is that right now the problem is that they don't have anything that's interconnected to where people can follow a through line. And that's where people are getting like, okay, where is this going? Because this has been going on since Eternals. Why even create that movie? What was the whole purpose? There's no interconnected line anywhere. You could have put the Eternals and interconnected with Miss Marvel, but they didn't.
Yeah, as a matter. Go ahead, Jesse. I'm sorry.
I'll say this. Well, a lot of people don't realize the MCU movies and television shows are loosely based on the comics. So it's like they may take like one general concept, or they may combine different storylines, like from the same character, and like combine little things from each run of this particular character. Like, Black Panther, that shit been out since like I think the 60s, right? So they may go through all of those different runs from the 60s until now and take little pieces from each of those runs and add it into the movie. And then on top of that, they're probably going to make the director or the main people that write the screenplays are actually going to usually write an original story. Or if they don't do an original story, they're going to take like the how can I say, like the foundation of a particular run, and then they're going to switch some stuff around. But I would honestly say like my 2 favorite trilogies in the MCU would be Captain America and would be the Spider-Man. To me, those are the 2 best like franchises as far as like all around, because they didn't really, none of those characters really had a bad movie in my opinion. My least favorite was probably the first Captain America, but I'm not gonna say it was a bad movie. It just was one of my least favorites out of that particular trilogy.
So it was an origin story.
You could say Captain America 1 was a comic book movie. Winter Soldier was more like an actual movie more than a comic book movie. It just had a comic book character in it. Yeah,
and a side note on that, motherfuckers that did those movies, the Russo brothers, they coming out with another spy thriller movie, action spy type movie on Netflix next Friday. We looking out for that. The Gray Man, that shit's looking nice.
Is it Chris Evans in that one?
Yeah.
Yep. He's playing the
and Ryan Gosling, I believe.
And but that's one of the things I loved about one of the things I loved about the MCU is that besides Phase 4, with the exception of probably the new Doctor Strange, one thing I love is that it felt like a real universe, not only because everything was interconnected and you had all these great characters, great storylines and stuff like that, but you actually had different genres for different movies. So it wasn't just like everything was straight-laced superhero, action movie. You had comedy movies, you had espionage thrillers, you had action, you had dramas. Cause think about it, man. Endgame is a goddamn drama with a couple really good ass action scenes and good ass fight scenes and action sequences. But if you really look at Endgame, like the tone that they have for that movie, it was really like a drama. Like the first hour hour 30 minutes was depressing as hell. I was like, hold on.
Should be.
It was the first movie where it was like, oh, y'all know we was gonna bring these niggas back? Oh, no, these niggas dead for real. No, nigga, that nigga Thanos really killed half the universe. Cause you know, back in the day with shit like this, normally in a movie like this, it'll be some reversal type shit. I mean, they did reverse it in the end, but it would be like, oh well, that didn't really happen type shit. You know what I mean? But it was like, nah, half of the population has been dead for like several years. You know what I'm saying? And just to have that, and I'll leave on that. That's the first time you've ever had in any type of superhero movie where you literally had 20, 30 plus characters all on the same screen going at it with Thanos and his whole fucking army. I mean, that was one of the greatest moments in fucking superhero shit.
But you know why though? It's because they built it up for 10 years. That one moment in not even just MCU history, but in movie history is very freaking important because they did something 10 years ago and built up each and every movie, made us through line through each and every movie, built it up for this one conflict. That's why they called it Endgame. This is the end of this saga.
Yeah.
And the one movie that made that movie great was the one before, Infinity War.
Yeah.
Because how they did Infinity War was exactly how they were supposed to do it. Because people knew who Thanos was, but you didn't know his motivation. Infinity War was not an Avengers movie; it was a Thanos movie.
That's true.
You saw who he was. You saw what his motivations were, and just saw your favorite characters interact with him.
Yeah, that was a great. I mean, that's another. I'm glad you brought that up because that's another thing that I don't think we've ever seen done well in like superhero movies. It's like seeing, like I actually got excited like to see this character from this movie interact with this character from that movie. Like how in the hell would Tony Stark interact with Star-Lord? I want to see that shit because they both some arrogant motherfuckers. You had three of the most arrogant motherfuckers in the MCU all on the same planet talking shit to each other for about 30 minutes in the movie. Star-Lord, Tony Stark, and damn Doctor Strange.
Yeah.
And that's the type of shit that you got excited about. Like, I want to see these two arrogant assholes talk. Like, what would happen?
Well, you got to remember that. All right, Kevin Feige walked out on stage at the last Comic-Con they did, and it was years ago. And he said, we're going cosmic, and it's going to be different. And this is what you all are kind of talking about how it feels disconjointed. But they've introduced witchcraft and magic into phase 4 so that we can now get to the mutants and things like that. So that's what they've done. Now, you can argue that it could have been a better job. The Eternals was important because they're like, well, they're showing you the pecking order of the universe, where they stand in the universe. People didn't understand what the Eternals were. I had a lot of people emailing me about what are the Eternals. It's like, well, you're just going to have to, you can read the comic book or you can just see, but everything is so powerful that, yeah, they've had to bring, Officer Charles is right. They've had to bring Thor's power kind of down. The reason why it's easier to follow the Iron Mans and the Caps and all that stuff is because that's ground level. It's just like when they introduced Blade and Black Knight, that's going to be in what Shang-Chi is about. So,
more horror aspect.
So yeah, so we're gonna see more grounded characters with Blade and Black Knight and the rest of them when they introduce them. So these cosmic characters are, it's like he's part of an old universe, Silver Surfer, and I can't think of the guy's name.
Talk about Galactus.
Galactus, yeah. So how do you introduce that guy? How do you introduce Kang the Conqueror, who actually can control parts of time? So that's overpowering stuff. But yeah, I don't disagree that. But there's a Comic-Con. I think it's either next week or week after next week. Okay, next so Friday, I recommend everybody watch, because Warner is there and so is Disney. So I really recommend everybody just watch that. And Kevin Feige is going to be the MC. And I think Ryan Coogler, we may see the Black Panther trailer for his new movie, possibly. But a lot of those actors and actresses will be out there that are confirmed. So we will see where it's going, because they're about to introduce Atlantis into the MCU. They're about to.
Well,
So-
I know you said last month that there'll be Phase 5 announcements at this Comic-Con.
Yeah.
And then there'll be some more at I can't remember what the other event they have in September, but
yeah, they're doing one, I think, in Seattle, but
the San Diego Comic-Con, New York.
Yeah, it's in New York. Okay, but yeah, the Miss Marvel thing, that in-cut scene was important. If you watch Shang-Chi, that connected. If you watch Shang-Chi, you understand the Miss Marvel in scene. But a lot of people, it just went over their head. They're like, well, I'm not even going to watch Miss Marvel, even though it is a 98 on Rotten Tomatoes. So, but I get it.
Really?
The Hawkeye series, because the OG Avengers are retired. They're introducing the Young Avengers right in front of our eyes. And that's just going over people's head. Those guys are retired.
That's another team that they're introducing as well. The Thunderbolts. So they already confirmed that they're working on a Thunderbolt movie. Actually.
Yeah, now that would be different, because didn't the guy who played Thunderbolt Ross, I think he passed away. It was William Hurt.
Yeah.
So they'll probably have to recast that. But you're right, they're doing a Armored Wars movie with Rhodey. So there's a lot of ground-based stuff. But the Hawkeye series, that was about him retiring. I mean, his character's going deaf. They bring in Kate Bishop. These are the Young Avengers. Spider-Man.
Always been deaf.
The America Chavez or whatever her name is. So all that, those are your Young Avengers.
Let me ask you just one question. What male superhero have they pushed so far in Phase 4?
Doctor Strange. And now
how many females?
How many females? I mean, if you want to say Jane Foster, Shang-Chi, male superhero. I just thought about that. I mean, Black Widow's part of Phase 4. She's dead.
I'm gonna tell you. Let's see. I have to look at
it. I bet $100 right now. Somehow She-Hulk's gonna end up being stronger than the Hulk.
Well, she never was.
No, she won't be. As a matter of fact, Mark Ruffalo was in that. I think he's in like 3 of the 7 episodes or something like that.
He's in it, but I bet you they're gonna have it.
Well, so I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you what Phase 4 projects I actually like. Okay, Shang-Chi, Spider-Man: No Way Home,
That's a Sony movie. That's a Sony movie. Spider-Man: No Way Home is a Sony movie.
I'm saying that's MCU because
it's not. You can say that it is, but it's not.
The reason why I'm gonna say it's MCU is because Sony. I have not liked any of the Sony. I haven't liked any of the Sony Marvel movies outside of the ones that they actually collaborated with the Marvel Studios.
That you may not like those movies, but that still doesn't make it an MCU movie.
Oh, it is an MCU movie because the character is actually connected to the MCU, and it's the actual production of the Spider-Man movies is a collaboration between Sony and Marvel.
Yeah, they're Sony movies,
but the other Sony movies
by Disney. Yeah.
The Sony movies that suck, like Venom.
I like Venom. I like Venom. I didn't see Venom 2, but I like Venom.
And all that
Morbius movie,
I agree with Jesse when he said like the Spider-Man you can say is part of the MCU. As far as Venom and Mobius and all that, and any other video movie about that. I don't consider that MCU because those characters will probably never be in the MCU.
Could I say this, right?
You can say that it's a Marvel movie, but that doesn't.
No, what I'm saying is like the characters in the MCU are in the Spider-Man.
They crossed over. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Doctor Strange. Yeah,
but you don't see any of these characters crossing over in Venom.
All I'm saying is
not yet.
You don't have you didn't have none of those. You didn't have none of those damn other Spider-Man Sony movies doing numbers like this Spider-Man trilogy.
Oh, that's
you
true.
sure?
Well, Tobey Maguire's first two Spider-Mans did well, but yeah, I mean, with the you're talking about, you have to adjust.
I'm gonna just say this, right?
Hey, salute, brother Art. Salute to the panel. Yeah, go ahead.
I think that MCU, like Marvel, most of their movies are really good movies. You have some bad movies, you have some okay movies, but usually the issue with the movies that people don't like is they have bullshit themes, right? So it's like, okay, the technical shit, if you want to get down to like the acting, like the writing, the dialogue, for a lot of their shit is really good, but then they come with bad things like, oh, we just gonna put this this character that we don't give a damn about, and we're just gonna put some random female characters. Then we're gonna put the feminism shit up in there with the blind. Wait, with the chick, she's deaf, handicapped, and kicking everybody ass.
I think the first
Echo.
Yeah, Echo. Yeah.
Echo. Well, in the comic
like
book,
shit like that.
Pretty lethal. She's pretty lethal in the comic books, but I don't
go off the comic books because I don't. The reason why I don't go off the comic books
on that.
It's because they switch a lot of shit up with the comic.
Well, that's fine.
What I mean is
that's what they do.
It's
you
like
were saying that earlier.
It's like, how can you go off because this is the thing, I'm not a comic book loyalist. I feel like, okay, you can use it as a source material, but you're always gonna have creative license. Cause it's like it's certain shit in the comic books that work for the comic books, just not gonna work on the screen. Like, let me give you for example, Civil War. All the shit that went on before Civil War in the comic books, it was something that was like strictly in the US. With all the shit that went on before it in the MCU, it don't make no sense to regulate it strictly to the US. You had to expand the what do you call it? The Accords? What they called it?
The Coviet Accords.
Yeah, the Coviet Accords. Like it's not gonna make as much sense if you say we're just gonna do this in the US.
Here's the reason why a lot of shit didn't really make sense for comic book readers. One, of course, you can't have Hulk and Thor during Civil War because they weren't there. You had World War Hulk, you had Planet Hulk, and you had Ragnarok. At some point, when you had the last time it was good was the fight between Steve and Tony. Okay. You had a little bit more drama because the Winter Soldier. Yeah. But what kills a lot of this shit is that they go for weird themes. Like, you're telling me, and I kind of like, I like the character. I like Chris Hemsworth as being Thor, but I just don't like the fact that they're playing Thor for laughs. He's supposed to be a much more serious character. Yeah, you can interpret some comedy in it, but it doesn't play right. Like, he's doing split kicks for the fucking spaceships and shit. I'm like, okay. And even when it comes to when you go to the spoiler alert, god damn it, it's been out for 2 weeks. Fuck y'all. But anyway, it's like he goes to the city of gods. He's literally one of the most important gods in Asgard. Right now, he is the most important god in Asgard. Right now, he doesn't have the Odin Force, so he should be really, not in all technicalities, but in all reality, equal to fucking Zeus. I like the fact that they break it Ragnarok. Huh?
He was originally supposed to have the Odin Force in Ragnarok.
Exactly, and it's like, I understand you insert comedy so it's not too serious. There's some things you're gonna laugh at. Hell, I was in Iraq and people shooting at me, and I'm like, look, get down, Falk. Nigga, I've been down for 10 minutes. The fuck you talking about? Yeah, you're gonna have comedy and that's how you cope in certain serious situations. But literally, the little girl gets the fucking Stormbreaker, the more powerful weapon than Mjolnir.
Listen, I love Ragnarok.
They had to make it right friendly for the women.
But that new Thor: Love and Thunder, They went overboard with that shit, man.
I did
They
like
went overboard with that comedy shit.
The Jane Foster series was actually cool. I didn't mind it because it was actually good storytelling, which actually brought back Thor, the Odin son, back to prominence. When they had the War of the Realms, that brought back Thor to be an ass-kicking Thor. And it carried the mythos a lot further. But yet, I'm like, it doesn't make sense for a guy to give the throne to a deserter of the crown. Why would I give Valkyrie, who is not a god, a deserter to the crown, who quit her post, and give her the throne? Why?
Yeah.
That made no sense. Then on top of that, you literally, if you didn't show up, they would have got their asses kicked in New Asgard.
Well, going back to the point about comic books and the movies, this is what I gotta say about this. They take elements of the comic to make the movie. They make up their own story. Now, if anybody who's a comic book head knows that Thanos in the Infinity Gauntlet did all that shit because he wanted to impress Death, his love. They couldn't do that in the MCU because that was seemed kind of corny. It worked in the comics, but it did. So what they did, they gave him a Malthusian philosophy where he decided to just go ahead and exterminate half the universe to save itself.
If they would have did that,
that would have been more menacing for him to do it. And the way for them to explain it was the simple fact in Infinity War. And that's where you got the emphasis of who Thanos was, not just this mysterious guy in the background, but you understood who he was and what his philosophy was. They had to do that because we didn't know what he wanted to do. Now they were toying with the idea because you remember in Avengers 1 at the end, what did the guy say at the end? They wanted death.
Challenge them will be seeking death.
And that's when he would look at the camera and smiled at you. So they were tantalizing that idea, but I guarantee you, they said, "No, that could be kind of stupid for him to go after him." He would look like a damn simp.
I was just about to say that. If they would have did that shit, I'm gonna say that. This old simp ass, brown nosing ass villain, get his ass off.
I would have never looked at it.
It would have never went that way. Wait. Let me get 10 seconds. It would have never went that way on one. It wouldn't fit well with that. Now, if it was a female killing half of the thing, might be to save her kid or something, that would fly. They would not allow a male character to kill unknown millions of people just for a female. They would not do that. Wouldn't fit well with with Disney and all that. That would not fit well. That's why it had nothing to do with that. Like, listen. If it was a female, go ahead, Baltimore.
I don't think it was that. I think it would have been too dark of a tone from what Disney. Disney ties it. I'm surprised they even gave fucking Iron Man repulsor beams. And it's like, yo, I looked and I could tell the tone because when they did Ragnarok, you could have played it up a bit more serious than it was. You're seeing Valkyrie throw the Hulk around, playing with him like a goddamn puppy and shit. I'm like,
yeah.
I mean, I was cool with it because the tone that they had for Endgame, I think they nailed Endgame, and I will argue to the death to somebody about that shit. Like when that nigga Thanos said, I see that killing half the universe was not enough. I need to kill 90% of you motherfuckers and start from scratch. I'm like,
oh damn.
Like the way that it raised the stakes for me, I was like, okay, this makes sense that y'all gonna bring Thanos from a different time, a different dimension or whatever to it. Cause now it's like, okay, if y'all don't kill his ass now, he gonna kill more people than already dead. So y'all niggas gotta get it in. Like, what is y'all doing?
Oh, nigga,
When he said that shit, I was like, oh, yeah,
that's because he figured out what happened. See, see, his motivation was that he won. He got rid of half the universe, but the thing was, people still remembered what they lost, and that's what made people fight back to try to get back what they lost. So that's why in Endgame, that's what he said. I'm going to kill half the universe and create to a way so you guys will forget the Avengers ever existed. That's why he said like they will never know that you guys existed, because he was going to erase everybody's memories of what they had in the past, so that way they would never know.
The line was, it's not that society won't know what they lost; it'll only know what they've been given. That's what how he put it, basically.
He said, because you could tell it was a different attitude for Thanos. He said, "Look, before what I did wasn't personal. But now, for your little irritating planet, I'm going to enjoy destroying and killing every damn person on this planet."
Yeah, Charles is right. Because the actual directors said that the Thanos you saw in Endgame, they called him Warrior Thanos. He was more Genghis Khan versus the other one that was more philosophical. He was older, and he was like, "Okay, I'll just take half of it." So. But yeah, this guy in the chat that said that Disney's uplifting the female characters. You didn't watch the Eternals. The most powerful Eternal was a male, Icarus, a white male at that. They showed the Black Knight, and then you heard Blade's voice, Trey. So what are you talking about?
Well, they are.
They're not doing that. The most powerful. Kevin Feige has said publicly, the most powerful person that they have right now is Wanda Maximoff. Now, he has said that publicly. Now, that's about to change now that everything is going cosmic. That is going to change. So, it is what it is.
Man. If she's like, I'm not seeing Multiverse matter, but if she's anything like the Marvel version, everybody's afraid of Wanda.
Again, that, right?
Well, hold on. I'm gonna show this clip, because I know I can't show the video, but hopefully they won't get me for showing this hearing the audio. So hold on.
Oh damn, okay.
I'm just gonna hide the screen real quick.
And you're right, because Vision did say to her, what in Civil War? Everybody's afraid of you. They want you to like them. So they're being active.
Can you hear that?
Damn.
And I know you haven't seen a new Doctor Strange yet, but her ass is even more powerful in that new Doctor Strange.
No, I'm talking about if she's just as powerful as she is in the comic. Because the comic, she's scary powerful.
Bro,
she's scary powerful in this.
I'm talking about to the point where even her father and brother were contemplating killing her ass. That's where the whole House of M came into play. When she literally said at the end of that, no more mutants, half the mutant population went almost extinct.
Yeah. Which made her powerful than Thanos, which means that they nerfed her on a super level, damn it, because that means she should have been able to take out Thanos with no problem.
Well, she was taking him out.
I gotta ask you this question, right? I gotta ask you this question. Did any of y'all actually read the Infinity Gauntlet? I have.
It's been a while.
I was going to, but I missed it.
George Perez, baby. George Perez.
George Perez. Hallowed be his name. I'm going to tell you something about Thanos and the Infinity Gauntlet was a motherfucker. There was nobody, and I mean, you could name whatever combination of heroes you want. Nobody was fucking with Thanos.
Nah.
When motherfucker took on Infinity and won, you were like, shit.
Oh, I got one motherfucker that will. That could, yeah. And they're slowly building up to this villain coming out, and he's gonna be big. You thought Thanos was something? Shit.
I'm not impressed with Kang the Conqueror. I've never been impressed with him in the comics.
The hell, him? No, fuck him. No, I'm talking about Noel, the symbiote god.
Even Noel would have got his ass whooped.
With the I have bad news for you. Spoiler alert: that motherfucker just got killed in the new Thor.
You got to think about it. Like,
hold on.
I've seen the new Thor.
Let me play this clip where Thanos' speech.
And with the stones you've collected for me.
Yep, I can hear it.
Teeming with life that knows not what it is lost, but only what it has been given. A grateful universe.
Born out of blood.
You'll never know it. Because you won't be alive to tell them.
Yeah. You know, it's funny. They had the perfect motherfucker to do his voice.
Facts.
Josh Brolin. Yeah.
Look,
Oh,
man. When I was fucking with Thanos, what I really fucking with Thanos is when that nigga whooped Iron Man's ass and he was like, "You've earned my respect. They'll live to tell you."
When he told him, "You did all this for a drop of blood," I was like, "Oh my god!" And it's like, it's like if you would have
that's
said,
my favorite.
but I've always said, if you send a motherfucker like Steppenwolf after the Avengers, oh shit,
Look, man.
motherfuckers is dead.
Thanos, Killmonger, and Joker. That's my 3 favorite on-screen villains of all time. Like, Thanos was talking that shit, boy. Like, yeah, them niggas gonna live to tell your tale, my nigga.
But that's what makes him a good. That's what makes him a good villain. His arrogance.
I agree.
And he thought he was right. And he thought he was right as well. So.
The person they need to really play.
That nigga convinced me, like, yeah, hey, nigga, kill half the population, nigga. We gotta do what we gotta do, nigga.
The person they really need to work on, and they need to pick somebody who's damn sure gonna play up to the arrogance of this motherfucker and intelligence. Dr. Victor Von Doom.
Word on the street is that he's going to be on the after credit scenes for Black Panther.
Yeah.
But I'm looking forward to Kang. I ain't gonna lie, man. That motherfucker.
Well, see, I don't think Kang is gonna be the next big bad.
I agree. I think
it's going to be the cats after him.
No, and I don't think Dr. Doom, because those would be. You just have Thanos. Who's going? And where they going with the encouragements and talking about? I'm guessing they're going with the whole. I don't know which version of Civil War. They might mix the two up. Who knows?
Are you talking about as far as? But again, they're going more cosmic. So they were.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Not Civil War, but Secret War.
Secret War, yeah. Secret War is going to be the big one.
And the Russo brothers are in negotiations right now to possibly direct Secret War. But again, they said publicly after, I think, Infinity War Endgame, they would come back to do Secret Wars. But again, they are going cosmic, and they were expecting. Even John Campea was talking about, Disney is expecting to lose people because they're introducing brand new characters. I mean, one of the most powerful characters they just introduced is Moon Knight, another guy. So again, again, he could be possibly part of the Young Avengers. So we'll have to wait and see where they go with it. He could. I said he could. I didn't say he would.
Now, if you said the all new Avengers, then I did. But the Young Avengers,
possibly they can do West. Yeah, they have the ability to do with the X-Men coming in. They're going to have the ability to do West Coast Avengers and everything. But
it's hard to do West Coast Avengers without Hawkeye and Iron Man. It's hard to do them.
So by the way,
they can replace them. We'll find out at San Diego Comic-Con. That's all I'm saying. We'll just wait till then. They'll explain it.
Kevin Feige already confirmed that Kang will be the next big bad for the next phase.
Oh, well.
Okay, we'll have to wait and see how it goes.
Well, then, what if he's in the next phase? Then that means the big guys ain't going to be coming till like the next phase. And like I said, they already. It made the mark for fucking Noel. Noel, the symbiote god, is coming. And so therefore I'm wondering. Adam Warlock. So I'm wondering, okay, after Noel, the symbiote god, are they bringing the one of the top villains? And that's the Chaos King.
So
we'll find out. We're gonna find out.
So no, I don't know what they're gonna do with him, because he actually gets killed at the beginning of the new Thor. And Kang, so this is what I think they're going to do with Kang. I don't know if this is correct, but I think they're going to do multiple variants of him, because they've been talking about multiverse. And some people say they don't like the idea of him being a villain in multiple movies, but me personally, I actually like the idea of seeing this motherfucker pop up in multiple, like, people's movies, like Ant-Man, this person's movie, or whatever. My thing is,
about Ant-Man.
actually,
good call, Jesse. Good call on Ant-Man. Good call.
My thing is, I actually think that it would be cool to see more. I mean, the only villain I think that the only two villains, well, so-called villains, that I think that you actually see them recurring is you do see Loki. Well, in the past, you have seen Loki recur in different movies, and I thought that was cool. And you also have the whatever character. What's his name? Baron Zemo, and you also have the character that John St. Pierre played. George St. Pierre.
Jordan St. Pierre. Yeah,
Jesse. Before you go any further, bro, to give you clarity, okay, on what happened in the beginning of that, okay, in Thor with Noah. All right, that creature. Right, that creature you're saying, whatever, is basically they didn't go according to the comics on that, okay, but basically, it was like this gold-looking god, whatever that Noah fought. And it looks like, and it looks like he lost, obviously. So yeah, the creature's dead. But the thing is, he was still inside that motherfucker. You know what I mean? He basically let Gore do his job for him, which was his main job, which is to get rid of all the gods and shit. You know what I mean? And basically Noah's job, basically his purpose is to bring the world back to nothingness. You know what I mean?
Right.
Before the Celestials created everything and shit. And so and therefore and Gore and Noah, really real talk, I would do the same shit. Call me what you want, but I don't blame the motherfuckers.
So since y'all brought up Adam Warlock, he's actually confirmed of being a main character in Guardians 3.
That's true. And Kang the Conqueror I believe will be in Quantum Mania, I think.
Yeah, he will be. He's confirmed.
He's confirmed.
He's confirmed that. Okay, all right, cool. Well,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I said. Like him being the main bad guy. Like I'm not too sure about that. Like Thanos was. I'm not too sure.
Well, you got to realize Kang's power. So Kang is a villain that's like smart as fuck, like Tony Stark. But one of his biggest powers is that he has so many fucking variants in the comic books. Like,
I know
this version of Kang, this version of Kang. So that's why I say, if they make him the big bad, I think it's gonna be a situation where he's in multiple movies throughout Phase 5, which I would enjoy. But some people say they don't like that idea. But personally, I would enjoy it. It's like different versions of this motherfucker. He's just getting better and better at every movie, you know what I'm saying? Like maybe he loses this movie or whatever.
You know what actually be a cool thing about Kang the Conqueror?
Yeah.
Somehow, someway they write it in where he's waging war and he brings back all your favorite villains through time.
Yeah, that'd be good too.
But see, and speaking of Kang, okay, I'm not seeing a way of how they can nerf this dude. I mean, like, how can you nerf him? Like,
is Kang a heterosexual male? They'll find a way. They'll find a way.
Y'all believe they'll find a way to nerf him? Damn.
They'll find it. I mean, you got to look at it. Like, really, you gotta. Okay, I'll point it to you. The Captain America you see in the movies is based off Ultimate Captain America, not the 616. He's stronger, faster, he does the bicep, curling, helicopters and shit. That's what he did in the Ultimate Universe, which is actually my favorite version of Captain America because he's a bit more cynical, like the one in the MCU. Because he's seeing how the world was almost 100 years ago and said, well, goddamn, is this the shit I fought for? And
yeah,
when you look at Thor is on par with the Hulk. He's on par with a lot of motherfuckers. Like Thor is like Superman of DC. He's who you call.
No, he ain't. No, he ain't, Charles. No, he ain't.
Yes, he is. I mean, there's 40 50 years of them fighting that says otherwise. They both win some, and one win some, and the other win some.
Well, I believe that. I believe that, dude. Yeah.
What does on par mean, people? Vocabulary is important. So when we look at it, how they nerf, like, I'm just wondering how Hercules is going to come off. Because you literally got a guy named the God of Strength coming after his ass. Of course, they're traditionally that's how Hercules came from a Thor comic, and they were battling to the point where they destroyed planets before. So it's gonna come off like, okay, is he gonna be funny? And Hercules, okay, if you put Hercules in the Thor thing and it's a little funny, he's kind of a little bit comical, so it will work for that character. And he's a womanizer. So please,
Dwayne Johnson,
I
put
want.
him in there.
No, they already got him as
Yeah, they
Black
already have
Adam. So I mean, they got the guy. If you look at the end credits when Zeus is talking, and that's the Zeus I wanted to see. That whole well, when they look to the sky, they don't pray for lightning anymore. They pray for their They look for their superheroes. When he said Hercules to go to go fuck up Thor, that's gonna be something interesting.
Yeah, that'll be
Damn,
interesting.
they nerfed the hell out of Zeus, dude. Zeus, he was beating the shit out of the Hulk in the comics, man. Like,
Well,
no,
how did they nerf him when he didn't really even fight? He just threw his
they
thunderbolts a couple times.
they nerfed him because they nerfed him because of that right there. I mean, was showing how powerful he is and shit. Come on, because Thor was struggling. Thor was struggling against the Hulk. Zeus was able to beat the shit out of the Hulk. So that means that he should have been able to catch, especially his own fucking thunderbolt, even though it was charged up by Thor with his own hidden Thor force or whatever that he used. And I do believe that was the Thor force that he shared. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong.
You can say that.
Yeah, for the MCU, man, they nerf a lot of characters. I don't have a problem with it. I mean, I in my opinion, with a universe this big, you kind of have to. It's hard to keep up with the power levels of all these different damn characters.
It's
like
not hard.
The comic books, you have a smaller cast of characters that you're dealing with, and you're constantly changing the run. Like it's different runs, so it's like the shit is gonna end like in a couple years or some shit. Like
it's not hard.
It's more harder in the comic books than it is in the movies.
It's not hard to keep up with because one, let's say, okay, you got Spider-Man. Should Spider-Man be faster, stronger than the average person? Yes. Should Hawkeye be taken on? Like when they had a good example, could Sam Wilson and Bucky take on toe-to-toe Spider-Man? No, he's too fast and too strong. That was a good explanation of, even though Bucky does have super soldier serum in him, which kind of make no sense, but okay, we'll get that. When he faces Captain America, he's facing a guy who's like pretty much the best fighter in the MCU today.
But
he's
in the
facing
MCU,
somebody.
He's not really a good fighter. He's a brawler. He's
a good fighter. No,
in
he's
the
both.
MCU.
He's both.
In my opinion.
When he went against Murdoch, when he went against Murdoch or AKA GSP, he showed his skills in fighting. Like he actually was a better fighter in Winter Soldier. What was it? Winter Soldier than he was in the first Avengers movie, and he was kicking ass there. So he's a way better fighter. When you look at him, even if you go by the Ultimate Universe, where he's equal in strength to Spider-Man, his fighting ability and prowess is way greater than his. Greater.
Captain America is supposed to be stronger than Spider-Man. No, he's supposed to be a little bit on par, but I think Spider-Man is just a little bit stronger because of what Spider-Man can lift. He's definitely more agile than Captain America.
But Captain America just has better timing. He's a better fighter.
He's a better fighter than Spider-Man. So
he has two things that beat speed: timing.
My perspective of Spider-Man, Hulk, and Captain America is that none of them motherfuckers are really good fighters. They just have strength.
Captain America.
They're stronger than you.
Captain America is the ultimate fighter. Like
Captain
there's
America's
only
the fighter.
he's a damn good fighter. The only people in Marvel history to have sevens in their power grid is Wolverine, Sabretooth, Captain America. Not even Shang-Chi is a 7. So he's one of
Black
the
Panther beat all them.
Black Panther.
Hell
Black
yeah, he's
Panther.
a better fighter than all of them.
Black Panther's probably a 7 as well. But you got to remember, the Black Panther that fought Captain America in World War II was his grandfather, not T'Challa. So you're talking about a green.
Yeah.
You're talking about a very green Captain America going against a very worldly and experienced fighter. This Captain America. This Captain America.
Thank you for that clarity.
This Captain America is an ass kicker. That's why when you see him against Spider-Man and Spider-Man swinging, he hit him with a jumping crescent kick to the chest and was like,
now. And
what
plus, no, go ahead, Charles.
And you got to remember what Tony told, what he told Peter. He says, I was going toe to toe. He was like, nah, Captain would have destroyed you. He said he would have.
Yeah, he did say that. Yeah, he said Cap took it easy on you. Believe me, I know.
He said he would have whooped your ass viciously. Yeah. Because you got to think, even in the 616 and the original Civil War, and this is when he had the Iron Spider suit. Captain America was toying with him. He threw the shield because he knew he was going to dodge it, and he hit him with a nerve strike that took off that basically disabled his fucking arm. And he was like, "Yo, I'm not going to beat this man hand to hand." He said, "I got to find a different way to beat him. If he fights Captain America hand to hand, he's going to get his ass handed to him." No.
Yeah, even though he may be stronger than Cap, the thing about it is Cap knows how to fight. He knows those pressure points. He's been around for a long time. You don't think he learned a little couple of things?
Hell no.
Shit.
You got to think about it.
Maybe in the comic books, but everything that I've seen from Cap on stream is just like
you got to think about it.
No, they kind of showed that in Infinity War when he fought the Black Order. Like it's just like where they showed it when he fought Spider-Man as well. Like but they don't always show it. No, as much as
you got to remember
if you think about it, when at the end of Captain America, what was he doing? He was boxing. And he was fucking up them bags.
Dude.
Yeah, he could box. I'll give him that.
He can box. He can kickbox. He can do jujitsu. I mean, okay.
You're just throwing that. All right.
Matter of fact, I'll answer your question, Jesse. I'll answer your question.
I just want to say this real quick. I get lost because you comic book readers be mixing that shit from the comic book.
I'll just go by.
Hold on. Jesse, hold on. I just go by on screen too, and I'm gonna tell you, even on screen with the Captain America Civil War, you know, he was fucking Tony Stark. He was fucking Iron Man up. Iron Man
can't fight.
But the thing is, you're fighting a computer algorithm. He literally had to tap into that in order to kind of predict his moves. So
and he even beat that. Okay.
I share this.
I'm gonna say this is the last thing I'm gonna say on.
Hold on. I share this from this is coming from Screen Rant.
Okay.
They just don't show it good. Yeah.
He uses 11 different martial art fighting styles throughout the movies.
Yeah. If you remember when he subdued Bucky, he actually put Bucky in an arm lock, which is catch wrestling or jiu-jitsu. He put him in a rear naked choke, which is jiu-jitsu and catch wrestling. The front kick he got, that's either from karate and Muay Thai. What about
corrected? I'm gonna just say this last thing, and I'll let Edward go. I've always looked at Captain America. I stand corrected by this link that artist putting up, but I always view Captain America as like a fighter, like
Guile from
like Hulk.
Fighter.
Like Hulk. Like when you seen Hulk fight Thanos, you was like, realize, okay, this nigga Hulk can't fight. He's just strong as fuck.
No.
It says right here. This is what he uses. He uses Taekwondo, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Muay Thai, Judo, Krav Maga, Savate, I guess that's how you say
Savate.
it. Savate. Wushu.
Savate's French kickboxing.
Yeah, French kickboxing.
Yeah,
that's all I need to see.
And professional wrestling.
Yeah,
so I will concede the point.
No, absolutely, and
the nigga don't know more martial arts than Batman.
Well, okay,
but that's just what he used. That's not what he knows.
And
Charles talking about
Winter Soldier probably showcased it the best because remember when
by the way that was the Savate kick too.
Even when he fought what was the dude, the French dude in the beginning, like so they showcase it better, and it depends on the directors as well, are better at showing it than others. Because remember in the Avengers you had Whedon, and then it got better when the Russo brothers as far as showing certain. So it just depends. So and look, I'm with you, Jesse. I'm a cartoon and the fucking movies. I ain't got no kids comics. I've just never been one to pick the comics up, so I don't have that necessarily to draw unless I get that from people that did. Like Rob from Comics is Blaine. Which shout out to him though.
But let me put it to you this way. Here's a good indicator of his fighting ability. Watch the scene when him and Bucky with the knife when they're knife fighting, and then that's the screamer. That's
you really said he was like the whole. Come on, man. Like
I'm saying that was what I said, right? And the reason I said that because I mean, listen, I haven't seen the damn Captain America movies in a minute, but from what I've seen with Captain America fighting, it just looked like he's brawling the whole time.
Well, that's because
it's like this. When you stronger than everybody, you don't have to know how to fight.
You mean there's no martial arts in his fighting? It's just
right.
Yeah, it's not gonna be high. It's not gonna be highlight because they still got the soldier aspect. But hold on, but another characters. Like that's the difference between the boys with Soldier Boy. That's how Soldier Boy fights is what you talking about.
Because look at the characters where they highlight the martial arts. You got Black Widow, you got Black Panther, you got the dude from you got Shang-Chi. All of those guys, like, okay, these niggas know some martial arts, but I don't think they really showcase it that much. I mean, and there's probably scenes like the scenes that Charles mentioned that I just don't remember when he was doing some extra shit.
Go back and watch Winter Soldier.
I will concede because Art brought up the article, but yeah.
Go back and watch Winter. They even have a video on YouTube when they talk about all the martial arts you see Batman, Spider-Man, Captain America use. Like, if you would have said Superman's more of a brawler, cool, I'd agree with you. But Captain America, put some respect on that man's name. When he was in the elevator scene, there were so many martial art techniques he used. When he was with Bucky,
hold up, Charles.
You about to make me go rewatch that.
Charles. Before we go, anyone want to get out?
Exactly. Before we begin,
I want to see that movie with what's his name? Chris
Evans.
Yeah, Chris
Evans. The Gray Man.
Yeah, I'm curious because I've always been so I've always been a fan of that other actor as well. He just never caught on like that. He kind of what could have been Leonardo DiCaprio. Exactly.
What are you talking about?
The dude that played Drive. The dude is actually supposed to be the main character. Like,
what are you talking about? He's that nigga.
Ryan Gosling. I like Brian's comment.
Ryan Gosling, that dude. What is you
he's a fan favorite, but when it comes to box office, he don't do shit. No, he don't do shit.
I don't know about his box office, but he's really good, man.
You got to realize,
but he don't do shit.
You got to realize this when somebody, I think it was Ray, when he made the comment about Batman. He could be as smart as Batman with the super soldier, or if not smarter. It's just that you got to remember, he's a tactical genius. He's like, think of the greatest Navy SEALs and Green Berets ever, and that's where he gathers. Like, you got to remember.
I salute to that.
You got to remember, those Navy SEALs and Green Berets are taught some very nasty fighting arts around the world. So, Cap, he's one of those guys, like, another good fighter people don't realize is the Punisher. He's just more brutal with it.
Something else.
like the boys brutal.
But Captain America isn't brutal in MCU.
Only if he wants to be.
He's a nice guy in the MCU.
Yeah, he's a nice guy, but you piss him off, like Like I told people, you remember how he was fucking Thanos up with that fucking hammer, bing, 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 and
Yeah.
it's funny because he was using the hammer better than Thor.
Well,
And remember, hold on, he hit. Remember how Thanos hit? He got that hammer away from him. Then and Captain America's on the ground. Then he punched him while he's on the ground. He's like, "Yeah, you're not getting the fuck back up. Fuck that." He's like,
I'm like, nah, this
it's like,
nigga wants some other shit.
it's like fuck.
No, when it was funny because when he held the Infinity Gauntlet, Thanos looking like, yo, somebody check this nigga piss. He on some shit. He on some shit.
Man,
and
y'all about to make me go back and watch it Endgame again.
Yeah, I like that Scarlet. I like the Scarlet Witch scene. The way they did that too. I like that better. How they tried to do Captain.
Are you talking about?
You took everything from me. I don't even know who you are.
Oh, you talking about with the whole? You talking about with the whole horror element too?
Well, yeah, because when they tried to, well, I'm talking about even in Endgame when she started to get him, and it's because remember this is before she had the Darkhold, and she like how they had the telekinetics, and she was just pulling the stuff off, and he said ray of fire, because at first he thought okay you could throw shit, but when she grabbed him, that's when he was like oh shit, like what the fuck?
She was about ready to tear him apart.
And she was making him heavy. She was making him heavy and she was lifting him at the same time. So
that's smart because she's established she could do that with Vision in Civil War.
Yeah, she did the same thing to him. She made him extremely heavy and pushed
now.
him.
And I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna fall back a little bit. What I wish they would have did, and this is the one thing I got to give Fox absolute credit for, the way they made. That's one of the few times race bending something actually worked because they kind of did a reverse thing where she had the outer Ligo thing a little bit, so they kind of made that work. But the way they made like a power of luck and probability manipulation, because that's what it is, because that's a power that Wanda has.
Probability.
She would have been overpowered. She would have been overpowered to have it like with all this other bullshit that she had now.
And it's funny because sometimes her powers. And the comics actually works even against the Scarlet Witch, because this is how the Scarlet Witch powers with the Hex powers work. It goes by the multiverse. I like to call it the omniverse because there's a very vastness of it. It was like she would let's say you try to shoot her with a gun. Somehow, some way, she would change the probability where it might affect another Wanda, but it wouldn't affect her. Or let's say she could make the probability of there's a 0.000.1 chance that a fucking meteorite will hit or something off the ground will grow to block the bullet. That's how her powers work. It works in the probability field of how many Wandas there are.
Yeah, and that's what they said about the bomb too. Or they tried to go back and redo that in the MCU, saying she's always had powers because the bomb didn't go off because of quote unquote probability. That's why it didn't go off in 3 days. So they tried to redo it. But yeah, there would have been times, especially in the younger versions of how they had her in the MCU, if maybe she couldn't control it, but if it would have happened kind of by accident, because there would have been an opportunity to create maybe some comedic moments as well, especially in the second Avengers, because if they would have gave it to her after the fact, now if they would have gave it, now it would have been fun to see it in Doctor Strange too, where she
the powers didn't do exactly what she wanted.
Yeah, that, or she was able to kind of so use it, like when she was doing a horror element. It was I always pay attention to stuff like that because those are things where it can kind of be missed opportunities because so
like to give you a quick list of the probably Charles Faulkner Jr.'s list of greatest comic book fighters ever. You got Cap, you got Wolverine, you got Bruce Wayne, you got Damian, you got Nightwing, you got Wonder Woman. Trust me, nobody ever says, "Hey, I want to take on Wonder Woman." You got Superman level strength with Batman level fighting ability. You don't want that in your life. Black Canary, Daredevil, the Punisher, Winter Soldier.
I like that show where they had the cartoon where she had to fight Superwoman. I forget when they were fighting the Legion, the Justice Lords, and then Wonder Woman. That's when you really saw like her finesse versus like the brawler part of like Superwoman.
Yeah, when you see her, you talk about Crisis on Crisis on. I forgot. I actually got the book, which is pretty damn good because they actually made the cartoon just as good. They changed a few things, but it was a good change. But it was like when you see her spinning around and you see her suplex her and then hit her with a crescent kick, you like, yeah, this bitch didn't know what the fuck she signed up for.
Yeah, and then she was like, yeah, so that's a good kind of thing between somebody that's a brawler. Yeah, so
Bronze Tiger. Oh yeah, you gotta respect the black guy.
They need to do a movie of Raven.
Canary, because technically they try to push Black Canary, like, they did kind of show it in Young Justice where the Kid Flash tried to come at her and she was able to.
When she threw Robin, when she hit Robin with a judo throw, did a hip up and threw him towards Flash, I was like, God damn! And then on top of that, she got that sonic scream too. Like, yeah. But I remember it was Hallowed Be Thy Name, Alex Ross comic, Injustice, where of course her and Green Arrow are married, and he has to wear earplugs when they have sex.
Another one is that episode of Justice League Unlimited where all the women had to fight each other, and then Wonder Woman was like the last one to be under control. And then it took, Hawk Girl, Wonder Woman, and these.
I didn't see this one.
Oh, that was in the Justice League Unlimited, where they took control, and it was her, Vixen, and the Huntress, and they and then they said, "Here's our final competitor." And Wonder Woman comes out, they like. All the women shit. Like, oh shit.
And they put up a good effort. They even Shira, they all put up a good effort, but like they didn't
get that ass kicked.
Yeah, there was nothing they could do, but
Vixen turned into like the mass and the strength of a bull elephant. And then she came at Wonder Woman and she just picked her up and threw her in the audience. And the audience ran because they realized how much mass she was carrying. She wasn't bigger, but she had the mass of an elephant. It was like, God damn.
Yeah, so and like I said, they didn't disrespect like those other characters, but they made it. It was like the fact that they didn't disrespect those other characters, and you saw how hard they were trying. Because she wasn't doing finesse. She was coming at them as hard as she needed to, but it was still finesse in it. But it was to get a hold of their ass because these women know how to dodge shit. And Shahira is more of a brawler more than any of them. And
you can fight, but it's like, but hey, when you got a magical mace, bing, like when you got a magical mace with a fighting ability and you can fly. I mean, hey, use what brought you to the dance, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, especially when you need it, and she needed it.
and I mean, when you look at like. Who's another good character that
And all them women were like, "Oh shit!" Like they showed it in the thing. Like they was like, "Man, this." Yeah, even Shahira was Hawk Girl was like the worst one about that because the rest of it was like, "No, there ain't nothing you could do," because they low key didn't like each other in the because that Wonder Woman was a little bit more. I mean, they had her a lot like how they should have Katana, like kind of like. In tune, still a little bit of you can tell this is a princess. It's not hanging.
She's not. She has a naivete about the.
But she's a good person. Yeah,
you can tell back in the reason why the Justice League series on Cartoon Network and fuck Cartoon Network because y'all got rid of Young Justice and the 2002 Masters of the Universe, you motherfuckers. But which was a great show, by the way. It was funny because you could see them. First working together, and there was still an uneasiness for the first season, but they started meshing well the second season, and then into the Justice League Unlimited, parts. Like you could see her naivete when she was like around men. I mean, she's 1,000 years old around women. Like, who are these niggas? And what happened was, it was like you see her as. Like literally, when you're talking about physical strength on the team, she's only second to Superman. Like nobody else is muscling her.
And Larvis, if there's an episode that you want me to do, or if there's anything that you guys want me to react to, just send in my email and I'll react to it. That's why I have the email, so that way you guys can send me stuff.
Also,
damn, you did that, Art? I didn't know that.
Yeah,
But
also
I've been said that. It's Art Bull. It's at the bottom. artbullpen@gmx.com.
And don't forget.
No, I'm talking about
And
the cheaters. I'm talking about the cheaters episode.
No, remember the last one I did with the guy with the white guy with the black chick.
And don't forget. By the way, when y'all want people to do things, don't forget to donate to the brothers. You know, we don't mind doing it as content creators, but don't forget to donate to the guys. You know, it's caring means sharing because we already dealing with a bunch of bitches trying to say that black men don't donate to their causes. Just putting that little public service announcement out there.
Yeah. No, absolutely. No, that's true. It really is. And we really need to start highlighting a lot of people that consistently donate. Because if anything, folks should feel like annoyed. It's like always the same folks. And everybody ain't got like Theo money or Ike money. They be consistently donating. Because I know I got like a starting, like 8. You know, they really, and I was like,
I got like a starting. I got my starting, lineup as well. But
I used to shout them out, but they sent me emails talking about don't put my because they don't be wanting to be shouted out, not like that, like they're handle, but some of them got a government on the Cash App. So if you say that, okay, so But I will say this: I don't like in Young Justice that little angst that Wonder Woman and Batman has. Although Batman always has some comebacks, I see why they have it. But I prefer how it was in Justice Unlimited, where they were more cool with each other. Because Wonder Woman is a little bit less likable on some like matriarchal in Young Justice. Because she's like, you can't do Batman. That's another thing with Black Lightning too. You can't do Batman Inc. And da. I'm like, man, you ain't even got.
Wait a minute, hold on. What'd you say about Black Lightning?
Like Black Lightning too, always up in Batman. So you can't do Batman Inc. That like morality bullshit.
But they actually did it. They did it to make it look like that they were against each other because they actually had a spy among their midst. They're being watched, so they had to make it look like okay, some of these people went rogue. So the reason why he did the Batman Inc. was to not let the league get the heat.
Yeah,
and they were basically the Black Ops team. That's what Young Justice basically is.
But Black Lightning. But the thing, and like I said, I'll say this: I like how they, as far as the power setting, for the most part, I like how they portray him better than how they portrayed him in the the TV show Black Lightning. Although that was a good show. I mean, that had a good run. The problem is, they keep catering. You know who they cater to. So it had to end up the way the fuck it ended up. It had a lot of black directors of the episodes too, of like Robert Townsend, and it had a lot of good stuff for it. So I'll give him that. And it ain't like they made the shit gay and the villains were good.
The only person they made
been worse
was his fine ass daughter. I was like, okay, they had to have one.
Yeah, so and the villain was, and that's another thing I've always said about the MCU. The problem with the MCU, and everybody knows it's a villain problem. That's obvious. But my thing is, I look at these things like title fights. And title fights are only as good as like the person. You have the villain or you have Floyd Mayweather. That's why Floyd Mayweather made as much money it did. But it's like you kill your villains or you don't make them as strong as they otherwise could be because, and I personally think that's some Disney shit, really.
I'll put it to you this way, Ed. This is the one thing the DC Extended Universe got right.
Yeah.
The villains in the DC EU were a motherfucker. Like Zod versus Superman is one of my favorite superhero versus villain fights ever.
Hey, I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
It was beautifully done.
Yeah.
Then you look at fucking with Steppenwolf and the Snyder Cut. We don't talk about the Whedon shit. We don't do the Whedon shit. They know the Whedon. And when you look at Steppenwolf, the way he was in the Snyder Cut, he was a problem.
Oh man, he looked awesome in that.
And then when you thought like Steppenwolf's this bad motherfucker, you got to remember when Darkseid was talking to him, even his suit had to bow down. So when they, especially that one scene when Aquaman scared his ass, Superman hit him, and Wonder Woman does that fucking flip and chop his shit off, and then Darkseid cruel ass takes his severed head and then steps on it and crushes on. You're like, God damn. Like, damn, that's how you treat your uncle? Fuck.
Yeah, what did you think about the Young Justice Zod?
The Young Justice to me was like Young Justice was like crack cocaine. It was so good, especially the first two seasons. When they got rid of it, it was like when they canceled it on Cartoon Network, it was like, yo, you left us hanging. You didn't say shit to us. We were waiting for the third season because that shit was rocking and rolling. And there's consequences that are heavily felt in that show that you normally don't get in a fucking superhero cartoon or
Yeah.
anything like that. Because Wally West is still dead. So he never came back. And I mean, there were like even during now, you saw, yeah, they brought back Superboy, but you saw the consequences that played and the guy, and I'm glad they made it's kind of funny because I call the Zod son, kill Kryptonian Killmonger.
Yeah.
But I like the fact that they made him and his ideology of what he thinks, because one thing about Zod, you got to remember, he was the general of the fucking armies. He was the commander. So his purpose in life was okay, no matter what happens, no matter how fucked up it is, my mission is always to rebuild Krypton. Yeah, you get a little bit into your megalomaniac shit, but that was his purpose.
They did that well in the Krypton show has its moments as well. What they did on Sci-Fi, and they made
Oh
Zod,
yeah, I like that show.
yeah, they made Zod Black too there too.
Yeah.
So it kind of works. It kind of works. I mean, the one thing that
Yeah.
pisses me off is the if you look at this show, the more masculine the black man is, the eviler he is.
Yeah.
Literally,
Right.
you could literally almost put it on a fucking spectrum.
Hey.
Like technically, hold on, Calder's dad, he bad. I'm like, but it's like at the very least they have them there, and it's not like they're completely conscious. It's like whatever. So anyway,
toxic masculinity.
yeah.
What's your take, brother Edward, about the Thor movie, bro? Because they downplayed the shit, man. They nerfed the hell out of the Necro
Here's
Sword.
my thing. I
The
saw
Necro Sword should have not been that weak, and the Necro Sword should have not been shattered by those two weapons.
The Thor: The Dark World, and I know you didn't ask about that, but I saw that in the Philippines. So when it comes to the Thor series, I always have like an interesting perspective on that. I mean, I understand it is one of the weaker of the MCU movies. It's like top 5, top 3 actually. But going back to the Necro, I don't know a lot about that. I know what some of the stuff I saw in the video.
Wait, what'd you say about
The
top
Necro-
5? Say it again.
Top 5 worst.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, it'd be in the top. It'd be if not.
I was
top
about to
3.
say, hold on.
Well, the thing is with the Necro Sword.
No,
the Necro
hold on.
Sword
I know what it is. I know what it is because I know what it is when it comes to Spider-Man stuff. So as far as the symbiote, so I'm very aware of what it is. So the thing about it is, as far as the sword, yeah, you're right. I mean, they did, but they do that same shit they do with all their villains.
Because each time that sword kills a god, it becomes more powerful. And the first one that it killed, that was used, because Noah used it to kill a damn celestial and absorbed his power.
Yeah, but you also gotta understand the way they're gonna look at it is this thing is either gonna be at something. It's not gonna be it should be on the level of an Infinity Stone, kind of like it's an artifact, like where it can carry multiple movies. Like as far as it be around, but they're not gonna do it that way. They're gonna do it as one and done, and that's why they did it the way they did it. It sucks, but because you could do so many things with that when it comes to the symbiote, when it comes to interesting stuff you could do with it. But it's like, here's the problem with the MCU right now. The MCU doing too much shit. They want to do all the gods, they went with the Celestials, and then they want to do this multiverse shit as well, which really they should have took that one at a time. And it's going too many ways, so you can't never really go a little bit deeper in certain things. So where Thor, I actually am not completely against what they did with the Natalie Portman having cancer and stuff like that. My thing is Taika Waititi, he needed to be reined in a little bit. You can tell they other than cutting down a movie, they made the movie for bitches. They keep, it's like, this is the thing that pisses me.
You can tell that though. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is the thing that annoys me. I'm like, look, if you want to maximize the audience and you want to give women a reason to come, cool. But even in the Captain Marvel had a more male audience than female audience. Women are not going to these movies. This is true in the main culture. the men are generally men are not saying, "Oh, look at the shit the bitch did. I want to be on that team." No, the women. The women are wanting to be where the men say it's cool. So the men establish the shit's cool. Then the women want to tag along. That is the business model you need to do. So when you sit here and then you say we're gonna craft this movie for, first of all, LGBT is not enough of the population to pull that shit off, so it's dumb. Secondly, a lot of other international folks, because they're not on the same issue with the West, will reject that for different reasons. This is the money I'm talking about. Then you make it okay. You got Natalie Portman there. She got cancer. That does the fields. You brought Natalie Portman back. Some people, I even hear women talk about she acted horribly. So that's either here nor there. That's not debatable.
I mean, she's coming back. So yeah, she's coming back.
Yeah, Thor. As far as how they did it in relationship to Thor, I think they didn't really completely sideline Thor, but see, here's the problem: when you got Valkyrie in there too, and that King bullshit. I kind of liked a little bit how but it's almost like they had too many people. The Guardians were in there for 2 seconds, so that's kind of a fucking team they shouldn't have.
Well, that's what I was going to say something about. I was going to say something about Valkyrie, like and going along with what you said about them making it for a chick show for the chicks, because that scene when she kissed that bitch's hand.
So look, this is the problem, right? And this is what I'm going to say, because I had Crimson Cure.
Last thing, with Thor being naked like that. I mean, like I said, you got so many. And then don't get me started on Russell Crowe Cranston. But when you add, they're clearly making that for trying to attract the female audience. It's almost as if they think dudes are gonna go no matter what. And it's like, y'all got to stop that, because truth be told, the numbers are telling you that women are not supporting these movies enough for you all to be just crafting it around them. Give them a little bit of something, but goddamn, go ahead, my bad. Appreciate it.
I did a live stream on my Geek channel like 3 years ago. Well, I think it was when the Harley Quinn movie came out. And I had Crimson Cure, I had another chick up there, and I had cats up there talking about these movies and are they attracting the female audience? And they said no, they're not. And they pretty much said to me, every last single one of them said, "Listen, I come there for the dudes. I didn't come there for the chicks. I want to see hot guys in nice suits, muscles, and all this. Because that's what they want to see. They come there for the guy. They don't come there for the chicks."
There's a reason why Chris Hemsworth is Thor.
They don't come there for the chicks. They come there for the men. When they and what was it? Avengers 2, Age of Ultron. The most comments that you see about that from chicks is those guys in those suits. How good those guys look in those suits.
Why do these hoes watch football and basketball?
And then
cheerleaders. And
then Marvel came out. The spokesperson came out and said that they're over sexualizing the men, because they get more complaints about over sexualizing the men than the women in their movies.
I mean, look at how many black chicks were oohing and ahhing when the Killmonger took his shirt off in the water and fall scene.
Yeah, well, and you know the only group of women. You know the only group of women that actually go for the women.
Lesbians?
Damn black women.
Black women.
Boy, with that damn Black Panther. Oh yeah. Man, they love that shit.
Yeah,
and I'm just say one more thing on the over sexualizing the men. Or the boys didn't get that menu. They didn't get that. They didn't get that memo. They was just showing.
They're not part of Disney.
It was showing all kind of penises. Season 3 got there. They give a shit.
Well,
they were showing titties, crotches, penises.
That damn love sausage.
They were showing Adam's apples.
I'm like, what is the point of love sausage? What the hell?
Well, that's in the comic. The thing is,
he's a very beloved character in the comics. But it's just funny. He's just he's comedy relief, but he does put in work in the comics.
Yeah.
By the way, I don't know if y'all noticed this, right? Yeah. Well, once Storm, whatever the fuck her name is, what is it?
Stormfront.
Stormfront is a dude in the comics. So of course, Butcher and all them, the whole stomping scene that was in the comics, but it was by Mother's Milk and Butcher and all them other guys, so they were stomping out and killed Storm, and that's why when the women did it, it was for that girl power moment, that girls, get it done. But if you notice in the comics, it was everybody who was a part of the
Boys.
the Allied forces who stomped out the Nazi storm front.
Yeah, so no, absolutely, and you know it's interesting. The dude, like when it comes like that, dudes like Killmonger because if you know it was a lot of different reasons. Like when it comes to the, basically this is a very like a real dude nigga, aka but smart, and you can understand like why he was doing the way he was doing. Like I said, it's that title fight. It was that title fight shit.
You know why I fuck with Killmonger? That nigga was the personification of a black American.
Well,
like real talk. Like pro-black niggas, like how he was and how he thought in the movie was straight up some pro-black black American shit. And down to the T, to the fact this nigga didn't even respect African tradition. I was like, man, I can see a nigga from America doing everything. Like with Ryan Coogler, he perfectly got the mindset of a black American with that shit. I mean, to the point that he was a radical. He didn't respect African traditions. And on top of that, I mean, he was a badass motherfucker, man.
And then you got to remember the first scene they show him, he's in the museum, pants sagging.
Right.
Fucking
and yeah, because at the end of the day, even though I'm not saying he didn't want to wear that, but to him that's a disguise because he's very much aware of how his perception. You got to remember too, when he saw that shit, that was almost like him having a UFO moment. Because remember, he was outside, so all he saw was his dad was dead. Or no, he saw that ship, then saw his dad was dead. So when you look at he has layers to his motivation. So shout out to him for putting that together. But it worked. It really did work. And
I'm gonna tell you,
I mean, you got niggas to this day that's rolling with Killmonger's philosophy. Like, man, T'Challa was a bitch and blah 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 blah.
I'm gonna tell you what. The Killmonger you don't want to face was the Killmonger in the What If season. Like, god damn, that was that was I would never like to play chess with that motherfucker. God damn.
But Killmonger is a dope character because he like a hood nigga slash military veteran. So it's like
he's like what I like to call. He got the body of a linebacker with the brain of like fucking Hannibal.
Cause it's like he has the hood nigga philosophy on shit, like black American hood nigga philosophy, but he also has the tactical and strategic mindset of a soldier,
because remember he went to MIT as well. But I'm gonna say
no, he didn't go to MIT. He went to
No, he did.
No,
in the movie.
MIT.
Yeah, he went to MIT. That's what they said.
Yeah, Edward's right. He's MIT. It's in the comics.
No, he was a soldier as well, but he was that's why in the What If thing he could put that shit together with the mech and shit. But I gotta say this, and I'm gonna put this out there. I don't give a fuck. Is Edward saying this? You notice what you don't hear a lot of black women complain about? When Killmonger put his hands on that chick, said, "When I say this, I mean that shit." Black women got turned on by that shit.
They got when he choked that shit, yoked her ass up. That was like that Darth Vader.
And then it was fire. Yep.
Like I was like, yo, that was
yeah. You're right. I had to go back to the post that I made on Facebook. So Killmonger was a bad motherfucker. He graduated. Hold on. Mm-hmm. Killmonger. He graduated from Annapolis Naval Academy at 19. Right. Then this nigga got a master's from MIT. At 21, then at 21, this nigga enlisted into SEAL Team 22.
No, he was
Special Forces.
No, he wasn't. If he graduated from Annapolis, he's an officer. He's an officer.
Yeah. No,
he wasn't enlisted. He was an officer. He was.
Yeah. You're right.
Platoon.
It's just on my part. It's just a fuck up of the term enlisted. So I see what you're saying. So that was at 22. He was a Navy SEAL officer, and at 26, this nigga was a part of a JSOC Black Ops Ghost Unit.
So one of the things
he was probably a part of his real life. He was probably a part of Team 6.
What I got from all when I first heard that, especially how it was communicated, because it was the dude that played whatever the Hobbits, that was that white dude, the resident white guy. Although I was mad that they killed what's the dude that was like Joker that Andy Serkis played. That was a villain. That was a villain they shouldn't have killed. Claw. Yeah, they shouldn't have killed him. Like, they should have kept just in case. But
you gotta realize they kill all villains quick, because like there's a lot of good villains. I'm like, damn, they killed it like that Kate Blanchett character, Hela. I was like, she was a badass villain.
No, I don't think like officially she's not dead. Officially, I don't think she's dead officially.
Look, quote unquote. Technically,
she's not dead, nor is Odin. Odin is not dead.
How do you kill the goddess of death?
Yeah, but I did want to say this real quick. The thing that I communicated that I heard or was receiving when they said is, what if a Black African American was like superhuman when it comes to motivation? All of that stuff communicates that this is an extremely motivated dude. And that's interesting, because that's what white people fear above anything when it comes to black men, is a black man that is extremely motivated.
I'm gonna correct you a little bit on that. I'm gonna correct you a little bit on that. The greatest fear to white America is a heterosexual, proud to be black, educated, and intellectual, motivated black man. Like,
I hear Killmonger was so motivated. Look,
but I hear what you're saying, but all of that stuff you said, the core trait that to me, because you can be very smart and intellectual and ain't motivated. That motivated part, and that's the one thing I saw in the what if thing too, because it's that driving thing in Killmonger that even ran through T'Challa at first, because if you don't know what you're dealing, he knew what he was dealing with the second time, and even then he had to catch him with a good move. That's why he said nice move. But it's like when you playing somebody on a video game, you're not aware of how good they is, and maybe they let you get a little bit close in the first set, and in the second one you just get. That's Killmonger. And here's the thing. Another thing too is Killmonger's manipulative as hell too. So it's one thing to be smart, but to have the social awareness ability that he had, the ability to know how to be like that, that's something. But even so I hear what you're saying, but to me,
Hold on for just a second. I need to read my cash because I just turned on my phone. That's why you're hearing all that stuff in the background. Uncle Techie, appreciate you. Dar, appreciate you. F Holiday, appreciate you. D Scott, he says, for the back and forth. And Woo. Let's see. Okay, where's that? 300 GT Atlanta, appreciate you. Blues, he wanted to support, appreciate you. Def Racer, appreciate you. F Holiday again, appreciate you. Or another F Holiday. And McMurray, appreciate you. Go ahead, guys.
So to Trey's point, I don't really look at the multiverse as like, okay, they're just going to be bringing back a bunch of characters. Like, for me, I focus on the sacred timeline, as Kang said in Loki series. So there's a lot of stuff you could do with the multiverse, but I'm just focusing on that one timeline. But I think that for me, I put Killmonger as my number 2 villain in the MCU. I don't know if it's because I'm Black American. Like me, I grew up in the pro-black community. So like the way they did his character.
You gravitate towards him because of the hood element, like everybody.
No. I'm gonna say this, right? I agree with T'Challa over Killmonger. Like, Killmonger was a black Pan-Africanist radical, but T'Challa was a African fundamentalist. So it shows you the differences on how like because like black Americans, we the most radical motherfuckers on the planet. When you really think about it, like when you go into the history of like black nationalism and pro-black shit, like we've radicalized so many people, and they've actually said this in what do you call that shit? COINTELPRO. Like, we radicalize other motherfuckers. Like when we link up with other motherfuckers, like there's been motherfuckers in Vietnam, South Africa, different countries around the world.
Hey, McMurray, he says, I talked to many black men on Facebook who called Killmonger toxic because he choked a woman and killed his girlfriend. But I'll say this, McMurray. Ask them this after they say that. How many times did you nut it to him?
This is the craziest part about Black Americans. Black Americans never one time settled on their plot in life. We never settled on being slaves. We never settled on being second or third class citizens. We never settled on that. You got to think, if any other race was enslaved, think about the untouchables in fucking India. They never radicalized. They accepted their plot,
and they're the majority population.
Black Americans, us being as radical as we are, it's a gift and a curse. It's a gift because we always fighting and pushing to, be in a certain position, but it's also a curse because in several facets, right? Like, we're Black Americans. My criticism of us is that we have a macho. The men, we have a macho perspective, right? But when you look at like the Chinese, the way they do shit, they don't have a macho perspective. It's like, okay, if we at this position, then we're going to be humble and we're going to build ourselves up. But black people, it's like, we want to go head up with motherfuckers. You can't go head up when you're in a position that you in because you're going to get your ass whooped every time. It's like, okay, I mean, it's honorable and it's on some like, okay, some honorable shit, but it's like, it's not going to be conducive to winning because
Well, you got folks that are radical for the sake of being radical, and you got folks, again, they like Killmonger, and I get it. You saw it was kind of like Zod, though. Some people would be like, just because you can't. I hear what you're saying, and I understand the criticism, and those are valid. But a lot of that,
I'm saying like outside of. So I'm linking it to the MCU because Ryan Coogler, I got to give my hats off to him. He embodied, and Michael B. Jordan as well. He embodied that mindset so damn well, man. Like, he had the hood swag, but he was also smart as fuck because the nigga went to MIT. He had a master's. Remember, he got his bachelor's from Naval Academy, but he got a master's at MIT at 21. So he was already smart as fuck. But they fused that what do you call it? That school, for lack of a better term, that school knowledge with pro-black, Pan-African nationalism. Because think about it, Killmonger, he was a deep-ass character because he had that vendetta, and he also had that, like, I'm going to complete my mission no matter what. Even if I have to shoot my fucking girlfriend. Like, if I have to shoot her in the head to get this shit popping, nigga, that's what I'm going to do. But he was also wanting to rise up the black people around the world. You know what I'm saying?
I personally think his stuff is a lot more simpler than that. I think it was revenge, and then when he actually, it was focused to a specific point, and when he got the power, you saw that, because even in how he was dealing with folks that was under him when he actually got the shit, he was actually turning folks against him for that reason. It was their duty.
That's why it's so genius. Because think about it, like when you look at a lot of pro-black, like Huey P. Newton, you had motherfuckers turning against him because he was so hard pressed with that radicalism.
Yeah, like, I understand. I'm not just so much disagreeing with you. I understand that, but see, there's a marketing part to it, which is your job is to put asses in seats, and then you're aiming for like a black audience. And if you really know what you're doing, what do you need to do for that? And then it's kind of, like I said, a lot of shit is hip hop music, which you got people that can look at it and then separate it. And then you got folks where they actually see that shit as like orthodoxy to the orthodoxy.
Right. That's what I said earlier, though. Like you had like real life pro-black niggas like, I'm fucking with Killmongers. Like, fuck T'Challa.
And them niggas they say that, but saying that, and then but then I'll say, well, Zimmerman's still walking around. So
but on my perspective, I more so fuck with T'Challa because, like I said, I have those criticisms of that Black American radicalism. Like, I'm not saying it's bad, but it could be like Killmonger. It could be destructive at a certain point. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a certain point where you got to be kingly. But Killmonger was like the perfect embodiment of Black American. Like, fuck this tradition shit, nigga. We about to give these advanced weapons to Black people all around the world. I don't give a fuck. We about to take over this shit. That's that hardcore. Like, okay, listen.
Emphasized by any means necessary.
Right, and you know who's the perfect real life person for that shit? Khalid Muhammad. If you study Khalid Muhammad, that nigga was exactly like that. Like, look, fuck, that nigga was like, fuck these crackers, you know, I hate white people, blah 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 blah. But if you look at it in his history, at a certain point, then the Nation of Islam, like Farrakhan, was like, okay, we're gonna have to distance ourselves from this nigga, and Khalid Muhammad had to go create his own shit because he was too damn, like, it's a certain point of radicalism where you just too extreme. You know what I'm saying? Even though, like, a lot of Jewish people will go hard on Farrakhan because of shit he say, but Farrakhan, when you look at him compared to Khalid Muhammad, he's more like a moderate. It's almost like your boy in Russia, Putin. Like, a lot of people don't realize Putin is moderate as fuck compared to the people that's coming after him. Like, when you really research the shit, like, them people under Putin will be on some shit. Like, yo, Putin was trying to work with niggas. You know what I'm saying? He was trying to, like, look, we gonna work with the West and all this other shit. Like, if you read like a lot of the papers that Putin wrote and shit, essays and shit like that, he was really trying to work with the West. But those guys, like those generals and those politicians under him, oh no, them niggas are straight up extremists. You know what I'm saying? So, like, for me, I agree with I understand aspects of Killmonger and T'Challa, but I more so agree with T'Challa. But yeah, so that's my opinion on those, like, the ideologies. But I understand, and I think it was dope how Killmonger actually changed T'Challa for the better, because T'Challa was like, okay, you know, now I understand. I'm not just going to focus on Wakanda.
He gave him a better perspective.
Right. Like, he like, I feel like there was on two opposite extremes, right? T'Challa was on some shit like, okay, I'm going to just focus on Wakanda. So pretty much, like, I consider T'Challa a fundamentalist nationalist for his country. So he's like kind of like Trump in a way. Like, Trump was like, look, we're not worried about none of these other fucking countries, NATO, Europe, and all that shit. I'm just worried about America. T'Challa was like, I'm just going to worry about Wakanda. As long as we good, I don't give a fuck. But when he faced Killmonger, it had to make him to become somewhat of a Pan-Africanist. Because it's like, okay, yeah, Wakanda, we good. We got all this technology and we rich as fuck. But I'm seeing how other Black people around the world are suffering. So, you know, that was a good story arc of the villain that he faced actually, you know, changed his mind and brought him somewhat to the middle and not being so extremely nationalist.
Well, that was the issue that he was facing,
right,
in that whole movie. It's like, do you open up Wakanda or you stay secluded like they've always been? And then he had to decide that it's best to open up Wakanda and let them know our secrets.
I thought that was brilliant.
Which in the comic that would never happen, but
right, facts. Because I did read the Black Panther comics. I have a few laying around.
Yeah, because T'Challa's like, yeah, fuck all this Avengers shit. If something happened in Wakanda, fuck y'all. I'm going back to Wakanda.
I mean, and that actually played into the later movies. That's a hatred
right there, boy.
Hatred. Because in the comic books, in Infinity War, T'Challa probably be like, nah, y'all can't come over here, nigga. Y'all better stay in America. Y'all got aliens coming and shit. Like, nah, we good, bro. Y'all ain't about to fuck up our country.
What's up, y'all?
What's up? You at the shop?
Oh, what's up, MC?
No, I'm on call this week. I'm at the
you breaking up a little bit.
location. I'm at the undisclosed location.
Okay.
Well, peace. By the way, when you get it, just want to say.
Can you hear me?
You're just breaking up a little bit. That's it. Hey, them Black Widow spiders ain't fuck with your connection, are they?
What's that?
Them Black Widow spiders ain't fucking with your connection, are they?
Oh, fuck no, that was a murder.
Oh, damn it, boy. That's them damn Decepticons. Shit.
Oh, I found out what kind of wasp I had, Artisan. They
submarine.
They're cicada killers.
Oh shit! So you can't kill them because they actually take out one of the other pests that'll be running around your fucking warehouse.
No, I can kill them. You can kill them. I mean, all they really do is they hunt cicadas at night, and they bring them back to the burrow to feed their kids. So
what's the color of these wasps?
They're big as fuck for no fucking reason. They got black and yellow on their tail.
Oh yeah, so that's what those is.
Yeah, they're cicada killers. I mean, they don't they're the good wasps, they say, because they don't really go after you like that. They're solitary animals, and they kill the cicadas and stuff like that, and they won't sting you unless you fuck with them or get near their nest. Now, see, the steps to my warehouse is near their nest, and I see all the little holes they be digging in the ground, and I'm just like, yeah, you guys got to go, because I ain't gonna keep fighting you motherfuckers. So I found out the solution. I can pour over their nest so that we can fuck them up. So I'm going to do that Sunday, tomorrow, well, today actually.
Hey, how the brothers feeling tonight? How everybody
Salute.
doing? What's up, Artisan? What's up, Commander?
Salute you.
This, what's up, Jesse? What's up, Ray? What's up, Mr. Hedward?
What's up, G?
What's up?
Am I
Do y'all
Borgin
think
or
they gonna
somebody
pull
else
off
Borgin?
this Black Panther Wakanda
Artisan
forever
Borgin.
shit? 'Cause I don't.
Wait, what you say about the Black
You
Panther?
think they gonna pull it off and actually make it good? Because I don't.
That
I'm waiting till that shit hit Disney Plus.
they put themselves.
No, I'll see it in the movie. I ain't gonna front.
They put themselves in a predicament because they didn't recast T'Challa. I understand people love Chadwick Boseman's T'Challa, but they have to replace T'Challa.
How is it that the white folks are saying don't recast a motherfucker with black people saying to do it? Like that shit's funny to me.
Oh hell yeah! What the hell?
Because he didn't want that character to just end with him. That character needs to live on. So they could have recast him. Disney just because Disney's plan for the Black Panther was to always make him a woman. That was one of the things Chadwick was talking about before he died, because he still wanted to play that character. But that was always been a rumor that they were gonna make Shuri Black Panther.
I mean, you could do that for like a part of a movie, but the truth is like kind of a little bit longer than how they made She-Venom. But she's not carrying and you know what's crazy about that is look, you know, I don't have an issue with Letitia Wright, you know, but the problems that, you know, Disney was bitching about that was rotated around her, that's what you fucking get. Like, that's what y'all fucking get. Like, again, like I said before, these chicks, there's a right way to do it and a wrong way to do it. Like, for instance, even though this could be done better, I like the character of Queen Maeve and how they played that character out in the series of The Boys. But you know, Scarlet Witch, same thing. Although, like, she could probably have her own movie. Although I think they could have did Doctor Strange a little bit better. I think they just didn't commit like I think they needed to. But this thing about, well, we just gonna make them a woman. I mean, go ahead. This is what I want. If I was talking to them, I say, you know what? Fuck it. Make them all women. Put it on the table. Do an Avengers with none but women. Fuck the dudes, and let's see what happens with the the next shareholders meeting.
I'm not gonna lie, Edward.
Fuck the long walk. Let's Fuck the long walk. Go ahead and go where you want to go, and then let's see what happens with the money.
My nigga,
I think that's
regardless if y'all
actually
like
going
it
to
or
work.
not,
I'm sure
regardless if y'all
DC
like
is
it or
waiting
not,
for
with
that too.
this new Panther movie, they're gonna make it all just rah. Y'all already know they're gonna
Because
rah.
they already trying to do the Ironheart thing too. It's like all this slow walk bullshit. No, go ahead and do it.
I think that it will actually work because this is black women that we're talking about here. I mean, I've seen a lot of black women. Listen.
Well, when you say work, what do you mean? Do you mean
it's
going to make comparable money?
Yeah, I do.
It won't. It's not enough black women numerically to do that.
It's more black women than black men, and I think that it's shit 2.5 million. 2.5 million. That's a lot.
They're not, like the artist said, they're not.
The last Black Panther.
I
want you to remember the last Black Panther movie made $600 million domestic. Like, very rare that happens. You know, to get to that's how it got to $1 billion. Most movies get to $1 billion the opposite way. So when I say that, remember that's what you're talking about. And remember, to get that number, people have to go see it multiple times. Not know, did you see it? And black women are not seeing a fucking movie.
No.
Trip 3 or 4 times.
Like I actually seen on social media.
You're breaking up, Artisan. I don't know if it's like the area you're in.
I don't give a damn about what they say on social media.
No. I'm saying, like I actually seen
the WNBA. Jesse.
Listen, no, that's different. I actually seen black women taking bus loads. Like, so the second I seen Black Panther 3 times because I fuck with it that heavy, right? I actually seen like bus loads of black women taking like little black girls on fucking school buses to see this shit, man.
To see what shit? You talk about the
Black Panther? Like,
okay, that's the first one. That don't mean they necessarily gonna do it just because it's a female.
Go ahead, see if you can say something, Artisan.
You hear me now?
You in and out.
Yeah. I mean, we can hear you enough to understand what you're talking about.
I'm just keeping my background muted.
Yeah, go ahead and say what you gotta say, Artisan.
No, I'm just trying to make sure you guys can hear me before I say anything. Go ahead.
All right, so like I was, I hear what you're saying.
Come in and come back out because you in and out bad.
Only time will tell. But I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, if black women were really doing it, they already make a movie. Like what's the Woman King doing? I mean, like most. It's not. Is it gonna be like it's not gonna be the black woman's Joker movie.
See, this is the thing that you guys gotta understand. When it comes, it can't just be a black movie. It's got to be a movie that everybody
exactly. Ain't nobody trying to see no black female like that.
Because you need everybody. You just can't. This is America. The reason why Black Panther got over is because of the United States, but they needed everybody. It was a cultural phenomenon.
Yeah.
You had white people dressing up in dashikis watching this damn movie.
So that's another thing they didn't expect. They didn't expect white people to see it, and they expected that to be a drop. And this is this because they was like, oh shit, we got T'Challa dying in in Infinity War. So nobody. That was kind of like the kind of hidden joke with all of that. So
what I see is this. I see like a lot of black people didn't fuck with Black Panther like that. Like,
shit,
that's not true.
Like, listen. I'm gauging it off of like social media reactions and shit. Right?
So how are you gauging that? But at the same time, you think black women are just gonna overwhelmingly? Because think about it. It's also the actress. Letitia Wright ain't no black bitch. Don't give a fuck about Letitia Wright. Like, let's keep that real. If you had like Nafessa Williams, maybe, but like ain't no like. Cause think about it. And yes, T'Challa is good. Not T'Challa. Chadwick Boseman, but he wasn't like like a you get what I'm saying. But like a Will Smith level person in and of itself.
Go ahead.
What you're basically saying is just because they put a black female in a
No,
fucking
no,
Black
I'm
Panther
not saying that
suit,
at
it's
all.
gonna duplicate
It was
both black. It took all black people.
It
pretty
was
much to do.
actually multiple aspects, right? It was like, okay, you had Chadwick Boseman.
Nigga,
who
you
was-
believe in black girl
He
magic.
was already no. You had Chadwick Boseman, who was
I'm
already
schedule you an appointment.
who was already like that rising star, right? He was all these great ass movies, 42, James Brown's movie,
You suffering from
and
light
Thurgood
skin
Marshall.
Asia.
And he was also then you also had the Michael B. Jordan factor, you know. All black women love this nigga. You know what I'm saying? He's in shape and all that shit.
Not only black women, but white women too.
But listen, you had those two factors, but you also had Angela Bassett.
All of that
you know,
don't have.
Sacred cow of black women. You know the veteran black women. After that, all the black women love. You know what I'm saying? And then the biggest factor that made black women go, in my opinion, was the Dora Milaje. You had black women that was pretty much kicking ass as far as fighting and shit. Like I seen a bunch of black girls dressed like the Dora Milaje and shit. I mean, but look, time will tell.
I mean, that's why you got the woman. That's why you got the woman king. That's why you got the one. And I'm gonna keep it real. That's why I think they should have been did a Dora Milaje for Disney Plus. That's why they had her low key in the
coming. It's coming later.
Yeah,
this
I
year.
know it's coming, but the thing is, you act like yes, black women are a big market, but they still are like you can't go past your number. Black women have maxed out what their numbers can do when it comes to advertising dollars and media. This is why a lot of Latin chicks why they get as much attention as they do. But but you like I said,
Black Panther 2 would do better or worse than the first?
Worse.
It's gonna
It's
be
not
worse.
gonna be
What's your guess? Give me your prediction.
Hold on, the last
week
movie.
sale.
Hold on. The last movie to do 600 million before Black Panther was like fucking Star Wars, The Force Awakens. That is very rare of any movie to do that domestically. Very, very rare. So first week don't matter. I'm gonna tell you why it don't matter, because that wasn't Black Panther's strength. The thing that separates Black Panther from every other movie, almost in like the movies that hit that $1 billion mark, was the fact that the numbers it had over time. It was keeping its drop-offs were extremely and very unusual, to the point where people can study that movie as far as the marketing side of it. So it probably had the best legs. It's probably top 5, top 10 movies from a legs perspective in its whole theatrical run of probably all time.
Right. I'm gonna say this last thing, and I'm gonna let.
But yes, it will do
know.
worse. It will do worse.
The biggest thing about Black Panther is that you had a fucking lot of repeat customers.
Yeah,
like I went and seen that shit in theaters 3 times, and
that's
I
lightning
seen,
you can't put back in a bottle.
I can't tell you a movie that I seen. I went to the theaters and seen it 3 times, like maybe twice, but I seen this shit 3 times in theaters, and they had a lot. Like I said, they had motherfuckers with busloads of black girls, black children going to see that shit from schools. So that was
Jesse. It's just like voting for Obama. People voted for him first time, second time. It wasn't like that.
Yeah,
we all know that.
Go ahead, Artisan.
I was just gonna say, what's up, you guys? Edward is right that it was a cultural phenomenon that you cannot repeat. So Black Panther 2 will probably not hit that number. There is no anticipation for Black Panther 2 like there was for Black Panther coming out. It's just not there. T. Wright is not a draw. Seeing who do Black Panther is not really a draw.
I can't understand you, man.
But another thing about Black Panther too.
No, hold on. I'm trying to tell him, like, it sounds like, you know, when you were a kid and you speaking into a fan to hear your voice. Yeah. I don't. Yeah.
All I heard was cultural phenomenon. That's all I heard.
Yeah.
But I mean, to his point, it was a cultural phenomenon.
Yeah,
and it's gonna do worse.
You literally had black people in dashikis with their fists up on Instagram after seeing the movie.
You had white people in dashikis.
Yeah.
You had whole African dances in the movie theaters before the movie started. Like, that's how big this movie was. They didn't expect Black Panther to be this damn big. This was a surprise to Disney in itself.
I'm just pissed off that we're not gonna get a T'Challa and Storm wedding. That's what I wanted to see on screen. Goddamn.
Yeah, but this is another thing too. Regardless of the black people, there was white people going to see it because they read the comics when they were little. So you had a lot of people that was going to see it just because they wanted to see the character of Black Panther be portrayed. It was a Marvel movie. It was in the same universe. All of those movies are pretty big. Like all of the ones connected to Captain America and Iron Man, anything in that universe is a pretty big draw of people that read that stuff when they were younger and they want to see how they're going to play it out. That's why a lot of people not receiving is new, like what they did to Captain Marvel. I don't think Captain, like they changed her into a white lady. You know what I'm saying? And in the comics, it was like a black dude. You know what I'm saying? So, and I don't think Captain Marvel do good in the movies?
Captain Marvel was never a black dude.
Well, I think
Captain Marvel was black at one point, wasn't he?
A black woman.
I think the Woman King might get more hype. I think Woman King might get more hype than. I think Woman King might get more hype than part 2 of Black Panther.
Why did I think that Captain Marvel was a black dude originally? I don't know.
No, it was a black woman. She had the she had the white suit and an afro with the white mask in the 80s. She was the leader of the Avengers back then. You might be thinking about maybe they had like a black skin that had like the stars over it. That was like Genghis Veil. That was Mark, and he's the one that used to put his arms together, and he was inside like Rick Jones. I think that's the name, Rick Jones. And that was like during the 90s run of Captain Marvel.
Okay, maybe that's why I got it confused. I know that, but Black Panther, I mean, I liked it, the movie, man. Like, but that movie caused a lot of, like, people were arguing. I remember dudes having arguments on Facebook about who to support, T'Challa or Killmonger. Like, that shit was crazy. And like, I just remember it causing a lot of controversy with that. Like, because basically people were saying it was mimicking reality, that's how the Africans really felt about us in America, how Angela Bassett behaved towards Killmonger. I remember that shit. Like, that shit was crazy.
I think Woman King is going to end up going to be more controversial than Black Panther.
Ain't nobody watching that shit.
Yeah, like if a black man goes to see that, I would just look at him like, dude, you went to go see the Woman King. Like you really went to go see that movie, bro. I would I still haven't seen Harriet because they told me about that fictional character that they made up.
Yeah, bring him down, whatever his name is.
Yeah, I refuse to go see that movie, man. I don't give a damn. I'm never going to see it.
Well, like, I don't want to see, because they're seeing white dudes. They're seeing the black women kill the white man. It's just so. Therefore, yeah, they're going to be all hype on that.
Yeah.
They just need a white savior so white people can enjoy.
Yeah, and then most of that movie is going to be fabricated anyway. Like we said, when we seen Dr. Teacher, they never really won a battle, so it's not like they're going to have to fabricate most of it to make it seem sensational. They can't tell a story about a group of women that got their ass whooped every time they went to battle.
Yeah,
I know. I'm not going to see it. I won't put my money behind that shit. So, and then I'm kind of weird about that stuff too. I remember I got into it on another panel with a dude because he was bigging up his tribe, and they were one of the tribes that was selling slaves, and he was degrading our culture. Like, yeah, in my culture we do this. Like, didn't your culture sell slaves? Like, yeah, but that was in the past. Like, no, y'all got all y'all wealth. Y'all got all y'all wealth from slave trading, and you on here with a bunch of African American men talking about how fucked up our community and upbringing is, and how it wasn't like that for you because your family did this, and my grandfather, yeah, your great grandfather was selling slaves. Like, I don't know. I'm weird about that shit. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, the motherfucker should just shut up.
Basically. You know how it is, man.
Yeah, now that it was just weird to me that we had a guy, and it was weird to me that nobody else caught on to it. Like, okay, this guy is from a culture that sold slaves, from a tribe that is recorded. Like it's known. They didn't deny it. They issued apologies and everything. And then he's on here degrading our culture when your culture is part of the reason we in this situation. I don't know, man. I'm fucked up. Maybe I look at things too seriously. Maybe I'm too emotionally connected to it, but
a lot of it is them niggas be having an inferiority complex, and then they see us as the cool kids, and then they be wanting to equalize that. You got a lot of frenemy bullshit going on in that situation, and I've always seen that for what it is. If you have that, cool, whatever. If you don't, then we can work. I can work with you. And like I said, this is the same thing with the females too. It's that angst, and folks want to. I don't know why people want to play this "let me repair you" bullshit, as if you have the ability to overwrite somebody. Like even the way black men are with black women. It's like when they show you who they. I'm not talking about all of them, but when an individual black chick shows you who she is, even if it's not bad, if she shows you she's a hoe, I don't give a fuck what you say. You're not gonna dick a bitch down and not be, anybody that tells me if a bitch is a hoe and that you gonna dick her into committing to you.
Oh, that
you're an idiot.
You watch that what's that Stephanie or who are that damn chick's name from We Need to Talk? That guy talking about like, yeah, the way you make him submit, you gotta love him.
Oh yeah, I saw that part. Oh yeah, that was funny.
Like, what?
and it's like, dude, have you ever? You can have your argument. Have you ever really thought that shit through? And I'm gonna tell you what the problem is. I'm gonna tell you what the issue is. It's the same thing. I was on MTs for a hot second after some of them had left. And I came in later on, and I would say, because he was all, yeah, man, I understand why y'all want to leave. I just choose not to quit. And I'm like, why do y'all come back to that? Nigga, do you define not quitting? You define quitting as you having kids, not having kids with women. Like black women. Like if you sit there, black men, when they say stay and fight, the fact that you're even articulating that you have to stay and fight to be with your woman is the fact that you don't even comprehend how fucked up that is amazing to me, and explains why you'd even come up with that. But I told him
it shows that there's a problem.
And I said, dude, here's the thing. It's if you want to quote unquote stay and fight, that's fine. But do you even know what you're fighting for? Like, well, I'm providing to preserve culture. What part of black culture are you trying to preserve? These niggas can't never answer that. One dude gave me an answer. He talked about he trying to preserve black farming. I said, Passport Brothers ain't breaking that shit. That's the urbanization and gentrification. What do you only like less than 1% of the main population farm? So what are you talking about? And so these niggas, when they say that stay and love them, what they really had, what the issue they really have is that's what they feel like their dad didn't do or their father didn't do. See, when you're a child and you see your whatever, he ain't there, because the woman is there, it becomes this kind of Stockholm syndrome where you be like, no matter how much he abuses me or whatever, at the end of the day, she's here. He ain't. It doesn't matter why. And that becomes solidified in your psyche. It doesn't matter if some dudes grow up and they have a conversation, some dudes don't. They're going to blame that. And that's what it comes to. I'm not going to be like my dad that didn't stay and fight. Or even if their dad was there, I'm not going to be like other black men that didn't stay and fight. So you're supposed to stay in a relationship and quote unquote fight. And that's a child speaking. That's what I've come to understand. You got motherfuckers that are 35, my age, 40, speaking like children when it comes to this type of topic. You might as well be telling me about the fucking talking snake. And look, I'm a cultural Christian, but I don't believe in the talking snake. But you might as well have motherfuckers that ain't never read the book try to tell you about that. Let me tell them the Bible is a political document. These niggas IQ's free fall. Like, you realize that what you read was chosen and it wasn't by God. It was just like how what's in the fucking Constitution was argued with. There's actually books that aren't in the Bible. Man, that's bullshit. That's okay. And it's the same thing with this. Niggas are talking like children. You can say stay and fight. Can you articulate that? And they never can. They never can. Go ahead.
That's the thing, where most of them haven't read the Bible. Like, I learned that about Christians alone. Like most Christians haven't actually read the
And
Bible.
they ain't read this bitch either. Go ahead.
But no, that's the same thing. They just repeating.
Have you read the book of the gynocracy? The fuck? Exactly.
I remember I used to hear niggas say, yeah, she got a good job. I'm like, why is you worried about her having a good job? You sound like a female. And niggas like, oh, nigga, my bitch got a good job. Like, I used to hear that shit all the time. Like, what do her job got to do with anything?
I could tell you why.
That's the homosexuals' metrics for success.
Yeah, he's like, she could buy me a PlayStation cars, got good internet. I can get on my Madden King shit.
That's a
I can drive her car, or she got a better car than mine if I need to flex. Yeah. And this is why I say, dudes, we need to start being real, like for real, man. Like like I said, I didn't mean to digress into Christianity because it's similar things as far as how black men act with it. But again, if you want to, and I said, this is why I said on there, I said, has it ever occurred to you that if a lot of, because every nigga ain't leaving, let's just be clear, but if certain black men like leave or they do what's in their best interest, whether they leave domestically or go overseas or do whatever, that you have a much more stronger negotiating position because there is a credible threat that black men can leave. There is something you have to actually compete with. It is not what you say, what black women say, you just got to deal with it. They can choose to not deal. Like, has it ever occurred to you? And these niggas always act like I just gave them the fucking Dead Sea Scrolls or some shit. Like and that's what I'm saying. It's not about disagreeing with what I say. You don't think. So when a chick comes around, let's say a mixed chick that has a little Asian mix in there, Courtney Michelle, and says, we need you, we love you, we need you. That's that mommy. I ain't even saying she's doing this on purpose. That mommy complex starts getting tagged in. That's why Taraji B. Henson did it. That's all with. And I said, yo, you talking don't matter. The question is, what are these chicks going to do? Oh, what I see them doing is watching The Woman King. What I see them doing is promoting LGBT. What I see them doing is being defiant in every single way. The 20% that ain't doing that don't got these problems, or they're getting attacked by those other women. That's what I see. When is that going to stop? Because all that, what you say you need, by the way, we know what inflation is. Art is in North Carolina with me. We know, like, the vacancy rates in Raleigh are a motherfucker. The real,
you know how many people I see on the side of the road with suitcases? I'm talking about them rolling suitcases. Every time I leave the job, I see someone walking or sleeping in one of those bus stations. It's getting kind of rough out here now, bro. And guess what? 80% of them are women. 80% of the homeless people I see in Raleigh are women.
Damn.
Yo, Edward, I watched that whole stream, and I know you saw with that high value wives.
The environment is fucked up. So
I know you saw what the high value wife chick said. Pretty much like,
can y'all hear me?
Niggas stay here and
they tried to shut my ass down. I had to deal with that. They said put a virus on that nigga shit.
You heard Edward. Did you hear what high value wife said on MT1 stream?
No, that was a long stream, man. I
got a clip. I'm gonna probably put it in the Telegram so you can listen. But she basically said, "Look, y'all need to leave because that's the only thing that's gonna get motherfuckers to change. If y'all keep," she basically in so many words said, "If y'all keep staying in the U.S. and simping on black women, then they ain't gonna change for shit." Basically.
Yep. She said that. Yep.
Sister George said the same thing. She said black women ain't gonna change because we ain't going nowhere.
I don't know about her, though, man.
But it's the real thing. This is the real thing, man. Like, most of these chicks ain't in no fucking relationship. They're getting fucked. So most of them are just having sex with men. They're not. I'm just saying, in my area, I don't live in a predominantly black area. But most of the black dudes that I know, and this is serious, they don't got black girls. Like, they messing with white girls or Hispanic girls or Arab girls. Like, even I'm starting to see a lot of brothers with the Arab girls, man. Or, the Persians and the not the, Saudi Arabs, but like the Arabs that own the stores, and their kids go to school with us.
Yeah, there's a
and
lot
shit
of
like
them.
that.
There's a lot of different. Yeah,
Yeah.
Iranians or the Persians. I mean, or Syrians,
Middle Eastern. I'm starting to see with a lot of Middle Eastern girls.
Lebanese.
Yeah. So I'm starting to see with like a lot of Middle Eastern girls, a lot of Hispanic girls, and a lot of white girls.
Even some Indian girls.
Yeah, I'm gonna say out of 10 brothers I see, 6 of them ain't in the relationship with the other race woman. But niggas is still fucking black bitches though. They getting fucked.
Because there's your sexual market. So here's the thing: there's a sexual marketplace value, and something that doesn't get talked about in this space. The white boys talk about a little bit, but not really. They don't call it this. So if I hear it, then I know what it is. Is your relationship marketplace value? And women, so when you hear these women arguing about being hoes or hot girl summer, I'm like, yeah, but your relationship market, and that's where the commitment is. So like what's it called said when you said that what that chick said, my question is, was Courtney there when she said that? When she said what she said about dudes gonna have to leave because Danielle has said that. I mean, BGS has said, like, that's common sense, but you got niggas that are afraid. That's really what it is.
What about my daughter though?
Well, I ain't even if they don't got daughters, because I'm like, yo, if you raise your daughter decent, like every black woman don't got a problem dealing with black men, but if your daughter grows up thinking $100,000 is the minimum, then I mean you gonna have problems unless she really look good. I mean that just is what that is. And if she really look good, then she probably gonna do the Angela Simmons. You need to worry about your daughter doing what Angela Simmons did. That's what you need to worry about. Stop worrying about, what the quote unquote community looks like, as if you're going to tell a bunch of niggas that are not invested like your ass is what to do. Because there's too many niggas that do that. That's why I start off with my shit, fuck your daughters. Because if that's what you're going to bring, understand that's not going to play. Remember, these are the same hoes that gave their daughters to R. Kelly. So these black women, like seriously, black women do not give a fuck about their daughters.
There was one chick that R. Kelly was fucking with that he was paying their mother's rent.
Man, it's a chick trying to deal with R. Kelly right
now.
now.
Oh wow, I did not know
Hold
that.
on.
Damn.
Yeah.
Can y'all hear this?
Nah, I can't.
Yeah, hold on. Try it one more time.
Can y'all hear this?
I would even say,
yeah, I hear now.
I support it 100%. It actually needs to happen. Black women actually need to get left. That's the only way we're going to wake up. As long as you guys stay here and simp for us and fight for us and protect us. What was your channel again?
Hold on.
Yeah, she's talking like that. She done lost the channel.
You guys have been doing. We're going to walk all over you. That's just the truth. I love that.
Did y'all get that? Black women gonna walk all over you.
Yeah, and Obi need to interview her ass, because the thing about it is there's a lot of black women. They won't say that vocally, but they know, because Danielle said it like a couple of years ago now.
Well, that's a reason that she doesn't have any pictures up of herself.
Yeah, I mean the thing, and what did Danielle do? Danielle went and got Kirkland and checked out the fucking game. She secured her chair, And so my point is, but let's keep it real. A lot of you niggas are scared. That's really what it is. A lot of you niggas are scared of that judgment because you see that judgment as mommy judgment. That's what it is. I mean, I know what it is. You niggas are scared. That's why when you say stay and fight, I'm like, nigga, most of you niggas ain't fighting shit. What the fuck are you fighting? What are you fighting? Like, I'm gonna ask him, what the fuck are you fighting? Nigga, Zimmerman is still walking around. What the fuck are you fighting? What?
But this the thing too, Edward. What's not being said is a lot of these niggas like the gun knockers. Like they think they live in that shit and thrive in it. They think it's normal. So we just getting that. Like everybody not getting red pilled. Everybody doesn't listen to manosphere content.
Most of them niggas that say that stay and fight shit is the betas of it. Because most of the dudes that are alpha for this fucking those.
Gee, what's your boy name from that D&D story you put us on?
Oh yeah. Dritz. Yeah. I mean, Dritz, but this is what I'm saying. A lot of I'm gonna say at least 50% of us like the way shit is. We just gotta keep it real. Like every brother not fed up. I've heard dudes say it. I like the weave. I like the lashes. Like to them, they've grown so
Yeah, they
accustomed.
like
Like
that.
that's what they
like
prefer.
that wild shit. Yeah,
I'm
I know
gonna
what
Yeah,
you're
say,
they
talking
I'm
like
gonna
about.
that
say
shit.
They
80.
like
I'll
it.
be honest with you, G. I have never
Yeah,
heard that. I have never.
I have. Matter of fact, my little brother.
Even my own father, he be like, man, that's what they do. Yeah, I already know what
My
he means.
own.
He do not like that shit.
Yeah, my own brother, my own little brother. Like I like the he likes the lashes and the weave. Like he think a bitch a bum if she don't got that shit. like to him, that's a bum. Like to him, he wouldn't even talk to a bitch who didn't have all that.
Well, does he date anybody other than black women?
Yeah, he dates white girls. You know,
So
what I'm
white
saying?
girls,
You know,
do white girl guy have the lashes?
no. It's the white girls he date look like soccer moms.
I mean, like that, like that's how I
real
would have
shit.
that's how I would have went at it. So why does only the black females gotta have the lashes?
I mean, shit, because he's just so used to. This is what I really think. I remember the first time I really seen the chick. They don't look nothing like they look without that shit as they do with it on. I remember we seen this badass chick at the club. Me and my cousin was at the motorcycle club. You know the motorcycle dudes throw good functions. It was, you know what I'm saying? She was bad. I was like, damn, woo, 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 woo. Man, I seen her ass like a week later at the gas station with no weave on. She was in a little Honda that was on a Hyundai. She wasn't even in a Honda. Yeah, she was in a little raggedy Hyundai. You know, that came from a car dealership that's known for selling people bullshit. Bald headed. I thought she'd have no wig. Bald like little mini fro. It wasn't even a fro because she had put some chemicals. So it was like her shit was fried. I seen her skin. This bitch had bumps all over her face. But that night at the motorcycle club, she had on a little Fashion Nova outfit with the weave, and she was looking good. But when I seen her ass in the daylight, it was like Count Dracula. That bitch like she was about to set on fire.
Makeup is the devil. Makeup is the devil.
Yeah.
Makeup and filters are agents of they are agents of the dark side.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you, listen, y'all. I swear to God. Look, I swear, bro. I swear. Like I did a double. I didn't think it was the same female, and I was looking at her. I'm like, oh, this is the bitch that was at the club. The only reason I recognize her, you know what I'm saying? Because I seen it. She had a tattoo on her arm, and I seen that like this bitch. Like she don't look nothing alike. And when you see them, if you're used to seeing them with the wigs and the like, and they take that shit off, you barely know who they are.
Oh, I did a whole stream where I just showed a whole bunch of women with what they look like with makeup versus no makeup. Trust me.
Yo, you want to hear something fucked up? I think that's even worse with dark-skinned women. Light-skinned women can pull it off better.
No. Listen, the light-skinned ones. Listen, no, I'm telling you, the light-skinned ones usually look worse without that. If they wear all that shit and they light-skinned, they remove that shit, they be having big red bumps and shit on their face. Like they look totally different, bro. Like I ain't gonna say it's just
most light-skinned girls I see don't wear that much makeup.
So this is a lot of folks tend to think that not dark skinned, but that when we talk about the gynocracy, we're only talking about like fucking bitches. This is why niggas always come in here talk about, oh man, you can't get a bitch. I'm like, the gynocracy starts in your house. This is a guy that would like to testify as to his trauma in the gynocracy. Let's go.
So you think this is okay? I just came in the house. I already told you when you come in the house, lock the door. It's not locked. You just watched me put the mail right there on the table. I don't care about no mail. I didn't ask you about the mail. You did not lock the door. I didn't get. That's what I'm telling you. You just watched me put the mail right there on the table. I didn't get to sit the mail down yet. How is that my fault? Really? Over a doorknob?
I'm triggered. Hey, that shit is so realistic. I'm triggered.
Wait. This is to have for me.
Unlock the door. Now clean all this up.
God.
That's what I told them. Like,
they had to add the music too, man.
Oh yeah, shout out to
Man,
that
I'm
brother.
so triggered by that. Hey, that shit is so realistic that we all can relate to. I'm not gonna say we all can. I definitely relate to that. I used to get my ass whooped for no reason because she was mad all the time.
I haven't personally experienced that shit, but I've seen it with some of my friends.
I have. My mom used the extension cord, and she used them plug and play, the ones that you didn't have to screw in, because she said the anger got to be fresh.
Hell, extension cords.
Yeah.
No, the worst I ever got my ass beat with, not the extension cord, the goddamn orange, the thick orange cord that motherfuckers use. Like, you know when motherfuckers use the blower? Construction extension cord.
Yeah,
like when niggas use the blower to blow the grass, and it be that long ass orange. I know that hurt.
Yeah, here I got one more.
They gotta wind it. Like they gotta wind that shit up. Like, you know, it's like you ever seen a motherfucker?
This is actually one I did the edits.
Hold on before you play it. You ever seen a motherfucker like in a movie when they got like the anchor and hook and they about to rappel up a building and they gotta wind that shit up on their arm? It be so long. Yeah,
man, listen. I remember one time.
Ones is they're too long, so you don't get the whiplash. That's why my mom used the shorter extension cords.
I remember one time, man, that this like I had been gone from my mom's house for years. I was like 15. I left my mom's house when I was turning 13. That's when she kicked me out because she couldn't beat me up no more, so she kicked me out. And I remember she was trying to hit me, and I stopped her from hitting me. She called my uncles, like he put his hands on me. You know, I had to beat up every one of my uncles, man. I feel so bad because when they ran, like one of my uncles, I was chilling outside with my friend. One of my uncles pulled up in the projects and hopped out on me swinging. Like, what? I had to knock my uncle out, man. I feel so bad.
Like honestly, that is some shit we don't talk about because the fact where you see some of these articles where these dudes be losing their lives. And that's another thing. Every time a female, black women, in my opinion, are not allowed to talk about black on black crime. I'm gonna tell you why. Because most of the time, black on, like, I wouldn't say most, about at least 40% of the damn time,
it's a female's issue.
It's a send-off mission from a bitch. Exactly.
Yep.
And they got out of hand. And they don't never get. Anyway, let me play this real quick. But this is why niggas can't get along with anything.
This bitch, I lost my fucking eye, Luigi. Or did you forget that shit? I'm not saving it. I'm done. You know what? Fuck it. I'll go without. Without? Yeah, without. Nigga, you need me. Super Mario, nigga. Brothers. Super Mario Brothers, bitch. At least that's what we used to be. I don't know who the fuck you are no more. You wanna know who I am? I'm the nigga that you ain't good enough to be. You ain't nothing but a player 2 ass nigga, Luigi. That's it. That's all you are. That's all you ever gonna be. When you die, that's how niggas gonna remember you. Player fucking 2. I carry this team. You'd be dead in 5 minutes without me. So that's the way it's gonna be, huh?
And that's the black manosphere.
So you
that is basically niggas used to be cool. Look at that look that dude had in his eye. That's how I imagine some of these niggas be having. If I could get fucking Kevin, like they be had that hate in that eye, that one. I ain't talking about the dude in the green. That was some good cinematography though.
Man, y'all be finding some funny shit on TikTok, man. Maybe I need to get on that shit.
Oh
no,
yeah,
do not get on TikTok.
It reflects who you are. So I mean, the algorithm shows you what you want to see. So if you know how to search, but what you
I just want to look for hilarious shit, man. Shit to make a motherfucker laugh.
Oh no, it'll show you that it's some good shit. I mean, what I would do is this. What I'm gonna do is I'll probably get a playlist, and then like if you get it, that way you click on a whole bunch of those, and the algorithm be like, okay, this is what you want to see, and just hit you with that because it be some. But a lot of them niggas be on YouTube too. Because here's the thing, because the truth is, YouTube, TikTok is too quick to delete your shit, and they be shooting everybody with that damn gun. If you look too good as a female, them ugly hoes will get your ass deleted. That happened to a black girl.
Say, gee, if you want to see some funny shit, the funniest social media platform is Twitter.
Yeah. I can't handle certain shit, man, because I have a my personality is not compatible with a lot of social media, man. Because I flip out, man. I got anger issues.
Yo, Twitter
But
is a toxic environment, man. You can't be on there too long, man. But
but
Twitter is
I
the
want to go
funniest
back to what Ed.
platform, and before that, um, fucking Vine is defunct now, but that was also a funny, probably like the second funniest platform.
Y'all want to know
But
what
I want to
bitch
go back to what you was talking about. Oh, my
you
fault,
want to know
Ed. Go ahead, bro.
what bitch babble sounds like? This is what bitch babble sounds like.
You don't think something is like you don't think something is like I don't understand how you gonna
I got a sound bite on my shit now because Art that StreamYard you can now upload background music.
Yeah, I know.
So I got sound bites. So every time a chick start talking stupid, I'm gonna play that background.
But Ed, I want to go back to what you was talking about, Edward. There was this older dude in my neighborhood, right? He fucking with the neighborhood slut. I mean, this bitch done. I mean, she done
Clubhouse
chopped
is worse
everybody
than
down.
Twitter to me now. But go ahead.
But listen, so this he fucking with the neighborhood slut though. She's just one of the many sluts in the hood, but she was a real slut. Though. I'm talking about. I don't know a dude from the neighborhood that ain't got his dick sucked or haven't fucked her. Like we done did one or the other. Everybody, even the young niggas. And he was fucking with her, right? So something happened and he slapped her ass. She called her brother, right? So her brother pull up. The nigga kill her brother, right? Do you know she went to court and lied and said that her brother, the nigga killed her brother. So she goes to court and defends the dude. But the dude still gets 10, 12 years in prison for manslaughter, right? And she started fucking this nigga cousin and they met on a visit, bro.
Yeah, I mean,
Marjorie.
I mean, think about it. Marjorie, Steve Harvey's wife. You know, the first nigga got in jail. She started fucking the brother. I mean, this is not
these bitches
abnormal.
is treacherous, bro.
Yeah, this is not abnormal, and it's stuff that doesn't get talked about. So what happens is these women start walking around here believing that shit is normal, because you got to think about it this way. Just like how them dudes don't leave, they believe there's you're alpha for tolerating the shit. That's even if you stay in there, because the truth is, women go into other. If black women, this is why black women can't date nobody else, because they go into other groups pulling this shit, they're gonna get killed. And that's why and I'm not saying that every time they get hit, they deserve it, because I don't believe that. But what I will say is, like the Chad Wheeler situation, like, is an example. That I don't, but a lot of times with that situation, you got black women that they're letting their guard absolutely down. Like, it's amazing, just like how a lot of black women will let their hair out. They'll let their hair let their hair be natural around white men, but some reason black men, they want to get fucking weave and all that. They let their guard completely down. It's like, how can you how can y'all talk this much shit about racism with black women?
Because they don't do the hair shit for us. They do the hair shit for themselves. But when they get with a man of another race, they gotta cater to that guy just so they can be with him.
This is the problem with what Ed just said about them not deserving it. See, even if they don't deserve it, it's kind of like the what's it called? Bill Cosby situation. They may not deserve it at that moment, but that was back pay. It had back.
I understand that, Archer, but you ain't got a channel, so you got folks. Literally, I get people that they watch what I say and then had clips. Like they actually make the video. Yeah, you know who you are, you bitch ass niggas. There's about 5 of them. But anyway, I got this. Is you daddy daughter niggas. Play this.
Dad, look, Mom left your candy out. Jean Grey, look, I'm not trying to get involved with you and that goddamn candy. Oh, you're gonna be involved with us, I'll knock your ass out. Make a choice.
I wouldn't even make a TikTok.
Okay, let's get some candy then, Jean Grey.
Why the fuck would you make a TikTok with that shit? Like, and she might be mixed. So that's what you got when you had a kid with a white woman, nigga. Kill yourself.
Well, I mean, in our culture, it's cute. It's cute for women to bully boys. We've actually got a culture where they think it's cute, or actually funny, for girls to bully people who are obviously bigger than them.
All right. This is the last one, and I am done.
Ouch.
Oh wow.
That's horrible. That's horrible. Like this, see now niggas can't film that. Like, oh yeah, this is going on the TikTok, nigga. You about to go viral, motherfucker. You about to be roasted. Like just the slow motion. I wonder what he was thinking.
Hold up, G. I got a clip for you, G. On that,
Okay, I'm looking.
Oh, Dar like that. I'll upload it on mine as far as the shorts, y'all.
Yeah, but hey, real life, I refuse to argue with a dude over a female, bro. I'm not arguing with nobody over no bitch.
Hey, yo, I got a question. If you get crossed up like that, do you got to fight? Niggas would be like, nigga, no, fuck that, nigga. I got to beat your ass to get my manhood. Especially if your girl's sitting there watching. You're like, oh, yeah,
No,
niggas, some niggas are like that.
Hey, G.
What's up, bro?
Hold on. Hold on. I got a clip for you, G, before you go in.
Okay.
Nigga go catch a flagrant
so
foul.
that story that you
Nah, man, I'm trying to run now.
No, I was trying to respond to G.
Get your girl a scripper. Man, look. Yep, your boy did it. Your boy turned the whole into a housewife. Look. Don't give a damn. Look. My business. My life. Look, we don't know about that. Yes, I go with Michaela Sanders. Yes, I go with a bitch who got over 70 bodies. And yes, I don't give a damn. She told me hey,
niggas don't care, man.
I don't give a damn. Look, me and her relate. I don't give a fucking look. My mama don't like her. My dad don't like her. I don't give a damn.
It's real love.
It's real love. I don't give a fuck. Look, if I want somebody, it's me. Not you. My dick. Not your dick. I ain't just fucking making real love to her. I ain't just fucking her. I'm making love to her. She ain't used to that. She was nigga just tearing her ass up, not me.
That's how niggas be sounding, too.
Who is this? Is this Corinne Steffen's ex-husband?
Bro, don't you know me, mama? We all in. Man, it don't matter. Even if she was infected, bitch, condoms. You can adopt a child. You know what I'm saying? Because we don't get married.
This is officially nigga
put a ring on it. I
like him too. He goofy. I be watching him on YouTube all the time. Yeah.
This is the spirit of every lame ass nigga that be doing the simp shit.
I was a virgin. So when she came and sat on my lap on the bus, I'm like, hold on.
This is that dude that pops up on the right side of their shoulder to simp Jiminy Cricket.
This guy is horrible. This guy is horrible.
Matter of fact, Kayla was the first one. To do the little thing here with the roll up. You know, somebody when they wrap around like me. Wow. She was the first one, nigga. Ain't I tell you out here a big day on my motherfucking life, nigga?
For real?
The big day on my fucking day on that motherfucker. Bit that ass so good. On that motherfucking couch, nigga. Ooh. Hey, nigga went Tom in that ass. I was a virgin too. I'm like that. A nigga was a young nigga out doing it.
Bro, how you do all that?
That's another reason why they like them young dudes too. Because they can turn out them young dudes, and then they like dogs at that point.
Yeah, I swear to God, they had a nigga I went to high school that was just like that.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, though, real life shit. I always put in consideration. This is when they really be fucked up. When a hood rat get with a dude who really haven't got no pussy like that before. That's when they really be like that. Like, this is the first girl that really done gobbled you up, nigga. This is the first girl that'll let you get your shit off for real. That's the ones you be like, you ain't thinking through your head, for this bitch to suck dick this good, she had to suck 1,000 dicks.
Yeah, well,
you ain't thinking that logically.
Well, G, going back to what I was trying to respond to you about, bro, was like, you talking about you ain't gonna fight over no chick. Or, bro,
no, I ain't.
Motherfuckers got to realize, hey, it's damn near inevitable now at this point because the level of these damn simping forces that are out here. They will put you in that position when you're trying to check a bitch on the shit that's righteous. You know what I mean? You trying to be in your righteous standing, checking a bitch. You know what I mean? Hell, not letting her walk over you, talk shit to you, none of that shit. You'll have another motherfucker come through with his damn cape on and shit. Now you got to deal with his ass. Question is, are you going to be?
I'm going to be honest with you, bro.
Are y'all?
It's
Question
so
is,
hard for
are you going to be a coward and run,
Well,
or
you're not fighting
listen.
for a chick. That's a difference. You're checking the dude. That's a difference. Because if it ain't
right?
that, first of all, if you ain't, here's my thing that I would tell to any simp enforcer. If a dude ain't put his hands on a chick, at that point, that's none of your business, and that's against man code. And if you want to be, and trust me, a lot of these dudes will get shot and killed, and then the chick will still go home and fuck that nigga. Like, and it's so dudes have limits to that shit, especially if the nigga look like. But you got some dudes that are that stupid. But anyway, let me play this one more thing. This is if Corey Holcomb was Kevin Samuels.
I want a guy that has no kids. You too old to hope for that. Now you go. My current guy has no kids, Corey. How he ain't got no kids? He ain't your age? Are you dating a baby? What? No, he's we're the same age. He's 41. You still gonna try to have a kid? I'm gonna have a kid. I froze my eggs. Oh my God! You think you can still throw?
Yo, she got a dad in her life. Yo, nigga, you failed. I don't give a fuck about what you say. Straight up, she might have did better if the nigga wasn't there. I said it.
Well, if I can't, Corey, I'll get a surrogate, but I should be able to. Look, let me tell you something, babe.
She ain't got surrogate money.
Got 2 at the most, maybe 3 years left. But that dream you selling, when you finally take a chance with a real one, you're going to regret that you ever wasted time with the people that make you think that they win what you talk about, because that ain't real. It is real. I want a guy that has no.
So I want you, you said because it's done, but I want you to pay attention to this part in the next. It's right here. Watch the neck roll. Watch it.
Kids.
You see that? And I'm like, bitch, you 41, 42. COVID pushed you from 39 to 41 just like that. And you sitting here like that swagger neck. Once you get out of your 20s, you need to dead that shit. Like, for real.
Look,
like,
I'll be honest with you. Thaw eggs don't taste like fresh eggs.
I want a guy that has no.
Hold on. Yeah, like she for real. She say it like, who the fuck you talk? And the thing about it is the fact that this is some unknown nigga. It like shows me you ain't proud to show that motherfucker off. Because if you had somebody that really you could bring to your girl, she had that all over her YouTube. Jason Black was watching that with her car because she bought like a 10-year-old GT Continental, and I'm like, you fake balling. You got a couple people trying to run that play out here where they'll have them GT Continentals and they be 10, 12 years old, and it's like she's trying to artificially raise her stock price. I'm like, you're 41, about to be 42. Like, I don't know why y'all like it's. I can tell you somebody in their 30s, 32 and 35 is a year away. It's a year away. It's like you blink and you all of a sudden 35. Now when you hit that,
damn right.
And they really be acting like that's why they keep on trying to make 50 the new 40. They keep on wanting to press time. And again, you dumbass niggas go along with that.
But you know, 10 years ago it was 30 to new 20. Now 10 years later it's 40 to new 30. Come on.
Hey, but real life, in my life, I ain't gonna lie.
He was in the chat.
It's I was answering, bro. It's so hard for me to get into it with a dude over a female because I only interact with bitches I'm already fucking. Like, if I ain't fucking that bitch, we're not having no conversation.
Well, you gotta remember,
I'm not sitting down having no conversation with. I'm not sitting in no environments where we just hanging out with bitches like that. Like, I don't do that shit no more. Like,
no, I don't.
You know, that shit you do.
Not unless it's money.
Yeah, so that's shit you do when you a young nigga with nothing to do. You just go sit around bitches all day.
But dude, you got dudes that will literally say, I like to be around a female's energy. And I'm like, you supposed to have women you fucking to do that. Well, we don't have to be fucking. Like, so you telling me that there's a non-business, like there is no purpose for this chick to be there. You actually have female friends. It's not like when you were younger and shit. But you got female friends that you actually hang out because you like their perspective. And it's not like a networking thing. I can see, okay, if you cool with people because they know a lot of people. So you may put a little time in because they know some people. And maybe you want to pull that card. But you, like, dudes be really, and they
know what that means.
And they'll act like they more alpha than you.
That's beta male orbiter.
But they'll act like they alpha for that.
Right,
that's
ahead,
because
Ray.
no. I was about to say, well, that's because real quick. That's because motherfuckers have the Samson and Delilah complex.
No, for real.
You see what you see
And
what
again,
happened to Samson ass.
well, it's just like what
Shit.
it's just like what that chick.
Shit.
It's just like what that chick said. Is they Jesse played. A lot black women won't say that because like if you hear a black woman say that, that means they tired of black. Like they are tired of black women. It's probably they have talked to them maybe in real life, online or whatever, and they just wow, the delusion is real. And you don't have to be a quote unquote pick me chick to do that. DC talked about this. There's chicks that would basically say what they feel black men do, but when they see the level of delusion that black women have, it gets mind numbing because you know what black men are talking stupid, we can call that out for what that is. So and you're gonna look like an idiot, but the women will feed into that delusion. And like I said, these niggas actually perceive. It's almost like if Juneteenth came around and you say you're free, and these niggas say no, I need to stay and fight. What do you mean stay and fight? We mean override this plantation because that's not necessary no more. No, I need to stay and work these fields because one day my kids will be in a better situation. Yeah, you can leave. No, man. Now remember, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna segue to this right now. Remember when they had the concept in the Shawshank Redemption of being institutionalized, where Morgan Freeman's character almost hung himself because he kept on asking that that dude, the supervisor, can he piss because he had spent so much time in jail. And he said, you don't got to ask me when you can take a bathroom break. That dude got back to his house. He was looking at that rope, and that rope looked mighty intriguing until he got a letter from the white dude. That's how black men are. And it's not about telling you even when you offer them to deal with another black woman, which solves the genetic problem when it comes to intercultural. And I'm not saying it's perfect, but it's an option. They don't understand or comprehend the idea of supply and demand, meaning the more options you have, the more people have to be honest to compete with those options. They see that as actually harming black women because in their minds, they look at the dude that wasn't there. And that their mind, and I know that's what it is. And I'm like, these dudes need to be honest with that with themselves. Or you got these niggas that they are the niggas that be running through these hoes, and then they got a guilt complex. Anyway.
Well, the whole thing with the Shawshank Redemption with that old white dude is that he couldn't handle living on the outside. He couldn't handle being free.
Yeah.
Because the whole thing was that he was told when to sleep. He was told when to wake up.
Exactly. Does that sound familiar?
He had his whole society already made for him, and then now that he's outside, he can't deal with it.
Does that sound like some folks I know?
And then it's like when you get introduced to a new concept, man, it's like it takes a while for that concept to actually become prevalent in your life. Like I remember when I first started hearing R.P.L stuff, I was listening to Angry Man, Big John, and Sandman. That shit was so radical. It was like I was having epiphanies. I was listening to that shit working. I was working for a roofer, and I was just listening to that shit when I got off work roofing. And I just started to be looking like, man, this shit's so true. You know what I mean? This shit is so true. And it took me years, though. I still was fucking with a bitch that had 3 kids by 3 niggas. But it took me a while to start implementing that shit in my life. You know, because it was just like, I would get rejected, and I would feel like when you get rejected, that's not a good feeling. But then I remember saying like, this bitch don't even know me. She's rejecting me, and I never forget. I heard somebody, I don't know who it came from, but they was like, why are you insulted by a woman rejecting you for sex or something, and she doesn't even know who you are, but this same bitch a fucking nigga because he's 3 inches taller than you. How intelligent is that person?
Well, yeah.
And I had to think about that shit. Like, how intelligent is this person that is basing their sexual interactions based on how many inches a nigga is tall?
And you gotta think about it. Like when it comes, people call the red pill. I mean, I get the branding, but it's really as real as black people like to say it is. Black people, some of the most fakest motherfuckers out here. Because when it comes to talking about like what it is, it ain't about red pill. It's what it is. When women say some shit that's true about black men don't get no auto defense mode. If it don't apply to them, and say, yeah, there's some niggas like that. But women, you could be talking to a college educated woman in a 2-parent household, and you talk about something that like a Raggedy Ann Keisha did, and this bitch is gonna try to circle the wagons around her. Talk about you don't know her. Like Jason Black did an interview. He was doing a show about about fucking Sierra in this music video she did, which she does look goofy. I can see why black women were jumping on her about it because she looked like an old bitch. But anyway, he brought two black
old bitch.
He brought two women on there. One is like Puerto Rican, and one was a black woman. A black woman. And when you listen to them, and to be fair, they knew how to communicate. It still was bullshit what they were saying, but they knew how to communicate. And it's like, yo, this is what it is, like for real. And when you actually hear what they say, you will absolutely see why kids today would be the way they are. It was some of the textbook stuff BGS was talking about. Like they were talking about things like judgment. I'm telling you, y'all should watch that because it was a great like back and forth. And this one chick was Hispanic. She was Puerto Rican, but I can tell she ain't dealing with no Latin dude because ain't no Latin dude gonna put up with that shit. Not because she didn't even have an attitude. She had that kind of white girl shit, that passive aggressive shit, where a black man will put up with that shit because she's not being venomous in how she's communicating. But she's still this chick you can't really tell shit because she got too many ideas about how shit should run, even though she don't know what the fuck she talking about. Like they were talking about one time where they're talking about contempt, and she pretty much equalized contempt to hate. I'm like, no, contempt and hate are two different things. You can have contempt for somebody and not hate somebody. And it's like she didn't understand the difference. And any feeling that is negative might as well be the absolute worst feeling. She did not believe that your kids should fear parents at all. And I'm like, it was funny. It was funny seeing it. Y'all should check it out.
Yeah.
Appreciate
What it was
you.
for me was.
I need to read my cash apps real quick, G. Appreciate you, Toya, for the cash app, and Pragmatic Prime. He says, great stream. Appreciate you. Someone's got me in the background. Must be G.
Yeah, but yeah, man, you niggas, y'all going, yeah, man, I'm a down in here. What are you talking? Yeah, the black community. I'm like, nigga, gentrification. It's so many things that's fucking with the black community that you niggas are completely inept to deal with. Nigga, you niggas are not even talking about it.
Don't say that to those guys that was on that stream talking about like, no, we love these women.
I mean, that was one. Apparently, that nigga, because there was a couple of them, but he like that off the wall shit. If he would have said that shit on MT Street, he would have got laughed at. But that dude, he one of them niggas. I already know he one of them niggas that he talk that bullshit, but in real life, that's not. I hate them niggas that they talk that bullshit, but when it comes to how they deal with shit, DL Hughley is like that. He was critiquing Kevin Samuels, DM Monique got at him, and then he checked that shit. Them niggas ain't living like they talking, but they want you to live like that to stabilize society. I hate them niggas.
Hey man, that reminded me of Comedy Hype. You know what I mean? Because whatchamacallit, she was on there, Rebecca Lynn Hope and shit. You know, with her bullshit about stereotypes and all that, all the stereotypes.
You got all that static.
Yeah, Rebecca is just about the money. I mean, look, I'm not hating on her, but she got a reality show. Like a lot of these people, this is just like the dating market back in like 2001, 2006 or 8. This is just, I don't give a fuck about what they saying at this point, because Rebecca told on her, so this is about money. April Mason just opened up another agency, like another agency is matchmaking agency. These hoes are making money
because
that's what
you know
is.
why? Because they started doing this when Kevin died.
Yep.
As soon as Kevin died, that's when you started seeing all these old matchmakers start coming because they saw that Kevin was making a lot of fucking money doing the shit that he was doing because these motherfuckers quit because they were getting tired of it.
Yeah, and again, and these because they don't ask, they're not asking that type of stuff for April, and they're gonna get sick of it. I actually got one more thing to pop up because it was you spoke about it was something that Dr. T.S.I. Johnson.
You need to put up a little bit when you're not talking.
Let me pull this up, like because I'm about to bounce out, but it's something Dr. T.S.I. Johnson put up, just shared recently. If you can pull that up.
The thing about me was, Edward, when I knew certain shit was fucked up. Go ahead play the video.
It's not a video. It's actually it's a series of photos that Dr. T.S.I. Johnson is a Kevin Samuels versus mainstream media. TV news via ratings. Week of May 30th, basic cable ranker Fox News returns to #1 in total primetime views. Fox News hit 65 consecutive weeks at primetime. It says as expected viewership down previous week. Let me see, is this prime time? Blah, blah. It's saying play ESPN. Okay, so what this is showing is how many viewers they're getting. So in prime time, 9% from what the network average in the day part during. Yeah, can somebody mute that up? Somebody, non-holiday week of May 23rd. Fox also averaged 290,000 adults, 25 to 54 in prime time, which is 20% from the week, minus 20% from the week prior. Number 3 behind news networks postseason play is ESPN 674 and 520. So that just sets the stage. Then you look. Kevin Samuels at 1.5 million subscribed. This is joined as a 300 something million views. I earned more in 2 days of super chats than Tasha K has in 5 years. Total revenue 517. Yeah, that's it. He hold on, earned more revenue than super chat. Yeah, that's wow. And then joined 2013. She's got 2 billion views. My peak year, I averaged higher viewership than the Breakfast Club. And then Fox News gains as CNN, MSNBC dropped significantly in cable, Forbes, Fox News, and this is comparing it to the mainstream. So when you look at this, Tasha K total revenue 32,000, 3 chats 9, average 9 to chat, total revenue Fox Soul high. That's funny. 0. Ain't nobody fucking with Fox Soul. MSNBC last month didn't even crack an average of 1 million total viewers. Its average only 680,000. And they're talking about viewers, not necessarily views. A decline in 54% at 25 to 54. MSNBC average a measly 78,000, making it decline 68% from this time last year. That's crazy. 38 million. My show ran circles around Angela Yee's show. You know, so the point, Joe Budden's highest viewed video is with me. Oh wow. Yeah, so Fox Soul subscribe to say 96 million. I beat Fox Soul. So yeah, so the point, I outperform Media Corporate. Yeah, so I mean, at the end of the day, man, like again, and there's other people that's starting to come up. Like the real is gonna be the real, and as the environment starts to shift, folks are not gonna be fucking with folks that just saying that casual bullshit. They not like when you look at Fox Soul, here's the thing. I get you not putting a lot of money into it, but Issa Rae demonstrated you can do shit with a little. I'm just talking about just from a black female standpoint. So it's just the amount of laziness, because you know what kills me? You'll have people like Vivica and all of them talk about, oh, I'm an actress, I'm a producer, I'm a this, I'm a that. Well, if you're a producer, then you should be able to produce a fucking live show. Like you should be able to get that shit done. There should be interns that know how to do this shit. But anyway. It's crazy.
The thing about it is that Kevin gave something that the world never seen before, and that was a male perspective on the dating. He marketed it to where it became mainstream, and no one's ever heard the male side of the dating game. We always heard the woman side of what we always need to do, but we never heard about what a competent black man saying about what you ladies need to do. He had the look, he had the style, he had the charisma, he had the visual presence to do it, and he capitalized, and that's why he's so popular. That's why to this day he's still popular. His channel right now still gets subscribers because he was at like 1.4.
Yeah, it's at 1.5. Yeah, it's at 1.5. That's how I know that's recent. Whoever did that.
When he died, he was at 1.4. Now he's at 1.5 on this channel. And still get subscribers.
Yeah, and I'm glad YouTube, because for a hot second, YouTube made it so his channel didn't come up when you typed his name. Now it does. It's the same thing with Corey Holcomb going after Fresh and Fit, which I don't agree with, because I'm like, you just doing that for biscuits from the guy.
He's going after Fresh and Fit, bro.
Yeah, he went after Fresh and Fit, like to basically he wanted to use the Yo Mama Black bullshit. Like, you sound like you talking about my mama.
So y'all seen his last stream?
I lost respect for Corey when that whole shit with what you call blew up.
Ari Spears?
No, not Ari Spears.
Ryan Davis.
Williams.
It's a whole bunch of shit. Yeah.
when that whole shit was Zoe Williams, that shit kind of turned me off to Corey. I was like, man.
Yeah, I haven't watched the 5150 in a minute. I mean, it does about 8,000 now every once in a while.
Y'all should have seen.
You gonna kind of not mess with
I would,
Corey when he exposed Zoe Williams' business, man. You somebody that's supposed to be like one of your close friends, you exposed to this man personal business.
I mean, that's some whole shit, and that's.
I would like to get y'all cover. I would like to get y'all cover on Corey's last stream.
What was his last stream?
What, when he was talking about Ryan Davis?
No, bro, no. He was basically saying like, all you niggas man, are talking about, you don't wanna date black women, you don't wanna be with black women.
Yeah, that's when he was bringing up.
Just get your ass away from me.
That's what we talk about. He talked about Fresh and Fist in the same.
I mean, but at the end of the day,
I didn't know he was talking about them. Damn.
Yeah, that's who he was talking about when he was saying that specifically.
The thing about it is, I'm from Chicago. Corey, that's all he know. Like Corey has said, and Corey has alluded to that before, where he thought it was weird. The person he's married to now, because she's a light-skinned chick. This is a nigga that act like light.
Wait, hold on. That nigga got remarried?
Well, that chick that he's with now, the light skin,
because he got divorced like a couple years ago or something.
Okay, so that's okay. So that's okay. That shit. The thing is, he said even then on the show, like it's like he thinks light skinned people are white people. Like if you actually listen, and I'm like, damn, man, I'm from Chicago, but everybody ain't just like it. Ain't that separate? Not like.
Hey, but you know what? That's how Jappy is too. Jap look at light-skinned people different than dark-skinned people too.
Well,
He's from Chicago. A lot of dudes from St. Louis and Chicago got a color complex. Like they automatically think light-skinned is better.
Well, everywhere, but then again, Jap. Look at how Jap acts. If you don't see what he looks like though, when you hear him talk, I mean, these are dudes. It's like damn, and then it's like Corey. You have said. Here's the thing: as much when you listen to what Corey says about black women, it's like, nigga, you had a kid by somebody that literally hid a child from the entire family. Like, so, nigga, you might have Stockholm syndrome.
That nigga Corey was wild though. He was like, man, y'all niggas talking about black women, nigga. My mama black, nigga.
But he talking about black women too.
Exactly. That's it. And that's it's like, nigga.
Yes. Are you serious? Yes, man.
Corey Holcomb talks. Corey Holcomb.
How you gonna not fuck with black women? I can't fuck with no nigga like that, man.
That's exactly. And I'm like, nigga, you would be up there with David Carroll on some of the shit that you say. Like, you're right there. Like,
but you know, he'll rationalize that shit by saying, "But man, I ain't talking about that. I'm just talking about bitches that ain't shit, nigga."
That's bull. Because then I was like, okay, have you ever fucked a bitch that ain't shit? That's not a black woman.
I'm talking about all bitches that ain't shit.
No, that's a cow. That's a coward's way out. And what he would do is he also hide behind jokes. And my thing is, nigga, you only deal with black women, so therefore you can't really speak on other women because the type of shit you say. Think about it. Corey Holcomb's comedy is specific comedy. The comedy ain't comedy. The type of shit he talks about when he gets in detail, it is not shit that I'm not saying other races of women don't do the shit, but there's a certain white fuckery. There's white fuckery that's unique to white people, Hispanic fuckery to Hispanics, and then there's black female fuckery is unique to them. Corey is specific. Corey does not talk about shit like you. Dave Chappelle might be able to pull that shit, but Corey can't pull that. You know, Corey is a very specific comic, just like D. Ray Davis. They are specific to their Chicago experience. Within they are talking about. Corey is talking about gynocentric shit. And the thing about it is Corey is one of these, I hate to call him this, but when I talked about the beta male chauvinist, that's Corey to a T. And I'm not trying to call him a beta male. I'm just trying to say the mentality. That's him to a T. This alpha, Gigi would call her machos. This alpha, the women, nigga, you're like, think about it. This dude, think of how he talks about black women when it comes to abortion. That's a lot more hardcore than what we say. You kill kids, you murder kids. Well, nigga, that's your mom. What are you talking about? Like, he would be one of the main ones. You murdering that kid. Look at what abortion is when you cut it up and da 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 da. I'm like,
he made a lot of his money off abortion jokes.
Yeah, so what are you talking about? So my point is that, and what I would ask him to his face is I would ask him this: Do you not know the difference between a good black woman and a bad woman? So every black woman is a Coretta Scott King in your eyes, because that sounds like what you're talking about. That sound like just like how you know the difference because he got multiple baby mamas. You know the baby mama that basically had remarried or got married, and you're in your son's life. You doing your thing. He respects that house. He respects you. Versus your baby mama that was on some bullshit. So that tells me you know the difference. Stop acting like you don't know what the fuck we talk about. But again, I said this before. I'm gonna say it again. When he was going there fresh and fit, they're an easy target because they're not ADO. So now the trend is to not look like you against black women, but not actually lie for them. You start attacking non-ADOS black men because that way it can be on ADOS. And it's so obvious, and what really pisses me off is how stupid folks are when it comes to that shit. And it's like, niggas, Tariq is running that play too. Not like Corey, but let's go after ADOS because black women give me money. And you know, that nigga put on a skirt. He may not wear a dress for white men, but he put on a skirt for black women that day. He tried it on. I'll say that.
He's like, ooh, the breeze.
Yeah, I mean, for real. Like, and the thing about it is, Corey won't. Here's my problem. The only way you can really challenge Corey is if you got the ability to beat the shit out that nigga. Because other than that, because that's the only thing he really understands, like, honestly, is violence. Because anybody, you don't believe me? Anybody on that fucking show, Zoe, anybody. These are not like freeze. These are not lame bitch ass niggas. They can't disagree with him like that. Because then he blows up like I like Corey, but that is some feminine shit. It's like if you, he's like Homelander.
Yeah, he an emotional. Edward. Yeah. That's what I was going to say. Edward, can you hear me?
Yeah, and I like Corey, but I'm just saying that is some feminine shit. It's like it's almost like you gotta be carrying in order to say something because that nigga want to take it there. You be like, you really want to go here? Because
that's what I was about to say. That's what I was about to say.
I can't be around niggas like that because niggas like that, you gonna either bitch up or
you gotta fight them. You gotta fight them.
Yeah.
Every time you have a disagreement, you gotta fight them.
That's why somebody said, yeah, he gonna pull your whole card. I'm like, nah, them niggas will pull the whole cards with people they think they can. Because if you deal with somebody that they know they packing, they will pull that shit out and pop you with it, even if it's in the leg. Them niggas ain't that quick to pull out a whole card.
I'm used to niggas like Corey, bro. Like
I am too.
I don't fear niggas like Corey, bro. Like
I don't either, but
I met niggas at the same right. There's basically like they're in their underground. They don't go to no damn comedy shows and that shit. Niggas, they'll be funny or whatever, you know, they're so extroverted to where they're able to attract the crowd and shit like that or whatever. And they always pose as if they're the loud, they got to be the loudest motherfucker and shit like that. And so what I get from this motherfucker, it seems like that he's got this tough Tony ass mentality, you know, like that he got to bring forth, you know, to where like you, and it's just like you said, you know, you can't debate with the motherfucker because if you get in debate with him, he's liable to get all serious.
Will I said Zoe did challenge him, but joked it off and backed down. No, like Will I yes, you are correct. But Zoe ain't on that bitch no more, is he? You see what I'm saying? Like, even though Zoe did that, that was pretty much I think they'd have made up, but for the most part, that's the end of the relationship. And you got to remember how long Zoe was on that show. And then you got to remember that Zoe had his own stuff going too. So again, that's like a multiple year relationship up in smoke. What? And I get that with the Ari Spears thing, but that's the price. What Bobby Glanton Smith?
But
he challenged Corey too because he wasn't gonna deal with that bullshit because he like, nigga, I'm older than you and I have wisdom, you know, and he went along with it for so long. You don't see him on the show.
But see, that's the thing though. Even with that Ari Spears shit, Corey knew Ari Spears was drunk as fuck. Because if you look at that whole Ari Spears situation, he was looking at Aries like, yo, this nigga out of it. So he should have just went ahead and just ended the show right there and took the initiative. But he allowed that shit to go on because he thought that shit was fun.
You know, you are right, and that's why I'm gonna keep it like, okay. Some people was like, yeah, because Zoe hit him and blah blah blah. But you know what type of dude Zoe is too. Because see, here's what's funny from a Red Pill's perspective. Zoe got caught up protecting a 9-8. Look, I like Darlene. Only thing Darlene ever said it really pissed me off with the Kevin shit, but Zoe protected a 9-8 female that you don't necessarily know would do the same thing for you if the roles were reversed. I'm talking about like Hispanic and shit like that. And then Corey, so that's right there. But then you're right about what Corey did, and Corey did it because that's how much he wanted a good clip. And I'm like, nigga, you could have cut that off and you would have never had to pay shit. So at the end of the day, you want to be mad at Zoe. Granted, because you had to foot that bill, but you gotta really think, nigga, that would never happen had you cut it off and then Zoe did what he did. You could have, because you wasn't running the feed. All you had to do was like do something, some kind of symbol that's not obvious, and then it get cut off, and then let him keep talking, and then he get hit, and all that is your word versus his.
No,
See,
he
when
should have just ended it. He should just ended it, because the thing about it is, Zoe got mad at fucking Ari Smith because Ari Smith was saying some light skinned, dark skinned shit. Like, you light skinned niggas, and that's when Zoe got pissed. That's when Zoe said, I showed what this light skinned nigga could do.
Yeah, because I'm gonna keep it real. So look, I do think like Ari Spears is a bitch ass. Ari Spears is like a diet Corey. And he's like worse. He's a bitch. I don't think Corey's a bitch ass nigga, but Ari is one of them dudes that will go to the paperwork because Corey ain't gonna be going to the paperwork. Ari will run to the paperwork when he half-ass start shit. He's one of them niggas that get drunk and get his ass beat. He's got less money to lose. He ain't as funny. You know, it's like everything that's like more lower than what Corey is. But again, it's like, dude, on some real shit, man. The reality is your community is a piece of shit, right? Nigga, you are from Chicago. You know them. I'm going to say this. This is, if I was in front of Corey right now, he said that shit. I'm going to say, nigga, you are from Chicago. You know what R. Kelly was doing. You know them women that let him do. And by the way, okay, that's some women. That's a couple of women. What does that have to do with all the black women this around? All the black women know about this shit, and still, not only did they still support his music, because there's black women today that will openly say they support R. Kelly. There's black women that gave their daughters R. Kelly. I mean, the music. They let them listen to the music, all of that, knowing this is after everything, and they knew everything. You know how on. You know what? I can prove it right now. When you listen to anything that had that syndicated Tom Joyner, Step in the Name of Love, you know, Trapped to Death. Who you think that was up until like 3 years ago? That was the last round of them really trying to come for him. That nigga literally had a new song called "Ooh, You Got a Little Body, Yaddy Yaddy." I just want at that moment take you home. At that moment, I said, nope, can't do it no more. Can't do it.
Are
no
you
more.
serious?
Yes,
wow.
he literally, and that was playing on the radio. Like, and I'm talking about the 104s, like the older as well as the regular stuff, because depending on what the song was, you think niggas are requesting that? That's black women requesting Trapped in the Closet, and all any nigga going to R. Kelly concert is trying to fuck his bitch.
Women.
Yeah,
most women. There's some,
and
men,
it's most
but
black
most
women, and it's mainly black women, because white women, as soon as white society starts saying he this, he that, they gonna turn. So the point is. I'm like, that's a whole widespread thing. So when you sit here and say a couple of them ain't shit, my nigga, I think a lot of black men ain't shit. But don't try to act like all these women are like yo mama. And yo mama is of what age? We talk about millennials, Xers. You talk about what, the silent generation? Because Corey's 50. You talk about the boomer, maybe silent generation. We talk about any bitch from the 70s on up. That's who we talking about. So who the fuck you getting emotional? What the fuck you talking about? But see, and that's the problem. You got too many niggas running around here just unaware. Like comedians are supposed to be the most aware motherfuckers out here. Get this nigga, my mama, I can't hang with nobody that be fucking, you know, they ain't just fucking with black women. And then you, as much as you talk about what your baby mama did, talk about you got a celebration, she ain't shit, I hope she died. Nigga, you saying some shit we couldn't even get away with on this bit. Nigga, you can't even go to mainstream because of some of the shit you say about black women. That's why he got the show, because he got to create a lane for himself, because he gets capped. Because if you put him on, you know, what's the dude that does the not the Allspray, but the Axe or whatever, you know, with the black dude that was on Comic View, and he's got a very lovely sister on there, be taking it, and he like, you took my body spray, they come from the same crop, and some of them are elevating, and Corey is getting capped. Corey can do shows, and he's a draw. Nigga, they let Jess Hilarious pull his whole card, because he kept on talking shit about Jess Hilarious, and I'm gonna keep it real. That might be where this is coming from. He kept on, because Jess Hilarious, because I remember Corey was talking shit about Jess Hilarious taking a bath with her son, and he was like right in the age where, depending on where you stood with that, he was too old for you to do that, because she was naked. And he was older than kind of a toddler. And she did it for attention. And that's when she really started to blow up because she was right there. And she really started to turn that corner and get a couple million views. And Corey was talking shit about her because Corey got an issue with these younger comics too. Some of that is granted. I get that. But they had to tell him, nigga, you need to shut the fuck up. They made that nigga. This is Corey Holcomb. They made that nigga apologize. Hold on. They made that nigga apologize. Go ahead.
Oh man, Corey Holcomb, you are officially bitch made.
This was like 3 weeks ago.
Hold on.
Go ahead, my bad, yo.
Hey, speaking of that motherfucker, I just got through watching him live and in person. He was down here in my hometown. He acted a motherfucking fool. A motherfucking fool. So
what did he do?
He did what he normally do. Cut a rug, let a motherfucker know exactly where he stand. These bitches ain't shit, and he was all on that Roe v. Wade shit. He's a fool, man. He is a motherfucking fool.
No, and yeah, you're right. I like Corey, but at the same time, dude, I'm gonna call a spade a spade. I understand the business side. I get you don't want to put on the dress, they penalizing you. I'm gonna give you some rope because I respect the fact you took a stand, and that's why people want to support him. Because it's like, because he's at 8,000 right now. But I'm going to tell you, when he started calling, out of nowhere, this nigga just called Kevin Samuels gay. And I'm like, nigga, you work with gay people in the entertainment industry, but out there, you could have worked with somebody like that. Like, he could have came on your show and you did an interview. Like, how the fuck is Tasha K smart enough to understand that, but you ain't?
Because
that motherfucker said that about Kevin. He a bitch, dude.
Not. The thing is that it's that same clip with that damn dude. With that dude where he said like he's talking about that you got a big dick. It's that same clip that everybody wants to point at saying that Kevin is gay because he was talking to that dude, and they don't look at the damn context of the whole entire damn video.
Yeah, and the irony is the video you use is the video where he was checking the dude. He said you ain't got no money. And look,
you ain't got no money.
Different words could have been.
You're overweight and you ain't got a big dick.
And
what are you giving that woman?
Yeah, and ironically, I think that he ended up doing like some pro bono shit where he took a discount with him, but still helped them out, and he got a lot of his stuff together. And so, but Corey, like go look it up. I'm telling you, I'm not making this up. There's a guy, and I need to stop shouting out the channels, but this is a brother. Even though I do be disagreeing, but this is one of these niggas I be ghost watching to see what's going around in the black YouTube land outside of art space. His name is Black Babel, and that's one of his beats. He covers the Corey Holcomb show, like his Corey Holcomb's audience, and that's kind of like one of his content strategies is covering that side. He really blew up talking about Sha'Carri Richardson. He got lucky; they let him play like licensed footage, and then he kind of took off, kind of like how they be letting poor man get away with that shit every once in a while. But whatever, he's like at 20K right now, but he always covers that. So even though I don't watch the 5150 show, by the way, fuck Black Babel, fuck you, man. I listened to a 20-minute video because he exposed, quote unquote, who ran Ryan Davis out of LA. Because that's something Corey's been talking shit about with Ryan Davis. This nigga literally waited. It's a video 19 minutes and 45 seconds. This nigga waited for 19 minutes and 15 seconds to say who it was. That nigga stretched that shit out. I started listening to that shit to 2 times playback speed. I started skipping. And I said, this nigga really found a way to get me to listen to this whole bullshit to say that shit in the end. I'm like, nigga, you an asshole for that shit. Like, for real.
The other black comedian, Ryan Davis.
Yeah, because Ryan Davis came on this shit. Yeah, and apparently because Ryan Davis moved back to North Carolina. Oh my God, I didn't know he's from here. Anyway,
I think
so he moved into North Carolina because I guess somebody ran him out of LA, and he basically went on a process of elimination to who it could be because it was like this dude is smaller than him, and Ryan Davis ain't the biggest dude in the world himself. Dude is from LA. The dude's is connected when it comes to like, gang affiliation. So they was able to kind of whittle it down. And it was funny how he did it, but he came up with this person that's not even from LA. But the point is, yeah, he covers Corey's stuff. But yes, Corey, if you look it up, Corey apologized. He did. He didn't apologize on some big shit, but the fact that they made him say it because it had to do with like a dispute. Cause just hilarious. This was like a couple of weeks ago, by the way. she said she ain't coming through if Corey, because she really low-key wanted Corey off, because Corey was talking shit about her, like he was talking shit about some of these other comments, because Corey does not. I get it. Corey kind of low-key has contempt for the fact that these comedians came up on social media and they did not have to go through the grind that he had to. They kind of blew up, and we know the ones, the Ha Davises, even Daphne Springs, and I mean they did the Issa Rae shit on a lower level. I mean that shit is funny.
Just a sidebar on that. There's a lot of Gen Xer motherfuckers that be hating on millennials because they didn't have to go through that fucking, like, oh nigga, I put in 20 years doing this to get to that point. They went through a different route.
I mean, and
it's not even just on the comedy tip. It's in like different, industries and sectors. Like niggas in the corporate America, like, oh, this nigga didn't do 20 years at this company, and this nigga started his own company and got shit popping. Boy, they hate that shit. Boy.
It's a different time, but the thing is that you can burn out quicker now.
Oh yeah, it definitely. But hey, man, I'm proud of a lot of those comedians and stars like Ha Davis, Jess Hilarious, Super.
It's a lot of
King Botch, all the niggas.
Country Wayne,
Country Wayne. All of them went through the social media and they got it popping. All them motherfuckers millionaires now. They went their own route, and shout out to them, man.
Yeah, and you see the same thing.
Yo, Issa Rae.
Yeah, so and it's like, yo, it's kind of like how the NBA players,
yo, audio's fucked up, G.
Yeah.
It's kind of like how the NBA players be doing the old NBA, and I get it. I get it a little bit. I get it, but it's like, all right, motherfucker, shut the fuck up. How them NBA players be seeing all this money. I mean, like what the most paid NBA player now is on a $260 million. This white dude, $260 million contract. 4 years and $60 million a year. I'm like, all this money, and these motherfuckers are smarter now too, because they've learned from like the Antoine Walkers and some of the players that may have flamed out quick. I mean, I get it. I get it. But at the same time, and then another thing about a lot of Gen Xers is they got this God complex, man, and it's Jason Black has it. I see it with Glendon, where they always gotta tell you how much better than you they are. And it's like they gotta get it out there, and it's like, all right,
hey, you know what's funny, Edward? That shit was all up in that new Top Gun movie. I was like, they really gonna put that shit up in there? Like, all right, nigga, I guess I gotta be the team leader of the mission.
Edward, I call Edward. I call that the Overlord complex. They want to tell you how better they are than you, and they want to instruct you on what to do.
No,
y'all saw Top Gun Maverick.
But it's the thing with a lot.
So spoiler alert, because that shit was even in that movie, right? So basically,
well, I'm kind of thinking about seeing it. So I mean, I get it, but like, especially now that I know it's good, because I'm a Tom Cruise fan. So it's
nigga,
like,
well, you better hurry up for that shit. Leave theaters, nigga. You playing games.
But this the thing with a lot of the older comedians versus the younger dudes on social media. And Cat Williams exposed it, was the first one. They're not actually good stand-up comedians. Like that's why they always go back to social media, because they can't do stand-up stages. That's what happened to Tiffany Haddish, Just Hilarious, Country Wayne. They tried to transition into doing stand-up comedy, but they wasn't funny. They couldn't do it. All they could do was the little skits and the exaggerations. So that was the big clash between the old guard comedian, is that them guys had to learn how to do stand-up comedy and actually be funny, not just a little skit on the internet that gives views so you can sell advertising space.
It's really that they mad that these guys have a bigger platform and they didn't have to go. Because you got to realize those older comedians, for them, all right, so the older comedians, for them to get to the TV and the movies and shit, they actually had to go and grind for like 5, 10 years.
But they had to prove that
they had to go through Comic View. I mean, Kevin.
Right.
I mean, I get that.
The Chitlin circuit.
They had to prove that.
You got to realize though, stand up is only one aspect of comedy. Like there's some dope ass comedians that don't have really good stand up.
But I understand what G's trying to say, because if you remember with Tiffany, remember when she bombed real hard, and she had to pay for everybody's drinks. When she was
listen, they all in art. They all bomb. Ha Davis. Listen,
but that's no. Hold on. What I'm saying is this: when you go through those ringers like that, you know what works and what doesn't work, and how you need to work the crowd. Because they're internet famous and they go through these skits, they don't know how to work a crowd.
They can't cross over.
Never kick a boo before. And that's the thing. Don't know how to kick a boo. And that's the thing that happened with the old guard. That we know that Dave Chappelle is funny. He's also a comedian that does movies. A lot of them dudes did movies, but they already proved. Listen to what I'm saying. They had already proved that they were funny.
Okay.
And they had already did it year after year. And no matter what we're going to say, getting a stand-up special, that's the big money to a comedian. Ha Davis, Just Hilarious, Country Wayne, all of them tried to do stand-up comedy and they bombed.
No,
Country Wayne.
Hold on. Let it finish.
All Country Wayne, even he's the only one that admitted, like, when I stopped doing the skits and tried to go do comedy, I went broke. That's why he went back to Facebook and YouTube, because they're not really funny.
Because they're not stand-up. They're not stand-up comedy.
It's just not that they're not funny, but this the point I was trying to make. When you look at comedians, right? Different comedians have different strengths and weaknesses.
Exactly.
All great comedians that may be good on TV or good in movies don't necessarily have strong stand-ups.
That's true, but that's where they started, though. They still had to go through
in the past. They started that way, but that's not.
But just think about this, Jesse.
Hold on, just finish real quick.
Jesse, listen. That's how they were graded on. When you actually want to compare yourself to the other comedians, they said, "Well, did you do stand-up? If no, then you're not in their league." That's all it is. Go ahead.
Think about it. Think about it. You can't name a comedian that we grew up on that wasn't a successful stand-up comedian and made it to TV.
All right, but
even the white guys, even Dane Cook, even Dane Cook, Jim Carrey, Sarah Silverman, when you seen it when they was roasting certain people, those people had to go do stand-up comedy to be successful.
We understand what you are saying. But at the end of the day, like, just like how it's the same, you can make the same argument about the rap game.
Okay.
But when industry change, distribution models change, and a lot of them can't turn over because they're more internet folks. But to the audience that they deal with, they are entertaining. Like, think about it. TikTok is literally, I think, the #1 website on the planet right now.
Yeah, but the thing is, you can't, just like playing 3-on-3 ball, you might be great at it, might make money at it, but the thing is, you can't compare yourself to the comedians of the past. Hold on. You keep they're not the same kind of comedians. Okay, you're an internet personality. Okay, you're not the same kind of guy. That's what they're saying.
But my point is this,
and they're not even writing jokes.
Hold on. My point is this: if you look at all the top comedians, all of the top comedians don't have strengths in every area. It's like Dave Chappelle, for example. Dave Chappelle's movies suck, but he's one of the best stand-up comedians. He has one of the best sitcoms that ever came. But if you look at his comedy movies, some shits was trash.
He didn't have that many. He didn't have that many.
But the only ones that he had was not good.
How do you grade? If you're going to grade a comedian, how do you grade all comedians, right? They had to go through the same experience. Can you get in front of a live crowd and deliver jokes? If you cannot, then you don't.
But the thing about
because you have actors that are funny on stage. We don't call them comedians. They're comedic actors. Okay, they're funny in a movie. They might be funny in a TV show, but put them in front of a live crowd, they can't deliver.
Hold on. Let me say this. Look, Dave Chappelle didn't have that many movies. Like they said, Half Baked is a classic. Everybody that has been built on DVD, Blu-ray, up until
Undercover Brother.
Undercover Brother is a good one. But the thing is about Dave Chappelle, he didn't. He if you talking about what he starred in, he only starred in like maybe 2. That's it.
There's a reason for that. There's a reason for that.
That's all he made.
Yeah, but we're not
a reason for that. Let me just say this real quick.
Make your point. Make your point because
my point is this.
Because you have like Monty Python, right? Monty Python for years had a funny ass TV show. He can't do stand up. He's not committed.
That's my point though. When you was talking about how do you grade comedians, the way I grade comedians is on different avenues. So you have stand up, you have television, you have like sketch comedy, and you have movies.
Okay.
If you look at every comedian that you would consider good, all of them are not good at all of those things. But people that you put on.
But where did they start? Where did they start though? Where did they start?
That doesn't matter because
it does matter. It does matter.
It matters.
Okay, so no, I hear like
go ahead,
I want y'all to understand. Look, I'm coming at it from a different angle. Jesse, here's the problem. There's a reason I call them internet comedians. So I never made this accusation. I never made the assertion that's why I kept saying I understand where that comes from and why that is with Corey and them. I get that, so I'm not on the it's I get what Jesse's saying, but that works if they went through stand up and then they branch out. But when it comes to the internet stuff, to me, I put that as a different thing because only a couple of them are even really capable of really crossing over and doing it. Like Country Wayne was one of them. Daphne Springs does do stand up. Ryan David, because here's the truth. You have Country Wayne kind of use the internet stuff to augment his stand up, and then the internet stuff took off. And so he kind of came back and said, no, the money's here. So I'm staying where the money is at. So he kind of gets separated in that way.
But he admitted that he was...
Hold on. Right, because Country Wayne did both. And he did one more, but he was more of an actual try to do the community thing. It's just one thing is paying him more. And he got a whole bunch of fucking baby mamas.
No, he admitted it. Listen, bro. He admitted that he bombed and went broke. He could not sell crowds. Like I remember, we went to go see one of them. We went to see.
I'm not saying that they were. I'm not saying that he was good.
I think
I'm not saying that he was good. What I'm saying is he went through just like how Ryan Davis does crowds. But Ryan Davis is actually more known for his internet shit. Yeah. So there's categories of it. You have Daphne Springs does crowd. So you have people that all they are is the skits. Cool. And by the way, the people that all they are is the skits, they are trying to get on a radio show. They try to do commercials. They're trying to do that. So it's a different pathway that they're taking. Those people I separate. So there's only a couple of them like a potentially Country Wayne or Ryan Davis. That's very few. So I get what you all are saying. But you're making a different thing. All
right. Hold on. All right. This is going to be a sensitive subject. We're going to do a timer.
I don't know why it's so sensitive.
No, it's not.
Because everybody they want to be right.
No,
it's not about. It's not about being right. This is just something that people.
In other words, there's always been comedic actors, okay, that are not considered comedians. Go back to Broadway. There's people who on Broadway did comedic acting. It's not new, okay. But then weren't considered comics. Comics went through a traditional route by going to the clubs, being in front of live crowds, honing their skills, and then transitioning. If you haven't gone through that, you're not going to get the respect from other comedians. You're not.
What it is people.
I got a question for y'all real quick.
What it is people see people how they saw them. It's kind of like how you see people in the manosphere, and then you say they are that because that's how I saw them. So if you see, and they don't know the difference between what you said as a comedic actor and somebody that was a comic came up because they may not look that deep. So I get what you're saying. I'm just saying that's where a lot of that comes from. But anyway.
But who are they looking for respect from? They're looking for respect.
No, the comedians.
Hold on. They're looking for respect by other comics.
Yes.
Other comics said, you ain't us.
And
because
you
didn't go
get
through the same
that,
process.
and you get that in the live shows, because I've heard them say that. I understand what you're saying. Even with Bill Burr and them like that, because they will talk when they talk about Patrice O'Neal and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so the internet is a different thing. It's like kind of like saying you're an internet. I hate to say it this way, but this is a good way, saying you're an internet model. Like you're an Instagram model versus you actually work for a fucking modeling agency.
That's the difference.
Yeah, you may still get money. So I understand that. I'm just talking about the money. That's why I said I understand what Corey is doing. It's just he can be a hoe about it sometimes.
The thing is, if you had these comedians that would actually translate what they do as far as stand up to YouTube, they'd make the same money.
Well, and that's on them for not doing that. But like I said, but the reason this even came up is because when I brought up Jess Hilarious, I don't even like Jess Hilarious, so I'm on Team Corey for that. They checked Corey, like the people that what's the showrunners or people that are behind the show. They're the ones that made Corey apologize.
Corey's an asshole.
So it ain't mine. So they did that because of where they want to tap that social media following she has. So and that's why Corey is mad. So I'm not saying I disagree with you. I'm saying the motherfuckers that run these shows are the ones that made it. And he did apologize because you know how Corey is. He ain't trying to apologize.
Well, you don't want his pockets hit. So you got.
And also we brought this up. I don't know if you came in, but it's because Corey was talking shit about Fresh and Fit, talking about my mama black. So like if you talking about black women, you talk about my mama. You was just talking about some stupid shit.
I was just trying to ask you a question before y'all get further.
Go ahead. Ask the question.
I'm done.
Go ahead.
Nah, my less than 10-second question was like, is it right that all the comedians started at the Comedy Store?
It doesn't have to be the Comedy Store, but the thing is some kind of stand up. If you want respect from your peers, the public really doesn't know. If you actually want respect from your peers, you got to go through the process.
Yeah,
And they all jumped on Cat Williams.
You know how we always say there's a rites of passage that boys need to go through.
Yeah,
there's a rites of passage that all great comedians need to go through, and stand up is one of them.
Being in front of a loud crowd is the acid test for a comedian.
Yeah, and that's why people be talking shit about Jess Hilarious because she can't do shows. She ain't really that good.
She's not a comedian.
She can't. No, but they're inserting her into it, and then people are getting mad because apparently she can get people to come out because she got a fandom, and you know that's it sells tickets. But anyway,
that's the thing when Cat Williams first started talking. He was the first one to really talk about that stuff. He was saying when it started with Cat Williams and Tiffany Haddish, and everybody was saying he's a hater, this and that, because he said the only reason she got on this shit because she fucked some white dude, and everybody got mad at Cat Williams, and Cat Williams said it then and there. He said they tried to shut down Cat Williams, but he was too good at stand up. Yeah. So he was like, you can't shut me down because I can sell a show. I could go stand in front of a crowd for 30 minutes and they will want me to come back.
That's why Corey Holcomb is still around, because he can actually.
That's the only reason.
Because he's shut out from everything else, but he can get a crowd.
Yeah, and that's shut out from Hollywood. But I want to answer our artist's question. He said
he sold at Capitol Comedy Club tonight. I'm gonna tell you that much.
Well, he always does. Go ahead.
He said, simple question: who is the better stand-up comedian, and who is the better actor between Mike Epps and Dave Chappelle?
Dave Chappelle.
Dave Chappelle better stand up. Mike Epps. It's questionable about the actor because Mike Epps is like so-so as far as acting.
Yeah, I mean he's so-so, but I mean
Mike Epps has done more shit, but that's But as far as is he better? I mean, you know. Dave Chappelle people be talking about movies. Dave Chappelle had a fucking. I'm gonna tell you something. If you got your own show, for the most part, unless you got like overriding things, Dave Chappelle had a show. He walked away from that shit, and Dave Chappelle was able to get another shit on Netflix. That's some shit that very few comedians even had a balls to do, let alone actually.
A lot of comedians were pissed at Dave Chappelle when he did that.
Have the talent to do. Yeah, they don't have all the talent.
But Dave Chappelle is actually a writer too. Like he writes comic. He's a real comic. You could go watch 8 of his specials and they all have different jokes. Mike Epps is not a comic like that. He's not. He repeats the same jokes over and over a lot of times.
I mean, I get where you're coming from, G. That's just like I don't really like to have that who's better conversation. I get that. I mean, I was just talking shit about a bitch, and yes, you are that for saying that Sierra is on the same level as Janet Jackson. Because I almost got in a car wreck.
That's impossible. Come on, I know about Janet Jackson is an icon.
Yeah,
that was a black woman on. That was a black woman on Jason Black shit.
They're unwashed masses.
And
she had to be a little girl. She had to be young.
No. She was like 38.
Hold on for just a second.
Who is she?
Hold on.
She ain't nobody.
Hold on just a second. Snake Man, you need to connect your device because it's not connect. That's why I can't bring you back up. You need to connect your mic.
Sierra is an icon.
I mean, I think it's clear that Mike Epps is the better comedic actor than Dave Chappelle, and Dave Chappelle is the much better stand-up comedian.
Mike Epps has never impressed me as far as acting.
I mean, has Dave Chappelle impressed you as far as acting?
Well, he's much funnier as a comedian.
What did he impress you?
He did three
in movies.
Two in the movie.
The first movie Dave Chappelle was
acting is acting. No matter whether it's in the movies or on the show. Doesn't matter.
All right, Jesse. Hold on, time out. What is Mike Epps impressed you on?
Yeah,
like, are you talking about like Day? I'm like, I mean, because he do the same. I'm not saying like he do the same shit. Okay,
he's a character actor. He's a character.
Who's better?
Let him answer. Let him answer the question.
Who?
What has Mike Epps impressed me?
Impressed you in?
Dolomite Is My Name, the Eddie Murphy movie where they did the thing with the the old comedian from the let's see. Of course, the Fridays he did well in that for the characters that he had.
Yeah.
He's serviceable.
Yeah.
I mean, he. I'm not saying either of them are really great actors.
That's why I said it's toss up.
For me,
for you,
Mike Epps is just slightly better.
You didn't make a very good case for it.
But I'll say this. If you find out that there's going to be a movie and Dave Chappelle is in the cast versus Mike Epps, with all things being equal, who you think all things being equal, who you think is more likely just to see what Dave Chappelle gonna fucking do?
I mean,
could you imagine if Dave Chappelle was in the next Saw movie?
They're gonna probably go for Dave Chappelle because he has way more star power because his TV show and his stand-up specials were a lot more popular than most of what Mike Epps did.
How many characters did he play in? His iconic
is Mike Epps from fucking New Orleans? I smell some bias.
No.
I need to
he's from Indianapolis. He's from where I'm from.
It's time for me to check under the hood.
Why would they pick Mike Epps as a character instead of somebody else that's better? Why Mike Epps out of all the people?
Because he's
probably because he worked with Ice Cube and shit.
I don't know. I mean, he's never impressed me. Anything that I've seen of him.
Yeah, he hasn't either for me either. BGS.
I mean, I like
thing
Mike
about
Epps,
Dave Chappelle. If Dave Chappelle's in the movie, 9 times out of 10, he had something to do with the writing of the comedy of the movie.
I just think,
regardless of if he's a better actor than Mike Epps or not. When you seen Half Baked, but I'm saying, when you seen Half Baked, Dave Chappelle wrote that. When you seen his other movies, he was always an intricate part of the actual writing of the comedy. Mike Epps probably has never been part of that.
If you do 2 Emmy-winning shows 2 years in a row that's popular, that's acting in there, is it not?
Because you got to understand, Jesse, some of these comedians, they sometimes they're paying somebody to write their jokes.
Yeah, it's kind of like Jordan Key and Peele, where they're good writers.
That's what Dave Chappelle does. You don't think he had co-writers?
No, Dave Chappelle writes his own jokes.
You don't think had co-writers?
So why do you think that Mike Epps is a better actor than Dave Chappelle? Why?
He just put on better performances to me. Like I've seen
Why?
Half
Because
Baked.
he plays the same character over and over again.
I've seen Dave Chappelle and Nutty Professor. I've seen Dave Chappelle. I've even seen him in some dramatic role attempts. I've seen him in what's that? Silver Linings Playbook with I see him in that movie. I just feel like
give me an iconic Mike Epps role that
I mean Friday, of course.
Come on, man.
Friday, all about
Benjamins. So Art, I want to show
Fighting Temptations, Honey
I want to show BK and BG. I want to show Art. I would request the show BGS and PK this horror story. This is the gynocracy we're talking about. It happened inside your home to create a break.
Okay.
So you think this is okay? I just came in the house. I already told you when you come in the house, lock the door. It's not locked. You just watched me put the mail right there on the table. I don't care about no mail. I didn't ask you about the mail. You did not lock the door. I didn't get. That's what I'm telling you. You just watched me put the mail right there on the table. I didn't get to sit the mail down yet. How is that my fault? Really? Over a doorknob?
Oh yeah.
Lock the door.
All because she didn't get no dick that
Now
day.
clean all this up.
She didn't get no dick that day. She's frustrated.
How you up on the
table? Shout out to the chat. They agreeing with me.
Yeah, I know why they get frustrated.
The funniest shit about that is when he had to put the hat back. He had to keep the hat up. Like they get so into it. I've seen that shit. Like,
hey, you know what that reminds me of, Edward? That reminds me of the skit people because we're not actually laughing at them a lot of times because they're funny. We're laughing because of the situation. We're laughing at it's ironic humor. Like when you do the hood, when they do the hood skit, like we've all been in those situations. Like how you showed the skit of the dude being a sip, the one you show Art, the one you show because I told you the story about the dude. Like that's what we laugh at the skit people from. They'll do a.
We get that the skit people are bitch niggas in the comics.
No, they're not bitch niggas.
That's the argument.
They're not bitch niggas, but they not bitch niggas. They just not. They're not. Listen to what I'm saying. They're not comedians.
Well,
they're not comic art comedians.
The video, not orgy.
Well, to help settle it on who's better, damn it. Okay.
I mean, Dave Chappelle is better.
The Dave Chappelle show, the Dave Chappelle show that everybody knows about. Okay, give a project, give a project like that. Give a project like that to Mike Epps.
No,
see what he does.
I said Dave Chappelle is a better stand-up comedian, overall better, but in movies, Mike Epps.
All right, yeah, man. I mean, it's kind of like saying,
but just movies.
You know what it sounds like? It sounds.
I mean, like I said earlier, to me,
to you,
I look at stand-up, comedic writing, movies, and TV shows. Because if you look at most comedians, they all mostly have had all of those things that they participated in, and some comedians are better than each other in certain areas.
You know how they grade comics, right? You know how they grade comics.
I mean, we just need to agree to
Can you get in front of a live audience and be funny? Can you do that?
Joe Rogan and Joey D has already broke that down. So
how do you grade comics when all of them are good at stand-up?
We just need to agree.
Well, the thing is,
so let's say Richard Pryor, Dave Chappelle, Eddie Murphy, Martin Lawrence, all of them are pretty good at stand-up.
Yeah,
but what other avenues do you have to justify?
And the thing is, who's the funniest person that you ever heard? Like, would it be what's his name?
I mean, all those people that I named, or I would put somewhat in the same.
Give me the order. Give me the order.
I'm gonna say Richard Pryor, Dave Chappelle, Eddie Murphy, Martin Lawrence.
I mean, cause this shit is very when I say opinionated, it's kind of like people ain't nobody. Jesse ain't budging off this shit. I don't know why.
I mean, we trying to get him to explain it. Okay.
I mean, like, wasn't it because the whole Dave Chappelle controversy, which is why he wasn't in a bunch of movies, or
yeah,
no.
It was.
Well, I mean, I look at who got the most, like, because people jump on. You know who I could see you really defending, because who gets a lot of hate? Kevin Hart. A lot of people.
Kevin Hart is not that funny to me. He's not that funny to me.
But a lot of people like this argument you making for my Epps is like this argument that you're making, this strategy. This is like something that somebody would make that really rocks. And I like Kevin Hart. I don't hate on like a lot of people do.
But he can't get in front of a crowd. But he can't get in front of a crowd and make people laugh.
I mean, cool.
And it's the thing, Jesse. All the people that you named on that list, them first 4 people. Not only were they good stand-up comedians, but when they transferred, listen, when they transferred into film, they were all hits. Think about the Martin show.
That was my point.
This is what I'm saying. Think about the Martin.
One at a time, guys.
That was my point, G. How do you judge comedians if they're all great stand-up comedians? Because you have other avenues to compare.
That's what a comedian is, though.
But what is the bedrock classification for a comedian? Period. Can you a live crowd? It's first.
Exactly. And all those people that you named, they achieved their film success being good stand-up comics, as opposed to you made a skit on a big ass platform that people liked, so you were able to sell some advertising space. But when you tried to transfer into actual comedy, you couldn't do it.
Yeah, but
so
that's
you had
where,
to go
but
back
that's
to
where but that's where I think we differ, because the comedians I just named, 3 of those comedians have way better film history than one of those.
That's
not true. That is not
Mike
true.
Epps only has like 2 funny.
I'm not
movies.
talking about Mac.
What?
Hold on. Let me ask y'all a question. Let me ask y'all a question. I'm gonna leave it alone.
Jesse, make it clear. You're not being clear. Make it clear.
I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna ask just one question. So, will y'all not agree that Richard Pryor, Martin Lawrence, and Eddie Murphy has way better films and acting than Dave Chappelle?
They wouldn't have had the films if it wasn't for the other shit.
Who are you comparing it? Who are you comparing it to?
You guys told you.
Okay,
you can't.
No.
I asked the question.
Even as far as stand up, Dave Chappelle is not as good. He's probably better than Martin Lawrence.
I'm not asking about stand up. I'm asking strictly about films.
Because y'all
my question
was,
but they're not. Look, as a comedian, as an entertainer is designed to make an audience laugh.
Excuse me.
My nigga went got the diction.
No, my problem. Okay,
and when you look at hold on. When I look at comedian stars, look what's here. Bob Saget, Chris Rock, Adam Sandler, Kevin Hart.
See, a lot of people.
Where we getting this from? These are all stand-up.
A lot of people, yes, and a lot of people don't even know. It depends on how old you are. You wouldn't even know that Adam Sandler and Bob Saget were actually stand-up. So it depends. Like, so here's my argument. This is the issue I have with what G's saying. G, at the end of the day, money is the only, like, as far as how to come, just like how rappers.
We not talking about money though.
Hold on. Just like how rappers have their fucking battle rap bullshit, and that bullshit don't carry no weight in today's shit today. None almost. Like, I get their internal shit. But and how people will rate them on that. But the reality is, just like how the shows and stuff was a way for them to mine people. Just like how people will mind, you got these like people like Saweetie and all these bitches that can't sing and do shit, but they're internet famous. The internet is what it is. So it's like we understand the separation.
Well, we're not talking about money. We're talking about the
Edward, make your point, because you're not getting
my point is you keep making the who's the real comedian argument. Other than Jesse, everybody agrees on one thing. Jesse's not changing what the fuck he's saying. So I understand why saying
but we're not But this is the thing, Edward. We're not talking about money. You keep bringing up the money. We're talking about the respect of your peers. Now, we could compare this to rap. We know that Drake and Future are the most selling rappers out here right now. But when you talk to Jadakiss, listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. We know that Eminem commercially sells out. Future, Drake. People write Drake songs for him. So when you go talk to Nas and Jadakiss and Locksmith and Talib Kweli and Mos Def, they don't consider these niggas in the best rappers, even though they've sold more albums than the best.
That don't matter.
You're talking about money. It do matter to your peers.
To whom? That's why I asked
again, like I said, Corey Holcomb, this got brought up because Corey Holcomb got checked by the people that control who gets it. So all of that, well, I'm a real nigga. That shit didn't matter in that. And for the most part, Corey Holcomb has been able to pull that card. But what the real reason he was able to pull that card is because he can, at his level, at his tier, he's very good at selling shows at his tier, which is a tier where you have a couple of people come through and it ain't like one overwhelming massive headliner. And so now, again, and I understand, so it's this argument about the why is it relevant? What's relevant is the fact that they did it to the point where that nigga had to apologize. Being a real nigga didn't help his ass. That's all I'm saying. So we get this argument.
I don't know where did this other stuff come from?
No, it's like what it came. I don't even know where it came. It's this idea because it's like, well, yeah, man, I'm a convinced
because. Well, this is the thing. You brought up him
until Jesse recognized the real comedians for the
No, I'm not. Like, you brought up him. You brought up him making fun of Just Hilarious. No, this is how it all started. They brought up him saying something to Just Hilarious. And then it started talking about people talking shit and all that. That's what we talk about. Corey talking shit about.
Yeah, because they made
Corey. And we just made the statement that Corey. But this is the thing that Corey actually has the respect of other comedians for his ability. The people that are comedians, and then that's how we brought up the skit. Then somebody brought up the sketch people, and I just stated that to me, them are not comedians. Them are people that do sketches.
Okay, fine. That's the only thing I brought up, and I'm gonna leave it alone at that. It was that there's different aspects of comedy. I felt like I thought that G was trying to say, okay, these people, even though they're good in television and TV and writing, comedic writing, that they're not real comedians because they can't do stand-up.
Yeah, that's true.
And my point was, okay, you have comedians that are good at stand-up, but they can't do the other shit.
There's a standard. There is a qualification standard
and that's not
for comedians.
Hold on. I want to get in. I want to get in.
But I digress.
Speaking of hold on. Speaking of standards, I hate this conversation. Let's talk about standards that y'all was going on about earlier. I want to get in on that.
Well, why don't you wait till we finish this and then get on it?
Yeah,
but that shit sucks though.
Okay, I'm just saying, only Jesse's making that argument. I understand you judge as a comedian by coming up through the comedian ranks, but the internet, and they call them. Look, they fucking call them internet comedians. I don't call them that. As far as I'm concerned, that's just another aspect of entertainment. Just like I bring up the model shit. I don't consider no fucking Heidi Klum the same as a fucking Instagram bitch. I don't give a damn if she's got 10 million followers. So I get that. I mean, I'm not arguing that. And what's really annoying me is it's only one nigga on here. This art and I get where Jesse's coming from, but
but he's wrong.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Okay, I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
Okay, so the conversation is dead then.
Okay,
for the record, I am the only one arguing this. Edward is not arguing this, panel. Okay,
because
Edward is not arguing this. It's only Jesse Bill the third. Okay, so can we move on to another conversation?
Yeah. So for all y'all to say light skinned people never leave another light skinned man behind.
Listen,
there you go.
Edward Anderson is the most disloyal light-skinned nigga of all time, okay?
If y'all don't cut the shit.
Hey, look, I need to do a little service announcement. Y'all got 30 minutes to hit the Cash App, or it's gonna about to be 5 hours. So if y'all want this conversation, go ahead. And I know PK wants to talk about fat bitches because he loves fat bitches.
Fat bitches. So, and baby mamas, right?
Yeah, fat bitch with babies on.
Where him and G can talk to each other.
Damn, why you gonna put me in that shit? God damn.
Well, why? Yeah, well, why not?
So you guys,
I don't got no baby mama shit. What?
No, but I ain't saying you. They're your baby mamas, but there's somebody else's baby mamas.
Hey, I've dealt with plenty of niggas' baby mamas though. I'm gonna tell you that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
Yo, somebody said, "Damn, man, what
like
you got to
PK.
get your El DeBoer's license back?"
You mean I gotta get it renewed?
Renewed, yeah.
Maybe.
It's past
Niggas used to always say, what's that nigga from a different world, Ron? I was like, who the fuck? Like, really?
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
They used to say that.
Kinda.
So, like,
he married.
I mean, y'all both
married
short and light
Tempest Bledsoe.
Yeah.
Hey, Ed, I got a funny story
I'm
about
gonna make
that.
some
hey.
coffee. I'll be right back.
Yeah, but like I said,
Ed, I got a funny story about that. Ed, look, one day I tried to holler at this girl, man. She dissed me hard as fuck. She was like, "This big black ass nigga, this nigga look like Amy from what's that movie with the fucking ape Amy?" That bitch had me mad, boy. I had to walk away in shame.
You had a chick roasting you, nigga?
Nigga, a chick roasted me, bro. I went up to her. I was like trying to holler at her, but I used to have natural freeform blocks, so I had freeform dreads and shit. And I had gold teeth and shit. I was wild.
looking like
you look like
that don't mean shit. You should have roasted that bitch too.
The reason why people
Hey man, I wasn't strong in the force yet, Ray.
Yeah, the reason why people, somebody in the chat said something. The reason why people talk shit about Just Hilarious is because she basically does like she does crazy shit to get attention. She don't do it as much anymore. You say like when she had her son in the tub with her when she was naked and shit, put that on social media. He was like just in the age to where she could get away with that. That's the first thing, course. So people are kind of, and then she kind of blew up. But no, she ain't funny. And there's some of them. Trust me, that sketch shit is not as easy to do as people think it is, because you got to understand the angles, you got to know how to put that shit together. But like I said, it is what it is. But no,
you have to strike. I seen some of those cats and have to strike a chord. You have to know what's hot.
Yeah. So, but at the same time, and if you can monetize that, you can. But at the same time, them motherfuckers are going for commercials. They're going for shit like that. They're not going for that comedic. That word. Because they know they can't do it.
Why you want to let this shit go, man?
No, I
Go ahead, PK. Jump in.
Oh man. So I heard earlier I was asleep, right? But I mean, when I woke up, what I had heard is y'all was talking about the big bitch brigade. Is that true?
The big bitch brigade.
I don't remember.
This must have been before I got on here.
Was that a different stream? We wasn't talking on this stream.
Not on this one.
Man, y'all better leave my big girls alone, nigga.
That was on a stream. G was on.
We do. That's the problem.
So why y'all keep bringing me up, man? Like I'm the only nigga that like fat bitches.
No, Ray just said it.
Only nigga.
You're not the only nigga. You just one of the only niggas.
Big girls
on
need
this
love
stream.
too. Shit.
I'm gonna say it ain't that. Listen, Jesse, it ain't that. It's just that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not discriminating on who want to suck dick. That's all I'm saying.
I appreciate you.
You know what, G? If it wasn't for y'all, it wasn't for you guys, man, big bitches be serial killers.
Exactly,
Listen, man.
You're part
of
necessary evil.
Hold on. Let's make the distinction right now, damn it. Because some motherfuckers like Brother GC, salute to him. Like I tell that motherfucker, man, you cannot just say, oh, because this bitch, she's not a $1.25, she's automatically a fucking Lizzo.
Nobody
said that. There's levels to
that. Somebody said that in the chat.
Well, Ray, where's your level then, Negro?
Shit. Like I would say, mine's is like, Jill Scott, her build. That's the limit.
Give me a number. Give me a number. Give me a number.
A number? Shit. 220.
Oh, hell no.
That's black on this panel. Y'all niggas
I'm gonna try to save Ray.
How high? How tall is he? How tall?
I don't give a damn. I can still turn that bitch upside down. You hear me?
You are in the big bitch brigade. I don't know why you trying to fight it.
I like big bitches.
You damn right. You damn right.
Hey, Edward, I got a question for you.
And then the fact people
Baby
said
got back.
I got a question for you, Edward.
Back.
Was Ray on that big dust up on your channel a few months back when y'all niggas was debating about big girls for 6 hours?
No,
was Ray on that channel? Was he on that stream?
No, I've had a couple. Like last one, BGS was on.
No, the one that BGS was on. Y'all niggas.
Platinum. No.
Hey, but listen, y'all remember? Y'all remember that girl Malaya, the stripper from Houston that Drake was fucking with?
Like we real niggas because we fuck big ogre.
No, that's what I'm saying. Y'all remember the girl Malaya?
I know you. I know you about to get on.
Okay, listen. That girl Malaya, at her height, she weighed 210 in the strip club. You niggas ain't gonna tell me y'all haven't, and we black. So you niggas ain't gonna tell me y'all haven't fucked up 220-pound woman. Y'all would have fucked Malaya.
No.
Y'all would have fucked Malaya and she 5'8", 210.
No.
Come on, bro.
I'm sorry. And see, just like how we were arguing with the comedians, to be a real nigga, you gotta fuck a big bitch at least. Fuck that.
No, you don't.
Hey, I know how you are, Edward.
I'm about to burn my real nigga card. I'm about to set it on fire and protest.
No, I still love you. I still love you, brother. But
I'm gonna be honest.
But I'll tell you, motherfuckers, y'all kiss my ass. Y'all shall not I don't know who came up with that shit, but then y'all shall not dictate what my dick takes in the name of God.
And I'm gonna be honest.
That was game changer.
Hey,
I can't believe this nigga said 220 is his limit. I just can't.
But listen, man, I'm gonna be honest. I have yet to meet a little petite girl with the esophagus of a big bitch.
Which you know what's funny, man?
Oh, hell no.
What
you talking about? There's plenty of them.
You know what's funny, man? Yeah. This nigga named Ray. Ray sound like a nigga that like big bitches. That's a name for nigga that like big bitches.
That's genuine. I'm genuine like a motherfucker, nigga. Straight up.
What's up, BG?
You ain't met that skinny cracked out chick with a deep throat, have you?
Hey, no, I haven't, man. I honestly, they act like they those that I was listening, but I was messing with this one chick. She was like 100, maybe 140, 130. I felt like I was hurting her because I was so used to fucking with thick bitches. Like, you know what I'm saying? I was
right. Like, damn it, you ragdogging this bitch in the bed. Like, come on, man. Like,
no real life shit. I was trying to listen. I was hitting her on the couch, right? I had her on the couch. And it was like, it was nothing there. Like the couch was engulfing her. Like, what the fuck? Like, it was just like, I didn't know what to do. Like, I was just like, this bitch is just little. She's too little.
That nigga G said he used the bitches falling all off the couch and shit.
Okay?
Hey, I'm not saying that, but I'm used to some meat. Like, I'm used to hitting something. That bitch was so little. It was like I'm hitting this bitch pelvis. Ain't no ass right here. Ain't no, like, I just, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was just like, yeah, I was fucked up. Like, I was like, yeah, I don't like this shit. I get more satisfaction from a big bitch.
I'm used to bitches that can't even fit on the couch.
I mean,
no, it wasn't that. It was just like,
R, you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm mad.
Shit.
I'm on the right hand side,
and I'm mad too.
Who's the guy that came up? Man. Who's the guy that just came up?
Nah, that's Snake. He just said
Snake Man.
Oh, Snake Man. Oh, okay. He changed his name.
Oh yeah, I'm thinking. You know, next thing you know, you see some gay shit on here.
I know that Snake Man. I know that.
We seen enough gay shit with that new Thor movie, nigga.
But it ain't that. Just that, like, I'm like, I normally was walking around at like 230, 225. So it was like, I was used to fucking with thick chicks. Like, I was used to fucking with thick chicks.
Hey, G, bro. Hey, G.
No, I said I was walking
Serena
around
Williams
at that
in her
size.
prime, nigga. Man, her body in her prime, nigga, please.
You
but she wasn't over 200
too
pounds,
nonchalantly, man. Y'all are victims of the gynocracy, goddammit.
No, it ain't that. Listen, it's not that, Jesse. Listen, man.
The problem is the fact that y'all are going to the strip club to even, like, y'all are pulling, like, strip club all-stars.
Hey, I don't go to strip clubs, though. Yeah, I ain't. Don't put me in that box.
Strip club all-stars.
Edward, stop lying. They ain't got no strip clubs for bitches this big as they talk about, nigga.
No, because, like, you all are talking about, like...
Yeah, strip clubs for everybody.
Man, I'm going to say, we all black men. And I'm going to say that 220 is a normal weight for a black bitch.
Man,
190.
I rebuke.
They closer to most of them closer to 200 than 140.
What city you out of again?
I rebuke you.
Nebraska.
What is it?
I rebuke you, G.
It don't matter. Like I've been, listen, man. I've been to I've been to every state in the union. If you live in Texas, Louisiana, Georgia, Florida, them bitches is South Carolina. Them is some big
I'm not
bitches
even
out
gonna
there, bro.
hold you, G. You right, bro. You
But
right.
G, you do realize that black men don't even as many black men are over 6 foot 5'10", all that. Black men don't weigh that shit.
Yeah.
No,
Like,
I
you do
realize that.
as
I've
big-
fucked. Listen,
black
I've
men
fucked with.
are the
Listen,
biggest dudes in the country, and they
but this is what I'm
don't
saying.
weigh that.
I've fucked plenty of bitches bigger than me. I'm not gonna say I haven't. I'm just saying this.
G,
I'm telling the truth. I'm not about to get up here and lie about this shit.
G, you know that's one of the telltale signs of a matriarchal, right? When the female is bigger than the male.
These niggas, you can see they hold on, time out. You can see these
I'm
niggas.
just saying. I'm just telling the truth. I don't. You know what I mean? I'm not about to get up here and cap like, yeah, I was only fucking 130-pound bitches.
You can see
Like
these
hell
niggas
no.
real. You can see these niggas.
G not lying though.
Hold on,
That's
true, bro. Jesse.
Yeah,
these
like
niggas-
I was. You know the bitches I was fucking, the bitches that would let me fuck.
These niggas will be 6'2".
Exactly. How do we not know that?
You can see they.
Sometimes they was 140, 150. Sometimes they was 220. Shit, I didn't give a fuck.
Exactly, bro. Exactly.
How do we know that?
Edward, you can have your Angelina Jolie built bitches, nigga.
I didn't
always
say
wanna-
that. That's
I always want to tell your ass
But
that.
the thing,
nigga, why the hell you want to tell me?
the thing about it is that's that borderline.
I like
That's that,
big girls.
no, that's this is.
Hey, you know what's the black
why
man
niggas-
comeback when a nigga try to climb you for fucking with a big bitch? You know what they
boy
gonna
body
say?
bullshit.
But she got ass though.
She got ass. You already know. Hey, and that's the difference. I like big bitches. I don't like fat bitches. I like big girls. I don't like fat bitches.
Exactly. You know what I mean? Fuck that fat hell no.
And this is
yeah,
why,
that's
if
fat.
she didn't have
that's
that, if she didn't have that fupa, she'd be straight though.
and this
I
is
hit.
why
She didn't have that
niggas-
fupa.
And this
Right.
and this is why black men need to travel, because y'all actually associate
Nigga,
fat
even
with
when you
having
travel.
ass and titties.
No, it's not. It's just what nigga. Just what nigga. Some niggas just like. I got homeboys that only fuck with skinny little bitty girls. Like not little. I didn't mean it like that. They only fuck with
That's how you
smaller petite women. They don't. No, they only. I got homeboys that only did. I would hit that. I would fuck the shit out of her. She'd get dick.
Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah, I would turn her.
What's wrong with you?
Nigga, I could pick that up and turn her upside down, nigga.
Why you worried about what I'm doing with my penis?
Right, nigga. Right, nigga.
I respect y'all. Like, listen, when I see you with your girl, I respect what you like. If I see BGS with a little slim thing, or PK, or Ed, or Jesse, I'm like, that's cool. You got a little slim, cute beauty joint, but don't make fun of my motherfucking big bitch, nigga. I love her.
Look, G, don't feel bad, man. You right there with all the other.
I would never
black
feel
men.
bad, nigga.
You right there
I
with
would
all
never
the other
feel
Angels
bad.
brothers. You know.
Listen, I would listen. I would never.
I could
If
pick
I
that
do
up
it in
and
the
turn
dark,
that bitch upside down.
Hey, you know the saying, BGS. You know the old school. And if I do it in the dark, I ain't scared if it comes to the light. Goddamn it.
No, well, first of all, you should do it in the light.
Driving a car, G.
You need to do it in the
That's
light.
what I'm
Why you got it
saying,
in the dark?
PK. Listen, that's what I'm saying. Whatever's done in the dark will come to the light. So ain't no
No,
point
why
lying.
not put it?
Like
Why
I
not
will
put it?
do it.
Why not put it in the light in the first place? If you're not ashamed of
You
it?
ashamed?
Because she ain't. Because she, no, I'm not. What? Nigga, I done walked around holding hands with a fat bitch. I don't give a fuck.
Can you please play this?
Why you lying?
Nigga, I done. Hey, when I was younger, hey, PK,
Fuck you, nigga.
Hey,
That ain't me.
PK. Hey,
Them
PK, when
was
I was
X,
younger,
nigga.
listen, when I was younger, PK, I was so simped out, man. I had this big girl. She was a big bitch, too, though. I ain't gonna lie. This was a big bitch. You know what I'm saying? But she was breaking bread, so, you know, I wasn't going nowhere. I was a broke nigga. But I was with her. Nigga, I had on the matching airbrush shirts with our names on them and all that shit, hugged up with her big ass. Nigga, my homie, hey, I took that bitch to my auntie house. My uncle was like, damn, nephew, that's a big one.
Man, look, I messed with one big chick in my life.
My nephew
You know
was,
what
my
happened,
uncle was on my ass about that.
You know what happened when I messed with the one and only big chick I ever messed with?
What happened, Jesse?
Motherfucker broke my bed springs, man.
Hey, that's what happened.
Nigga, I mean, well, hell, I mean, if you get a 400-pound bitch, nigga, what you expect?
400?
Nah,
Hey,
she wasn't
when
400
you,
pounds. She was
hey,
only like
hey,
two.
Jesse,
3 1/4.
She was like
hey,
two.
Jesse, when you was still a rookie, you was
Hey,
still a
yo, pull
rookie.
this for the
When you
art.
fucking with a big bitch, you gotta have a California king, and you can't have no motherfucking box spring. You gotta have the box spring on the floor and the mattress, nigga. You can't have what's the shit on the bottom of the bed called? What's that shit on the bottom of the bed called? The shit that holds the bed up.
G, my fucking
a box spring.
Box spring.
No,
G,
the metal shit that go under the bed.
Oh, the rails. Okay.
The rails, yeah, nigga. You gotta take the rails off, nigga. You put the bed on the floor, nigga.
Look, G, my shit said.
If you gotta do all that, there's an issue,
bad.
man.
Hey,
I was hitting that big girl.
Don't judge me, sir. Don't
G,
judge me, sir.
I was hitting that big girl. My shit said.
Hey, G,
judge
G,
me, sir.
hey, G, bro, G. Cherokee.
220 all day. That's 220.
Look,
That's
G,
my
my bed was like off a Final Destination. Like when shit start breaking in Final Destination.
Hey, listen, man. Hey, look, my uncle was fucking with this bitch so big, right? Look, she sit down literally, and you heard my auntie couch crack. That bitch dropped down on that couch. That motherfucker started crackling like pork rinds.
Yeah, I've seen Cherokee in person. She's not that big.
Nah, she's
not
not
as big as you think she is, and she's only like 5'2" at best.
But I done deal with so many of these bitches. I know when a bitch heavy. Like some bitches don't look heavy, but they heavy. Like them tall bitches be heavy. Like if a bitch 5'7", 5'9",
and she thick,
and they thick with it, yeah, they heavy.
Like
yeah, they heavy.
I would roll them legs up, nigga, like a rug. You hear me?
I would hit that too.
Hold on, guys. Seriously. Why you got?
I hit that too. Shit, I ain't tripping. I hit that too.
Right?
Yeah,
Why you gut chasing? Why you chasing? For me, that's all.
That comment was for the tall chicks, by the way. But I will toss that upside down too.
That's
Yo, Snake Man.
What did Charles say? Black men are the what?
No standards.
Hey, listen, sir. We ain't saying we are marry these bitches now. We just saying that, nigga, when it's time to do, I would do my duty.
And you wonder why they got egos, huh?
Wonder why they.
I don't listen. With us, with each other, we red pill. With them, I just need to get what I need to get and go on about my business.
So Snake Man, you mean to tell me that? Hold on, wait. I just gotta ask him this question.
Yeah.
Snake Man, you mean to tell me that you Nigerian brothers ain't messing with those big girls? Come on, man.
Not me.
Them niggas definitely fucking
Hold
big
on.
bitches. I ain't about to hear that.
Let me it's very easy.
Yeah, I'm
so easy. If the woman is big in Nigeria, she's married and has 7 kids. That's why she's that big.
Yeah.
That's not the women I'm fucking with. That are not the young ones. That are the 35s, the 40 ones. So all the brothers who are chasing that shit are elderly brothers already have children on their own. They're out of the league. You don't see no young Nigerian 21 chasing a fucking mother. Nah, hell no. There are too many fine ones on the continent. There are too many fine ones.
I ain't gonna lie, Snake. I ain't gonna lie, Snake Man. I done seen a couple. Hold on. Let me just say this. I done seen a couple young Nigerian brothers getting that green card, man. With them.
That's something different. That is a green card. That is not what we want to fuck.
I don't know nothing about Nigerians like that, but I'm gonna tell you what, Sudanese niggas fuck fat bitches.
I could take her bottom. I could take her bottom, you know what I mean, the thickness, you know, of her legs and all that shit, but up top, like from the titties up, I'm good.
Yo, Edward said he got to get the hell up out of here. Y'all showing all these fat bitches.
Edward said
nigga, she's getting piped, nigga.
That nigga said y'all disgusting him.
Hey, man, listen.
Hey, I sure wasn't.
But you know what's crazy?
I sure wasn't gonna be on here and be like, yeah, nigga, yeah. I only fuck with 130, nigga. No, nigga.
But listen, though. You know what's crazy, Ray? You know, like I know, Ray, that them big bitches love niggas like BGS, them tall, slender niggas. That's what you see. You will see a bitch. That's what you see with the big bitches, tall, slender niggas.
That's where the money is, huh?
One thing I don't get. You must understand. I come from continent. It is very hard to get that fat.
Yeah,
Like,
it is. It is.
that's why I say only really the mothers the mothers can get that fat because the fathers are starving themselves to death because she's the one who gets kids. That's why every time I see those pictures, I think to myself, is she not married? Because all the fat bitches where I come from are married.
You cannot tell me, my brother.
And they have to be have to have a husband that makes a lot of money too.
You cannot tell me, my brother, that there ain't no damn women over there, damn overseas and shit with
yes,
thick
there are,
ass
but most of them are married.
like with super thick ass thighs, small waist and shit.
Yes, that's the average.
You cannot tell me that there's not none over there.
I'm not talking about thick women. I talk about
not
fat
the majority.
women.
Yeah, they're not the majority.
Hey, man,
We have very
I
sick women here, but we are not fat women. No gut.
Hey, man, I'm gonna say,
not enough food around.
You know what, man? Listen, man, this
My
shit
nigga
is
said
really
not
a
enough
preference
food
thing.
around. Oh
No,
shit!
really, there really is.
Really,
not enough
it's a
yeah.
preference thing, man. Some people have different preferences, man. Like when I be seeing the dudes at my white coworkers and the girls at my white coworkers and them, like I'll be looking like that bitch look like a 12-year-old boy with with titties on her. That's it. This bitch don't got no ass,
You
no
hear
hips,
me?
no thighs, nothing.
No,
This
no
bitch
meat,
just
no meat to save her damn life. You hear me?
5'6".
Here
I
we
want
go.
you niggas to know something.
115 pounds.
I
Nigga,
just
I
want
don't.
y'all
Yeah,
to
I don't
know.
like that.
I hope y'all know
And
y'all brainwashed, right? I hope y'all know.
I
Oh,
don't give
nigga,
a fuck.
soon as the wind blow,
Them black
soon
women.
as the wind blow, that bitch gone.
Listen, them black women and put that Winter Soldier fucking brainwashing on
Hey
y'all
man,
ass.
it's okay. Hey, it's okay, bro. Like the world is going to keep turning, and we gonna keep fucking these fat hoes and let you niggas have the skinny bitches, and we don't.
You
And none
hear
of us
me?
ever. And none of us ever got to argue about no women. We could just be like, yeah. When I see a skinny bitch, if I'm walking with BGS and if the big friend, nigga, we already know our roles. Get her, BGS. I'm gonna get the big bitch. Nigga, we gonna do our thing, nigga. Attack. You remember how Voltron formed?
I would agree with you if that was the case and there was more skinny women than fat bitches. Most dudes don't
But
like
it's not.
fat bitches in the first place. But there's
Listen,
not.
it's not.
the
Listen,
exact opposite.
and PK.
I'm not
with
mad
all
at
due
you.
respect, and with all due respect, PK, we not marrying these bitches. Like we're not.
You see, that
You
makes,
know
that's
what
what
I'm
makes it
saying?
worse. That's what
No,
makes
that's
it
what
worse.
I'm saying. We just saying, but I'm not. I'm saying this.
Hey
I'm
G,
just what
in
I'm
their
saying.
minds, hey G, in their
Yeah,
minds,
she
right?
righteous right there.
I don't waste time because
she's
if
wrong,
they're
yeah.
oh Lord, oh well, oh okay,
Nah,
yeah.
that's
And this is what we saying.
That's
And
too
this is
slim
what
for
I'm saying
y'all.
too.
That's too slim for y'all.
That's prime meat.
Too
And this is what I'm
slim.
saying too.
Y'all don't like
Oh, she got meat.
4150.
She got
Yeah, this is
meat.
what I'm saying.
Ain't no meat
I
on
don't
them
only
bones.
fuck with fat bitches, but I'm saying, like, you know, I'm not saying that every single bitch I fuck was a fat ass bitch, like, but no, I'm just saying, like, yeah, it ain't, nigga, I don't gotta lie. I don't. Nigga, I would
We got
never.
a range.
Listen,
we
man,
got a
I'm
certain
not.
range.
Yeah,
There's
like it's a
levels.
range to this shit, man.
I'm not mad
If
at
a
y'all.
bitch,
I
if a
actually
bitch
want to
got,
buy y'all drinks.
see, y'all call them fupas. Where out here where we
What you
from, we
drink,
call
G?
them hams.
Cause
Where
see,
y'all from?
G, cause
No, I
G,
don't
brother
drink at
G,
all,
in
bro.
their minds, brother G, in
Ray,
their
what you
minds,
like to
right?
drink, Ray?
They're automatically gonna think that we're taking the Lizzo size bitch, right? They're
Yes,
gonna
you
be
do. Stop lying.
exaggerating it like that. Like they we're automatically just gonna mess with just a
No, that's
Lizzo
not
size
it,
bitch.
man. Yeah, Lizzo
No,
don't got no
no.
shape or nothing. That bitch built like
Yeah,
SpongeBob
no.
SquarePants.
No shape, and bitch, you barely look like you can wipe your ass too. So, bitch, you may got
Yeah,
some
we
damn
ain't fucking with
dingleberries
that.
back
But
there.
we,
Ray, what you like to drink, Ray?
Huh?
What do you like to
Oh
drink?
shit. Oh shit. Jack. Hell shit. The
I want to
strong
buy
shit.
you a drink, man. You're doing a service
Grand-
to the community, man.
give me some granddad in this bitch.
Oh, not old granddad?
Granddad.
God
Yeah.
damn.
but like we
Yeah,
said
but
before, there's a
you know
difference
what?
between a big bitch.
In a minute.
You know
Listen, there's
what?
a difference between
I
a
got
big
one
bitch
for you.
and a fat bitch, bro.
I got
A
one
fat
for you.
bitch is a fat bitch.
For you. There you go. There you
God
no,
damn,
no,
what
no,
the fuck
Oh,
is this?
yeah,
No, I done hit a chick like that. I done hit a chick that's built like that before. I have.
Yeah, I
Just
mean,
pour it up.
yeah, I have though, but then I'm like,
Yeah,
I
have.
gotta raise my standards up a little bit, bitch. Nah,
Let me ask.
bitch, you look like you too comfortable like that, bitch. You don't look
Yeah.
like, bitch, you're trying to put
And them
any
bitches
effort,
that's
go to
built
the
like
gym.
that.
Bitch, you
them
gotta
bitches-
at least have a damn gym membership card with me,
Man,
bitch. Like,
man,
you know what I mean?
I ain't
You
gonna
gotta
lie.
shape it. You
I
gotta
have.
keep it
I
in
ain't,
shape. You
ain't no
gotta
shame.
You
keep
need a
those
gym
shirts.
membership card. That's a waste of money.
All
Hell
right,
no,
you
nigga. I mean,
quiz,
cause
you're not
boy,
entertained. We need a couple cash apps. Come on.
Yeah, man.
You're not
hey,
entertained.
cause
Got 100 people watching.
Man,
Hey,
This
real
what I'm
talk.
saying.
No, I got over 100 people watching. I just said that shit, and I only got 3 cash out. Only 3.
3.
Only 3.
Who are they?
3.
We got Ray June, we got Il Spain, and we got Cladwell. That's it.
No, goddamn. All right.
So I guess
But this what I'm saying though. Like in the situations of this shit, man. Like this shit is just like okay, you know, these bitches getting fucked. Like that's all there is to it. Now, if the bitch 150 or 250, there's a man that exists that's gonna hit that. I don't give a fuck if he white, black, African, Asian. Niggas fuck fat bitches. It's not all these fat bitches got kids.
I know. I know.
My range has improved since, you know what I mean, I recognize the value of myself.
Well, hold on.
Within
Okay,
that,
y'all been going.
The bitch has to have. Hold on. Lastly, I'm gonna say this last thing. She has to have a gym membership card. Okay, put in effort. I'm seeing her working out. But the thing is, though, I've been seeing like in the gym I go to, which is Crunch Fitness. I've been seeing a lot of thick ass white girls in there. Damn it, hell, and they on them damn steppers and shit. Damn it, all that. Damn it, get just putting the perfect curves. That's what you got to do to put the perfect curves in that shit, man. You know what I mean? Bitch, you can't just sit up, bitch, and just eat hot Cheetos, bitch, and just watch Love and Hip Hop all
That's
day.
how they got that way, goddamn.
No, nigga.
Yo, F Holiday said her damn knees about to bend backwards. How's that? On that, talk about that picture that somebody put up with the white pants chick, the white jeans chick.
Y'all done made BGS Lee. Y'all ain't done.
Yeah, man. You know, BGS in Cali, man. He used to something. But I'm gonna just say, like, if I would have to put a percentage wise, I'd probably say 65% of the bitches I fucked was big bitches. Like, and the other 35 was smaller bitches.
Never leave America. You will starve. You will never get your fat bitches.
Man, I would fuck the shit. No, it ain't. Listen, this is what I'm saying, Snake Man. I've fucked all type of bitches, but I'm saying. If I'm not going to lie, I'm like 65%. No, I've only loved one bitch. Yeah, she was a big bitch, but she looked. She was like her size, but like a little. She was a little bit bigger than her. And that was my bitch.
Prefer the fat ones.
Yeah, for sex, yep. I ain't gonna lie. For sex, yes.
Why?
Not fat, but big bitches.
No, but listen. Okay, so 2 things, right? So the first thing is why? Just why, man? Why you like this? How did you get to be this way?
Now, this I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna put a no homo before it because that's what my dick like. I don't know, nigga. I can't explain to you. I like to be grabbing bitches' thighs and titty slap. Like it's all type of shit that's going on.
Why do you go to McDonald's? Why do you go to Hardee's, motherfucker? Why do you? I mean, why do you like Snickers? Put that Snickers down. No, you supposed to get me fucking Mr. Goodbar.
Man,
come on, man.
If our women would get so fat without getting married and having 7 kids, the cannibal cult would be
and because good. Nigga. Because this is not Nigeria, nigga. We got hormone-induced chicken wings, nigga. We don't. These bitches eating the hormone milk and chicken wings with
eat
sauce.
Good.
These bitches eating 1 pound guy rolls with extra tzatziki on it and shit. These bitches are big.
Oof. I don't even remember my second question anymore.
BGS from California, so I'm sure he was getting queasy over here.
No, not really.
Man, California got plenty of fat bitches. Don't let that shit fool you.
Yo, shout out to the brother Kevin Samuels. Rest in peace. Fuck this shit, I'm out.
And I know, especially if you from Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, Georgia, North South Carolina, Virginia, man, that's big. That girl not being right there. That girl just thick.
She's big.
That's a
you would love.
I
have the power and the might to turn that shit upside down.
Man, that bitch. I'll put that. Hey, well, my nigga, I'll put that bitch in a sharpshooter. Of course, I've been to Baton Rouge,
Louisiana's the home of the pretty big girls. The pretty big girls.
I've touched them there. Shit, you talking about Louisiana, Mississippi? I done touched all that shit. I'm talking about from Wiggins, Mississippi, Gulfport, Biloxi, Jackson. But I don't.
All right, so do this for me. Do this for me, right? And G, since you guys are, proud members of the BBB, Go ahead and tell me what the floor is and what the ceiling is and why you won't marry him.
Now, I'm gonna say this. My floor personally is like
500 pounds.
I can't even say fuck no. I never even met a bitch that was 500 pounds. Y'all niggas be exaggerating shit. Like what the fuck?
Yeah, no,
These
no,
niggas
no,
be
man,
going
but-
too crazy with it.
Yeah,
Seriously,
man.
I can't give you.
Go ahead.
Go
What's
I wouldn't fuck with. I wouldn't fuck with her right there. I wouldn't.
She
I
said,
wouldn't
"Hold
fuck
up,
with
I got
shorty
my
right there,
limits,
yeah.
nigga."
Nigga,
What's the
I got
floor?
my
What's the
limits
ceiling?
now.
Yeah,
Like,
right.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
say
that's too.
my-
That's a
yeah,
little
that's
too
too
wide,
much right
damn it.
there. Yeah, that's too much
man.
right there. Yeah, I can't fuck with
bitch.
that.
curves. You got curves though, man.
Now I'm not gonna say.
bitch.
I'm
that
not
that
gonna
bitch
say
need 10 horses
no.
to satisfy her. Hell no.
But I'm gonna say this, right? I'm gonna say my limit is like, you remember
Don't ask
old
me about big
girl?
bitches. Don't do
No,
it.
I'm gonna just say no.
I don't remember.
Man, I know every nigga done seen this movie. You remember old girl
Precious?
on How to Be a Player, the nigga's sister
No,
that
I
was
don't.
hating on him.
I don't
Okay,
know.
so you never seen How to Be a Player?
Probably not. No. If it was a
Oh,
big
okay,
bitch
yeah,
in
you
it,
don't
I
know,
avoided
yeah.
it like the plague, bro.
Man, come on, man.
He was born in 95.
I don't know.
I think so.
I was
these-
born in the 90s, bro. You can't. Nah, that's a different. Nah, you
Listen,
talking to a different
man.
generation.
I know who
That
you
don't
talking
mean
about.
shit. These bitch, I was born in '89. Shit, we was born basically in the same generation.
There
That's
y'all
what
go.
I'm saying, bro.
Oh no. That's a
Yeah,
package.
that's
of meat.
probably
no.
that's
That's a
probably
packet.
about my limit right
Yeah.
there. Like if she
Yeah,
any bigger than that, I
yeah.
won't fuck with her, yo.
Bruh.
I'm cool.
Why are
No,
you
I'm cool
lying?
because
Why are you
Do you
lying?
know?
I'm
Do you
cool.
understand
I'm telling
how much
nigga, I
weight
don't.
you're
Why would I
looking
have
at?
to? Hold on. First and foremost, I already told you I fuck big bitches. Why would I have
Okay.
to lie to you? Like that shit
Okay.
don't make no sense.
Right.
You
Not
just
your
be
limit.
saying.
Stop lying.
I
That's
just
not
told
your
you I
limit.
would fuck with her. I just told you I would fuck with Shorty. Like, but if
Yeah, but
they too much bigger than that, yeah, I'm cool, bro.
Nah.
Yeah.
I know that you fuck bigger bitches.
And it
I
depends
know
on the
that.
shape
And
too,
nigga,
because
you
some
Nigerian, y'all done fucked plenty of big bitches, bro. You niggas
Bro,
be acting like
you know
I
if
don't
this
even
woman is
believe
over.
niggas, bro.
You know if this woman's
If
over like
80%,
5.
nigga,
Wait,
if
G.
80, listen,
G. You know
come
if
on.
that woman that he just showed is over 5'5", she's pushing almost 300 something pounds.
Man,
You know that,
I
right?
don't give a fuck.
I'm
Nigga, what
good.
the
I'm good on
I
her
don't
though.
give a
That's
fuck.
what I tell. That
I
is
got
not
my
his
What are you
limit.
saying? I don't give. Nigga, I don't know. I don't walk around with a scale like bitch. Step on this scale, nigga. What the fuck? I don't care about that shit. What I'm saying is
She
this.
look like.
Now,
I
what
gotta
I'm
be
saying
honest,
is
G.
this, man.
G, she look like
I would
G.
hit.
She look like
I
she
ain't
don't
gonna
got
lie.
no. But I gotta be honest though, man. She don't look like she got any thickness in her, man. It look like she's been banged
Man,
out and
I
just
don't
let
give
her
a
stomach
fuck. I
hold.
would still fuck
You know
her,
what
nigga. I
I mean?
don't care. Nigga, shit. Like I don't. What are you
shit look worn
saying?
out though.
But I'm saying it like this though. I'm saying it
You can
like
take
this
her
though.
though. You can take her. I
If
can't.
listen, I'm saying this. We black men here. If 80% of these bitches is overweight or obese, what the fuck? Come on, man. So you niggas only
Nah,
fucking.
that's not my
Man,
demographic.
like I
That's
said,
not
I'm not trying to hear that
80%.
shit.
What?
Listen, bro. No, this is
No, but
this is
G.
real numbers. But listen,
Yeah, I know. But
like I
G,
said, man, I
have a
really don't
question.
believe a nigga when he say he never fucked a big bitch. I don't even believe niggas.
I didn't.
I'm
Right.
not calling a nigga liar.
Right. Some
But I
motherfuckers is
just
such
don't
a
believe you
shame.
niggas. Shit.
They probably
honest
fucked a
with you.
big.
You guys have
Hey
it.
G, they probably fucked a big bitch that was built like a damn mushroom and shit, where her upper
Man, I
body's
don't.
big
Yeah, that's
and
what I'm
shit,
saying.
and she got them
Like,
small ass legs. Yeah, they
Don't
probably
put
had
your
them
life
kind of
on
big
me.
bitches.
Don't
Yeah,
put your
don't
like
life
do
I
on
said,
me.
man,
that.
I'm a connoisseur. I'm a connoisseur of this big bitch shit, man. Like I don't give a
I
fuck.
can't
I don't
relate.
fuck. I don't
Nah.
fuck. I don't fuck skinny bitches, big bitches, thick bitches, fat bitches, ugly bitches. I don't give a fuck. Nigga, I don't fuck. I'm not
No, but
lying about. I don't have.
G.
Nigga, I don't care. Nigga, ain't no shame.
Nobody
Yeah.
likes a girl with a tire around the stomach. All right.
So
Well,
G, you
listen,
basically agree
He
with
said with a tire around the
You
stuff.
basically agree with Charles Faulkner's theory
Yeah, he does.
that
Yeah.
black
what
men
theory? I don't know.
are the garbage men of the dating pool.
I'm
Basically,
saying
the
these
black men
were,
have no
but I'm saying
standards.
is these were the women in my environment. They get like these
Nah,
like
Pusher, you can't play that game.
Man,
Nah.
what the like you niggas? I don't believe in like first. I done already told you I don't believe you niggas never fucked with a big bitch before.
The thing about this,
You can't tell me you have, especially if you live in Texas, North Carolina, or anywhere in the South, nigga. Your hood niggas ain't about to lie to me.
The thing about it is, G, is that if this is, I always say this: black men need to start raising their standards, regardless. But what we can't do is just say that. The only way I could believe that you are into that big bitch shit is that if you said that you had $1 million, you got $1 million right now, and for the rest of your life you dated big bitches. That would be the only way. That would be the only.
And this is what I'm gonna say to that, Art. This is what I'm gonna say. Go ahead.
Hold on. That would be the only way. But but I noticed that as soon as guys get money, their women start losing weight.
And this is what I'm gonna say to that. Now,
go ahead.
I don't make it now, but we're gonna speak on this. Like I made 6 figures before. Matter of fact, a couple years ago, like in 2020, I made 6 figures. And I'm gonna say this. I was pretty much like the quality of bitch I fucked got better, but it was pretty much the same bitches. Like it wasn't like except they would have better, they would be in better positions in life. I would fuck her. Like, man, that's what I'm saying. I'm not like I don't gotta lie about my shit. Like that's just what I'm on. Like I would fuck with Shorty. Like me seeing her wouldn't be like, yeah, I can't fuck with her. I would fuck with Shorty.
Bro, I can have Elon Musk money and I put that on my kids. I will take that bitch down.
You say that now, but when you start seeing that chick versus some damn nice.
This is what we saying, Art. I have fucked bitches that wasn't big bitches. I fucked big bitches, slim bitches, skinny, petite bitches. I done did all that. But I'm just saying, like me personally, I get more satisfaction from a thicker woman. If you're talking about just sexually, I get more satisfaction sexually than with a thicker woman versus a thinner woman. That's just me. Like I don't know what else to say about that.
You tell him, G. You tell him, G.
But G. That's not for me. That's for PK. Because PK is the one who has a glass bag. He has a glass bag. Tell him the technique how to lift women who are fat. Because he always talking about, I could lift the big bitches because
so I'm gonna correct you. Listen, I'm gonna correct you, Snake Man. You don't lift big bitches. You roll them, and fat rolls forward. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, PK. That's how the technique is.
Hey, G, you got motherfuckers on here, bro. You got motherfuckers on here that said, bro, that they will deal with a woman. They don't give a damn if she's 150. They don't give a damn if she's a feminist. They would choose her, fuck with her, over a woman who's submissive, but she's a little bit bigger.
I will believe it because some of these niggas will fuck with a man. I don't give a fuck what they do. That's not my business.
You hear me? Oh, nigga.
That's a big pause.
Yeah, look,
y'all act like I'm lying.
Well, that is a pause though, but nigga, but shit,
I don't got a pause about. Like, I'm saying this. I don't care what you do. I don't give a fuck what the next man does with his penis, what get his rocks off, who he likes, nigga. Long as I like my bitch, I don't give a fuck what you niggas like.
I second that motion.
My only thing is that we, as black men, we need to start being true to ourselves and stop just accepting things just because they are just around. Because if you knew if that wasn't around, you wouldn't accept it. Stop accepting it from a woman.
But this is what I'm saying.
No, bro. We just said we fuck with chicks that was 150, 180.
But this is what I'm saying. The reason why Charles has been saying this, that black men are the garbage of day because we accept everything. We're the only we're the only man on this planet, African American men, that are willing to accept anything from our chicks, whether it's attitude, weight, this, that, and the third. We're the only ones that's willing to put up with it, even though we may not like it. And if you don't like it and you're just putting up with it, then you're not being true to yourself.
And that's what I'm saying.
Well, hell, brother. Well, hold on, brother Art. Well, I would say on that though, the tip of that spear is this. Is motherfucker, you're not being true to yourself, nor can I respect you if I see you as a man, regardless of the size of your woman, you let her make you into a bitch made ass nigga. I can't have you on my side. Damn it, saying, hey, you're one of my troopers in this bitch. You know what I mean? When anything goes down, no, I can't trust you, motherfucker, because you on some major simp shit, ready to throw a nigga under the bus kind of shit that will cause me, damn it, to ready fuck a pistol to put my pump to your head. I don't play with sense, nigga.
The thing what I'm saying about what this situation is, that's a different situation. One thing I'm saying is this: that at first you have to respect yourself. A lot of men are accepting shit from women, where it's like I said, attitude, weight, whatever.
I got you.
And if they don't, and they know they don't like that shit, but they're doing it anyway just because they're putting up with the shit. That's why I had.
Now I'm gonna say this.
That's why I had that whole stream earlier today to our Black Men Beauty Centers low.
This is what I'm gonna say to that. For me, it's purely a sexual thing. I ain't gonna like that. I'm gonna be honest. I like they just like sexually. I just like fucking them better. Like to me, it's to me it's just better sexually. We don't got to speak about.
Yeah.
We all know what sex is. We've all had it. But to me, I get more sexual satisfaction from a bigger chick than a smaller chick. To me,
yeah,
damn near. Except I can look and say, okay, I think this woman's beautiful aesthetically, but when I fuck her, it ain't the same type of satisfaction as when I'm hitting one of them thick Johns and I get my shit off. That's just for me. Now, for whatever other reason people like what they like, that's on them. And like I said, I'm not judging nobody for what they like. Some dudes like Asian chicks. Some dudes like. What I can tell you this: I ain't never fucked a fat white bitch. That's a fact.
Yeah.
I mean,
I ain't never fucked no fat Hispanic chick or none of that shit. But
you want to wrestle while you fuck. I understand.
You goddamn right. I want motherfucking shit to be moving. Nigga, I wanted to go down to that bitch. I'm trying to put a bitch in a sharpshooter.
Boy, you hear me, nigga? Because I'm still bitching 350, bro. So yeah, I mean, I can't do nothing with a little olive oil, man. I'm like just tossing her little ass just on the walls, just like a little baseball in my head and shit. No, I can't. No, I need meat, motherfucker.
Well, I got steak. That's the only meat I.
Shit.
I got steak.
Hell, nigga. Trying to starve a bear, nigga. Gonna starve me for 3 days and come back with one piece of fish. Motherfucker, I'm gonna eat you and the fish.
And I'm gonna dispel this myth. Like, no, these big bitches is flexible just like these little bitches. Facts. Like that. Like some of them not, but most of them they spread like flowers. So I don't know what niggas talking about. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. And plus, too, like if you had to look at it, like if you had to balance the scales of it, like okay, because some folks say, no, I would choose the feminist, because of her size. Fuck that shit, motherfucker. It's about peace, and I desire peace for my fellow man, for my fellow brother. And damn it, and I can't really say 100%. I don't give a damn, like about what you choose because I'll be looking at you funny. If you just come with just an overly sloppy bitch, she got stains on her shirt and shit. The bitch look like damn she ain't washed her ass in 3 days. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, what I mean? And I see a bed bug on the bitch. Yeah, I can't have you. Nah, I'm cool.
Hey,
and then a lot of that too is, Ray, a lot of these niggas be capping on the internet, man. Like a lot of niggas come on this bitch like, come on, if we all black and we all live together. Man, listen, we all live together. You don't count, Snake Man. This is what I'm saying. I'm not saying that because you're not black, but you're not from our culture. You didn't grow up like we grew up.
I'm not even on the same continent. I'm from the continent of all Blackistan. I'm from the continent of all Blackistan.
There ain't no such thing as Blackistan, bro. Like I don't my fault, bro. I don't like that type of shit. But I'm saying
I know.
I'm saying
it kind of reminds me. It kind of reminds me.
So I'm saying,
what'd you say, Art? What'd you say, Art?
You grew up in our communities. These bitches, our bitches, is just not a bunch of skinny bitches. That's just what it is. African American women.
That don't mean I gotta fuck with.
It ain't. Yeah. Man, like I said, I'm not saying that don't mean
that don't mean that I have to like it.
Right. I'm not saying you do. I'm saying this. Some dudes change their standards as they get older. Some dudes never do. Some dudes fuck with certain shit. Listen to what I'm saying. Now, I'm saying this. If 80% of these bitches is overweight or obese, Niggas is not about to tell me you been fucking black bitches and you just fuck only the skinny ones. And I'm not even believing you. I'm not saying you a liar. I just don't believe it. Me doubting something and it being true or not is a real, like, I still would doubt it.
You just got to doubt
and I'll say to my minimum, I'll give you a picture. I'll give you a picture. Okay, my minimum, okay, which is no smaller than this, but I will fuck the shit out of Valkyrie from Thor.
She's
I don't even know who that is.
Valkyrie from Thor.
I think her name is Tessa Thompson.
Tessa Thompson. That's what he's talking about.
Is she even attractive?
Because she used a lot of makeup. She's got a lot of dark circles in her eyes.
But that bitch, but she dyking though. You know, I think she made that statement clear in the fucking movie too.
Well, she's dating fucking Janae Monáe or whatever her name is.
Oh damn! Oh shit! I gotta take a look. Cause but damn it! Oh boy, and she was also some of us may find that like, okay, you know, masculine and shit, whatever this bitch is going through with her pistols and shit. But the show Westworld, oh nigga, she was sexy as hell in that, like in the end of that though, when she was going through.
I thought it was the British or light skinned chick.
Yeah, I think she is British.
That's not Tessa Thompson.
I thought her name was Tessa Thompson.
Hey, you know who gorgeous to me? That girl, Joy Bryant.
Hold on.
This makes no sense.
The woman that was in Westworld, she was skinny as shit.
Yeah,
no. She was also in there. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. That's the same chick that was in Chronicles of. Yeah, that's the same chick from Chronicles of Riddick. But no, she was also in there as well.
You talking about the yellow chick from Thor?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It makes no sense.
Thing? Okay, yeah. But you know who I think is a beautiful girl? That girl, Joy Bryant, man. She's beautiful. Y'all know who I'm talking about, the Joy Bryant girl?
Do you get it right? You are gut chasers and you would fuck the light skin girl from Thor.
What is you talking about? Listen, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't understand nothing about you, bro. I'm not. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna just be honest. Like, it throws me off, bro. Like, I'm not. You know, that's not.
Yeah, because
just, you know.
Yeah, I understand that you don't understand.
Yeah, it just throw me off, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's throwing me off, bro. You throwing me off. I'm not saying it's nothing bad, but it's like you trying to insult me or something, bro. And you know what I'm saying? I don't like that shit. But it's all good. I don't got no problem with you or animosity towards you. But I'm just saying, like, that's what it's coming off to me as, bro.
Who me?
Nah, it's me. Because I got categorized them as gut chaser.
Yeah, I don't know what that type of shit mean, bro. I don't do slurs and shit, bro. Like, for real. Like, you African, bro, so I know you from a different culture. I'm not African. So, we from two different cultures, bro. So, you know what I mean? Like, that's like, I don't say shit like that to people. So, you know, that's throwing me off. It's like you calling me out my name, bro. But it's all good. Like, I'm just making you aware of that, bro, because I don't know if you knew that. But when you call me names like that, that's what that makes me feel like, bro. But it's all good.
I mean, bottom line is this though, man. Like, nigga, you got a real brother right here. You know what I mean? Not on no treacherous shit, none of that bullshit. No grimy ass shit. None of that. It's just I like what the fuck I like. You know what I mean? But you can best believe that I'm not gonna fuck your bitch behind your back, but you're gonna have to watch that chicken. Nigga, you know what I mean? Because I'm gonna fuck that chicken up. So you may get mad at me about that. But you know what I mean? Hey.
Look, man.
But other than that, Art, you still my brother. You know what I mean?
But let me clear it up with Snake Man, though. And I don't
hold
mean
on,
no offense,
wait.
brother,
It's already
but
cleared up. It is already stated. I get you.
Okay, yeah.
I think he gets you. I think he does, right? So, I mean, the thing is, man, I think that a lot of us are trying to tell you, man, is that at least both of you guys, man, is that your standards are pretty damn low, you know. And then to the same standard that you would use to fuck, I mean, at least what you claim to like, you're not even committing to these bitches, so it doesn't make any sense. You know, I get we have two different standards, but it's kind of a different. It's a different thing when you decide, like, okay,
whether they slim or not, PK. Brother PK, whether they slim or not, they are all still under this fucking feminist umbrella.
Yeah.
You know what
Not
I mean?
my women.
And that's the thing. I'm not going to marry a bitch just because she's thick.
and their force is strong. The wicked has their season. You know what I mean? But damn it, and so yeah, these bitches they're gonna fall off. They're dying off. Yeah, so because they want to be under this feminist banner. So
So is your
therefore, it doesn't
standard?
matter the size. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, you can have a bitch, bro, that damn near look just like Megan Good. But damn it, but if this bitch is slapping you on the fucking head, your ass is putting up with it because your ass don't want a bigger bitch than her. I'm gonna look at you as a bitch made motherfucker and not want to deal with your ass.
But
Okay,
this is
you don't
what
have to.
this is what I was saying with standards though. At the first moment that we find out that bitch is on some damn feminist shit, leave. Like I said before, in that movie, what the was it in Heat? What did he say? Don't get into a situation you're not ready to leave in 5 minutes or 10 minutes, whatever this quote is. If you get into a relationship with a chick and you can't leave, you fucked up.
Yeah, and I think that's where some misunderstanding comes from, because you understand, I come from an area we don't have enough food, that 80% are overweight. We don't have enough food for that shit, first of all. Then we don't have that feminist shit because we don't like socialism. We barely have any kind of social security, so there is no feminism where I come from. And that's why I say it sounds strange. Yes, it sounds strange. There are black men out of here. The majority of black men come from countries where the black women are sick, slim, and have no attitude. As you know, it sounds strange that is not the majority on this earth.
Well, that's why
maybe they like that over there. Once them hoes get to America, they just like the rest of these bitches. I didn't grow up around no Nigerians, but I grew up very close with Sudanese people. And them now, when they first got here, like in '99, they would still had their culture, but they kids are just like the American bitches.
Yeah, because they're no longer. What first thing you must understand is the culture is tied to the land. There is no such thing as a second generation Nigerian who were never there to Africa who's a Nigerian. That doesn't exist.
The kids are always going to adopt the culture that they're in. The parents may not, because the parents are still going to try to act the way they were when they were born in other culture. You see that with the Asians.
Yes.
If they come off the boat and they see their kids, they'll go to the damn Vietnamese market or wherever they came from, their market, and go buy the stuff that they used to have in their home country. Their kids, they won't go there. They go to McDonald's.
Yep.
Hey, do you think? Oh, I just thought of something.
Hello?
Did he just get cut off?
Ray, are you okay? Do you have a stroke?
Too many big bitches, man. It took him out the game.
That cholesterol's fucking up his internet connection.
But really,
how am I now? Am I good?
Yeah, you good.
Yeah, go ahead.
But as far as standards go, like in certain things, like how they behave, how we speak, and all that. Like I don't go for no fuck shit. I'm not with none of the fuck shit. I'm not with it. You and I about to be cursing me out, calling me out of my name. Thinking like I don't go for none of that from any female that I deal with. So I'm not saying that they don't do it. I'm just saying that the point that I see they want to get on the bullshit, I just stop fucking with them and going. There's too many females out here to get stuck with a female that's gonna be disrespecting you. And now I wasn't always like that. It took me. I'm 32 years old now, so. The shit that I did when I was 19 and 18 and 20, like I don't do that same shit now. But honestly, I went through it before. I grew through it. I like you said, I grew up in this shit. Like I grew up in this shit. So I've had females that call me out my name. I had to argue with these bitches, arguing every day, getting kicked out. I went through all that shit as a young nigga. But once I became all the way I ain't even gonna say sufficient. Once I became all the way confident in myself, and I had the confidence that okay, I could make it out here on my own, and I don't need to depend on no one, whether it's my parents or my family or any. Once I became secure in myself as a man, I was able to step out and do my own thing, and that was when I was about 27. You know, so I'll just be honest. Yeah. But till I was 27, I dealt with all the fuck shit. I fucked with bitches with multiple baby fathers, with 3 kids, 2 kids. I done did all that shit before. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's what I was trying to ask you earlier. Is that I get that most men, not all, but most men have a difference in between what they'll stick, what they'll fuck, you know what I mean, and what they will, consider for a long-term relationship / marriage. And is that the same for you in terms of like, I guess, weight as well as like what are your standards like as far as that's concerned?
And that's what I'm telling you, PK. If I will sleep with them, I will be like, first and foremost, I'm not even in a space to deal in a relationship with a female. Like I'm focused, like I'm getting money right now. I travel over the road. I'm not really trying to get caught up like that. But I'm saying if I did get in a relationship, if I would have sex with them, I would be in a relationship with them. That's just what it is. Like I'm not ashamed of the people I have sex with. Like I wouldn't, regardless of what anybody would say, like, okay, it's good for me. I'm not concerned about your opinion on what I do with who I do it with. You know what I mean? That's not saying I don't value men's opinion, but far as I can see if you was telling me like, hey, she ain't no good for you because she's combative, I will always listen to wisdom. But as far as the what I like, physically, like I would never like, nigga, I'm not you, you not me. That's how I look at it. You see what I mean? So that's just all it is to me, man. As I done been in relationships with chick that was, the coldest chick I had, she only weighed like probably 145, 150. I never put her on a scale, but she wasn't big as all. That was probably aesthetically the best looking woman I've been with. Yeah, she wasn't no big bitch. She was a little bad, little red. Well, she was like brown. She had that brown skin with the red tint to it, but she was cold. But you know what I mean? Just she was on the bullshit. She wanted to go to the club, do all that shit. And when I was meeting her and fucking with her, I was leaving that phase. I had just got my CDL. I just started getting my money together. I had just started being secure in myself, and I just told her like, bitch, fuck you. I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm gonna go about my business, even though aesthetically she was the prettiest, most beautiful woman I had ever dealt with. I still wasn't feeling that bitch. That's just all it was to it. So her aesthetics isn't enough for me just to be like, oh yeah. I'm not saying that, because bad.
We're not judging it. I don't think that anyone's judging it based on how much of a bitch or feminist or asshole she is, right? I think that that's a part of it, right? There's layers to this shit, but no one's saying that you can't quote unquote like big bitches. I think the issue is that the standards are very low, at least even on an aesthetic level and even on a behavior level. They're very low when it comes to black men. Like we're willing to accept trash really in all aspects, and that's what it sounds like to me. It's like
we're willing to accept stuff that we really don't want.
BK, you must understand. I understand this, brother, because I grew most of my time here up in Germany. In Germany, because the education here is good, and I'm at the education stage, and I matured here, so I can tell you most bitches I fucked were white women, and they are very skinny over there, because that is the proximity. But I will never say I like the white women here. I don't. They're not compatible with me because I am on my Nigerian shit, and most white women are not on the code. So when I then go to marry my standards, and that is over the intercontinent, because the only women here in Germany that may be on that standards are Arab bitches, and I do not want to fuck with the Arab culture. I'm sorry, I don't want the headache. So I understand where G comes from. I fuck what is in my proximity. So I will never say I like it, because that's not my standard.
Well, that's what I just
It's actually very below my standard.
that's what I just mentioned a second ago. Those are two different things, right? Like what you are willing.
Okay,
I
just a fat
understand that.
girl hater. You know it. Just a
That's
fat girl
true.
hater.
That's true. But that's a different subject. But what I'm saying is
I'm
obviously.
just fucking with you.
But I mean, then so you're willing to lay down with a bitch, right? That's fine. I get that. Like we all have. I mean, I'm not gonna say we all. Some men don't agree with this. Some men only believe in fucking what you'll marry. I don't believe that. But I do get that most men have those two different standards, but they are consistent, right? So I get what you're saying, Snake Man, and I also kind of get what G's saying. But the issue is for me though, is that he has made the distinction that okay, well, I'm willing to be with a big bitch, and I don't have an issue with that. Okay, then, so are your standards the same across the board then, and what are your limits? And you can't
I'm trying to
clearly
figure out
define
what you're
that for me.
saying. No, I just described it. When
What? I know what he's talking about. Basically, some guys that will say, like, if she's got a pussy, I'll fuck it. But when it comes to a girl that I'm actually going to take it seriously, she's got to do this, 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 and this.
no, this is what I'm saying. When Art showed that girl in a gray dress, I said, okay, if she's bigger than that, I probably wouldn't fuck with her. But I'm being honest about what I would and what, like, I'm not ashamed of the people I have sex with, regardless of what other males think of them. Like if I was ashamed of it, I wouldn't do it. So that's the thing.
Right.
So, and I'm saying that yes, I would deal with a bigger woman. But I got standards and limits to the shit that I would do too, regardless of if it's different than your standards. I would never fuck a bitch that look like Precious. You know what I'm saying? That's
You hear
just not
me? Hell
in me. You
no,
know what I'm
bro.
saying? But I would definitely
No,
fuck a bitch
man.
like Jill Scott and Takara. Like I would, like they bigger women. I would still fuck. Like shit.
Right.
Like that's not an issue for
Fuck the
me.
dumb
Now,
shit.
as far as
Yeah.
this now, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't believe in marriage to one female anyway. So that's not me marrying one female is not ever gonna happen. Like a bitch would never. I would never say I'm only fucking this one bitch forever in life. No, I wouldn't even lie to a woman about it. So that's just me.
Okay, well then I'll move the question on. Hey, you got
My bad.
No, you good. We got 2 more minutes, and then we're gonna go ahead and go.
And let me answer, bro, in the chat. What's your name? Holiday. Why is it just too? Because it's just too much for me. Shit, like I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like a bitch with a stomach hanging down over her shit, and I'm like, that's just too much. I can't handle all that. But you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I can't handle all that. But there is levels to that shit, man. And like I said, to me, you might not look at it like that, but I definitely look. There's levels to a big bitch. It's the difference between a big bitch and a fat bitch. There's a difference to me. Even though they are fat because they're heavier. Like we're not gonna say like, okay, bitch, you weigh 220 pounds. It's clear that that's not muscle. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah, I mean, I can't do nothing but just be in damn near total agreement with you on that, bro. I mean,
yeah, but when it's like a certain shape, like it's a certain shape, it's how it's shaped, how it looks, all that matters. You see what I'm saying? I wouldn't fuck with no bitch that's just all stomach and back. Like what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? But there's
Plus
different types
too,
of big girls.
when you're coming to me talking about like, hey, hey man, you gotta raise your standards and stuff like that. Like, okay, I see like when it comes to like the size, I see what they're talking about, but I'm looking at the major part, which is really in the way of it all, which you got to deal with first. Like I said, is the motherfuckers that are like the Dwayne Wades, the Boyce Watkins, and all that shit. The motherfuckers that are getting slapped on the side of the head by bitches and shit. Yeah, that's the major issue.
Well, I mean, that's
but
what I was saying. Like,
that's how
in
most of
between
these niggas is,
behavior.
Ray.
Well, hold on, G. In between behavior, right, and in between weight, like it doesn't, for me, at least from what I observe from a lot of guys who claim to be a part of the BBB, right? You guys, a lot of times don't. You look past certain things to qualify behavior because she's big or vice versa. right? Like
What
you
behaviors
qualify.
are you talking about? Like name the behavior.
Well, you were just speaking earlier about a skinny bitch who wasn't acting right? So it's the same thing. You get a big bitch and she ain't acting right, but she big though, and that's what you like, right? So that's okay.
What do you
And it's
know? Like nobody said that. That's what you said.
okay, what I mean, that's what. So
I
what is
stated
the
when I made
standard?
that statement. I
This is the
stated when
thing.
I
Like, if
made
you
that
date a big
statement.
bitch, what is the
Man,
standard?
what are you
Is
like?
there a
I don't
standard?
understand your logic, bro. I don't understand your logic.
It's very
Like, I
simple.
don't
He
understand your
wants
logic.
to know your standard. That's all.
I told him it. Any bitch that's acting stupid, I'm not gonna fuck with no stupid acting ass bitch. Whether she's big, like me, fucking with her or not, her size is not my number one qualification. It's that simple. If you telling me you will put up with shit because a bitch small, but not because she big, you really a simp
That's
ass
crazy.
nigga anyway.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. I wouldn't do no shit like that either. Yeah, it really does.
You saying
it
like
does,
you would let a
PK.
little bitch get away with shit, but a
A
big
lot of
bitch you
shit.
wouldn't because aesthetically she's beautiful.
Yeah,
That's
what it
the same
sounds
shit
like.
these
That's how
niggas
you
do.
putting it out, PK.
No, I think that's how he took it. That's what he thought he meant.
Yeah, that's what I was.
That's what I still think that's what he means.
No, I'm saying that's what he thought he meant for what you said. He just got it wrong.
Yeah.
That's all. He not saying that you should. He not saying that you should do that.
But that's how a lot of these niggas are. A lot of these niggas that treat a big bitch one way and a little bitch a certain way. Most simp niggas is like that.
And
They're
we've
simping
all
for the
seen
bitch
it.
because
We've
of her
all
aesthetic
seen
beauty.
it. We've all seen it.
And under my banner, damn it, I'm on some shit of not taking shit from no bitch. You know what I mean? If she ain't trying to follow your program, period, then the bitch.
But that's exactly where you need to be. Yeah, well, exactly what he's saying. That's where you the standard needs to be that. Don't take shit off of none of them. Period.
And that's the thing, Ayo. A lot of these niggas in the space, they will let these bitches that they perceive as beautiful carry them like they chumps.
No, well,
like that's real shit.
No, actually not.
No. Hold on. I'll say this because I'm the one who made the stream, and I know what I was talking about when I did the stream. Because I don't think none of you guys were there, except for maybe AL. The thing what I was saying was this: you got some guys that will look at a Stefco. We all know who old Stefco is in this space. You got guys that
that's my undercover baby mama, Future.
You got guys that will say Stefco's an 8, but then when you go look at other people in this space, when damn sure she's a damn Stefco's a damn 5. They'll say she's a
5. That bitch a 3. Hell no.
At best she's a 5. But you have guys in this space, and BJS could attest to if he was still up here, that would say Stefco's a damn 8. But then
now, and those guys they're delusional.
Hold on. But you got guys in this space that would say Stefco's an 8. That would say someone that is like damn what's the damn person? Like a Kelly Rowland is a 6. How the hell is a Stefco an 8? You're saying that on BGS's panel, but then you say Kelly Rowland's like a 6.
They probably
those guys are delusional. Those guys are just basically delusional.
But that's the whole point.
And that's the thing I'm saying, Art.
I have a hard time.
That's what I'm saying. And that's what I did the stream. That's what I was talking about.
Those bastards are thirsty niggas.
Why is every time I'm talking, everybody wants to talk over me?
It's kind of hard. I think it's because you're pausing. I think that's why.
Yeah.
No, I'm silent. I understand you. Talk.
The thing about it is this. The problem is that you got some guys in here that is not true to themselves. They're willing to accept a bigger woman, even though they know they don't want a bigger woman. They're lying to themselves, saying that, oh, it's okay. I'm just going to deal with it. Just like if you got a chick who was 120 pounds when you met her, you were physically attracted to her, and then on top of that, after a while, she gains 200 pounds. She's over 300 pounds, and you're just going to deal with it. Just because. No. You set your standards. If your standard is with A, you say, listen, chick, if you gain any more weight, I'm leaving your ass. Because this is not part of the contract that I signed.
I think the problem is every time we're talking about this topic and we're talking about standards, when I listen to it, most black men, a few have true standards and they're sticking to it, like PK has a standard and they're sticking to it. And the problem is most black men basically say, when it comes to fucking, there is no standard. There's no standard. As long as he doesn't annoy me and I can fuck her, it does not matter. But when we have this conversation, we're talking about standards. We're not talking about what would you fuck if this was the only thing alive. No, what is your preference? What do you want if it would be possible, even if it is a unicorn? Most black men don't talk about that. They're only talking about, because I live in an environment, I will fuck everything that is around, and as long as it doesn't annoy me, that's okay. But when we have this discussion, we never ask you what is okay. What do you want?
This is what I'm saying, Snake Man. I doubt. This is my thing. I'm saying a lot of brothers that I've spoken with, right? I doubt they dealt with a lot of women in their lifetime because for some reason they think what a bitch look like and what she act like correlates with each other. And a lot of these niggas are saying if she looks like this, I would forgive all the bullshit. And that's what makes me doubt that these niggas even dealt with a lot of women. Because a woman's looks aesthetically is not her personality, how she behaves, her level of intelligence, or none of that.
You gotta put an address on that. Who are you talking about?
Yeah,
I'm talking about a lot of brothers in the space. And that's the vibe you gave me when you were saying what you were saying.
Well, you gotta, like I said,
when you made that statement, it's like, okay, so you would accept the bullshit from a bitch because she's like, make me understand, because you're basically saying like, what's your standard? I explained it to you. I'm not dealing with no.
Snake Man already cleared. I thought he cleared it up, but I'll clear it up too.
Yeah.
So the thing is that's not what I was trying to get at.
No, but I'm not saying as you. I'm not saying as you, PK. But a lot of brothers in this space are like that. But not even a lot of brothers in this space. A lot of men in the world are like that in general. Like we said, most men that we're going to deal with are blue-pilled niggas. Like they're looking, the way they treat a woman 9 times out of 10.
Roll this back.
Well, go ahead.
Roll this back.
Oh,
let's roll this back.
Come on.
Let's roll this back. G, let's roll this back to what Art just mentioned, right? It's like, do you have a standard set for yourself, right? And it's like a lot of times what I find is that men generally don't. And what I'm saying is there doesn't seem to be any consistency when we talk about it. Like there isn't one. It's all over the fucking place. It's like, oh, I date a fat bitch here, but you know, she may have a good attitude, but she's too fat. Or you know, I date a skinny bitch here, but you know, she's got a good attitude, but I don't want to get married to her. I don't like her. You know, I don't want to be with her. And that, like you said, G, you don't want to. You talking about you don't necessarily want to be married. Okay, fine. Well, you know, you could go ahead and you know do the polygamy thing somewhere. I don't know where they do that, but you know, maybe Africa or somewhere. But that's the thing. So, but still, it's like you gotta find somewhere where you have a set of qualifications for a woman, and therein lies the problem where I find that most black men don't have a set of qualifications. They don't have it. It doesn't exist. It's like I'll fuck anything, I'll deal with anything, you know, and that's all that matters. As long as she, you know, it meets my aesthetic what's the word? Or even what is available in the environment. Everything's all good by virtue of the fact she exists. It's like, what? How does that work?
But that's the thing. That's why I said for me, that's why when we was talking about it in the beginning, I said for me, I prefer this for my own pleasure. I'm not tripping off of what you prefer for yours.
Man, fuck, I'm trying to find a point to jump in. Shit.
Go ahead, Ray. Go ahead, Ray.
Do you remember the live stream that because I re-uploaded this live stream? It's called "What Do Black Men Want?" Did any of you guys watch that live stream?
I believe so, but I believe so. I remember, somewhat vaguely remember it, but there's been so many fucking live streams, man. I can't just remember just one.
Well, I would suggest you guys, because that live stream was telling, because when I did that live stream, I was asking black men a simple question: what do you want?
Yes.
And in that live stream, hardly any black man could tell me what they wanted. It was a struggle for the ones that did come on. Like they just, no one's never really asked them that. No one's really asked a black man, what do you want in life? These guys had a hard time answering that question, because in our society, in our culture, we're always in service to someone else's pleasure.
Which has been the damn women, kissing their ass. Yeah.
Let me guess.
But the thing is, no one ever asked us.
Let me guess.
What do we want?
Can I get in? That's what I'm saying. So for a lot of guys who are chubby chasers, it's like, bruh, like what do you have any sort of qualifications that you have in your mind, not necessarily on a list, right? Because I know that women in lists is a big thing, but I mean, even so, right? Is there a list in your mind that you stick to? Does it exist?
So,
and for a lot of them, the answer is no.
Do you have a list?
PK, man, I'm gonna jump in. PK, that's offset.
This sounds slow, man.
PK, that's offset from what Art just said, man. You know what I mean?
It's not. He asked you, what do you want? When you want something, you must know.
Yeah. What do you want? But that wasn't PK was just talking about. PK was going on talking about a list and shit and all that.
Yeah,
how do you think?
How do you know what you want if you don't ask yourself?
Me and G just told you what we want, whatever. But we cannot put our minds in the minds of other motherfuckers who have never been asked, okay, what they want, because men have been trained and brought up to just care about the woman. You know what I mean? Hey, you got to put that woman first. And
Ray, you must.
That's not what I'm. All right, this is not what I'm saying. It's like, what I'm saying is that a lot of guys are not even asked that question, and because a lot of guys don't even get asked that question, we don't know. Some guys don't even know what they want. But you do need to have a certain criteria and a certain standard about what you want and what you have to go about and getting it.
Hence the list.
You have to do that in all your life. If I wanted to have a 780 credit score, there are certain steps that I need to do, and I need to plan out so that way I can get that. Because I'm going for what I want. I know exactly what I want. If I know that I have this standard about myself, because this is what I want out of life, then I know for a fact that this is what I want. I know what I want because I've always asked myself that damn question. But when I asked this question to other people on that live stream, they could not answer it. It was hard for them to even answer. That is a problem.
Yeah, it is. Because I know what the fuck I want.
Art. This is what we saying, Art. Now, this is what's throwing me off about the question that PK is asking, because I've explained it.
No. Go to Art. Nope.
So this is what I'm saying. I'm explaining the standard, like, because I prefer to be physical with a bigger woman. It's like it's an insinuation that I have no other standards that I deal with because I like bigger women. That shit sounds crazy.
No, let him finish.
That's basically like what these niggas saying, like, oh, so since you like big women, you have no standards. Like, what the fuck? So we don't got no standards, but you got like. This is what it sounds like they're saying to me. Like I'm not I understand, I comprehend what I hear when I hear it. You're saying it like because I like bigger women, I have no standards. But if a nigga likes smaller women, he has standards in the list. What is your standard? They got to explain the standard multiple times. I didn't even explain how I got rid of a bitch that was aesthetically the most beautiful because her attitude was fucked up. She didn't know how to talk to me. She was very gynocratic. And her looks didn't stop me from telling her I'm done fucking with you. Like, this is what we're explaining, but it's like a lot of these niggas will forgive shit because a bitch looks a certain way. That's what it sounds like these niggas are saying to me, bro.
I got it. All right, so this is where I think the trip up is, G. Because, all right, you're saying that you like big bitches, right?
I'm saying, yeah. I'm saying, no, I'm saying I like women. I like women. In general,
That's not
I
a
like women.
standard.
That mean?
That's not a standard to like women.
Hold on, guys.
I'm saying I like women. I've dealt with bigger women and I've dealt with smaller women. Now I prefer a woman with that's a little heavier as opposed to a little slimmer because it satisfies me physically. I've explained that numerous times.
Okay, I understand. That's what I'm asking. I'm asking the question. So that's your preference.
That's my preference. Yes.
Now, I guess the trip up is they're talking about like long term instead of just as fucking. Is it just long term, or is it just fucking or long term relationship or / maybe considering marrying a chick? Is that across the board, or is it just like I'll fuck anything just as long as I'm fucking, but when it comes to serious and other relationships, I got a list to marriage because I think that's where the crux of it. Because if you're saying that it's all across the board, it don't matter if I'm in a serious relationship or trying to almost get ready to marry the bitch or just fucking the bitch. That's completely different than saying I fuck anything because I'm fucking, but when it comes to this, it's something different.
And that's what I'm saying. I'm saying if I would sleep with her, I would at least consider her for a relationship based on her attitude, her behavior, her personality. That's when that shit comes in place. Of course, the physical attraction is the first thing. But after that, I think that all of us have standards as opposed to what we're going to put up with as far as attitude, demeanor, how they carry themselves, all this shit. We all have our own personal standard when it comes to that. And that's what I'm saying. But to me, it sounds like they're saying because we like bigger women, we don't have no other standard. Because he keeps repeating the same question like I haven't answered the question already.
Well, that's why I'm trying to clarify because I think that's where the mix-up is concerning. So that's what they're trying to figure out. Is it across the board or is it different? Depending on the situation.
I actually can talk to myself, but okay.
Okay. We just having a miscommunication.
That's why I'm asking. It's just me and you right now. That's why I'm asking.
Now I'm trying to figure out. I'm saying I just told you I would deal with a woman that's a bigger woman. As far as a relationship goes, then I'm talking about how she behaves, how she speaks, how she carries herself.
So the only thing that would change would be her attitude.
Yes, I'm basing everything.
So
that's the only sliding scale. Yeah.
So basically, all you saying is that you will, if it's just fucking, you don't care if she has a bad attitude, whatever. But if it's something like serious, then you care.
Then I care. Yeah. If I'm going to consider a relationship with her, I'm looking at her behavior, her attitude, all of that.
That's a really low barrier to entry, dude. That ain't good.
But no,
it's not good. Okay.
But my thing is
these niggas weird.
My thing is this: even if I'm fucking with a chick, if it's just sex, she still gotta have a good damn attitude. I'll be honest with you. I can't fuck with a chick that has a bad attitude. That shit is a fucking huge turn off because it's like what attracts me more to a woman sexually is going to be her femininity. Because that's what all men should value a woman who has feminine. I don't think any man wants a woman that's masculine as hell. She's gonna knock you the fuck out.
Except for these brainwashed ass, simp ass motherfuckers.
And that's why I say, like, you know, I don't care if you are a chubby chaser or you like to think of women. You know, every man can have a step standard. But if you are going after something that is not a standard for you, and you're just accepting it, that's where I kind of have issue. Because a lot of times we as black men are just accepting shit just to accept it. And that's where I have a problem with it.
That's what was not my confusion.
I got you, man. I understand.
My confusion was when I asked someone for a stand. This might be the culture different. Saying I like to fuck women. That's not answer in my culture because most men in existence in the past, present, and future like to fuck women. That's not a standard. That's nature. And then I said, okay, I want to fuck a woman I'm sexually attracted to and has a good attitude. Once again, most men in existence in the past, present, and future. For me, that's when I ask this question, what is your standard? It's not like, tell me things that most men in the past, present, and future would like. Tell me something special about you. And he never answered this question. That might be a cultural difference, that in America, basically common sense answers are considered normal standard answers when you ask a specific question. But for me, it's not. That's where the confusion comes from. It's like my avatar right now. What is this nigga talking about? Asking for a standard to say I like to fuck women. Huh?
I mean, like, so, and I mean, I may be weird, G, if that's how you feel about me. But the thing is, man, is that the way that I see it is ultimately, and now different people can feel how they feel about it, but I mean, I'm right. You can hate it, but I'm still gonna be right. But you gotta have some sort of set of standards that are consistent throughout, not only with a woman but throughout your life. And I mean, it's extremely important for your woman because a woman can do more damage to your life in these times than almost anything else. So I think it's very important that men set standards for themselves and for the women that they deal with, you know. And so if you don't have a clear one, and it seems like you personally, from what you've discussed so far, you don't, man. Like, if a woman is a woman, no matter,
I just clearly state.
No, yeah, you don't. You clearly stated that you would deal with a woman as long as she is a woman. So if she has a vagina,
that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
You also I'll continue.
No.
Let me finish. I'll continue. What you also said is that you will deal with her as long as she has a good attitude, and that is the barrier of entry for you, and that's all that matters. If that's the case, then you'll accept just about anything as long as she treats you halfway decently. That shouldn't be good enough.
And that's where me and him drift apart on.
Listen, man, I done explained it. I explained the size of the woman that I will fuck with and wouldn't fuck with, all this. Like, that's why I doubt these niggas have dealt with women in real life. like I don't know. It's like, yeah, bro, I don't know. I
didn't already said I got a range.
I don't really care.
And
as far as the woman I've dealt with.
I put it to you. I put it to you the reason why I have my standard, because I saw how my mother was with my dad, right? And I saw the type of woman that she was, and I told myself, I will never deal with a woman like that. I don't care how pretty she is. I don't care if she has aesthetically pleasing to me. The fact of the matter is that any woman that I deal with, she's going to have a certain type of attitude about her. She's going to have that. I don't care if it's just me fucking. I don't care if it's just me trying to be in a long-term relationship. I don't care, whatever. I hold the keys to you dealing with me. If you don't meet this criteria, I don't care what you look like. I'm not fucking you. I'm not going to be around you.
Heard.
Point blank, period.
And that is what we mean with a standard. Basically something you wouldn't cross. And that's why I'm confused, because, okay, you gave me the weight, but that doesn't mean much when you say I fuck from very heavy to medium to very thin to thin. It's like, that is everything. What is your standard? That's literally everything.
Yeah, that's literally
nigga, everything. I just don't.
I mean, because prime example.
Hold on. All right. He already said the weight is not an issue for him. So as far as that is concerned, the only thing I'm pointing out.
But he brought it up as a point.
No, I understand that. But what I'm saying is we already know that him dating thicker women, he's going to date it across the board. The only thing I'm pointing out in anything that he has said is that if he's just fucking the chick, if she has a bad attitude or not, they're just fucking. If he's looking for a long-term relationship, that's when it switches up. So basically, when it comes to dealing with chicks, he's willing to accept
everything.
No, not everything. He just said it. As far as fucking, he's willing to accept everything.
Yes.
But if she has a bad
I didn't
attitude,
say that either. Like I don't understand what.
I asked you. I asked you that barrier, G, and I said,
listen, Art, you put a picture. Listen, you put a picture up. You put a picture up of a woman. You put. Listen, you put.
I didn't say anything about weight.
But this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
Attitude.
Oh yeah, attitude. If I'm just about to fucking leave, I don't give a fuck how this bitch acts. I'm about to get what I'm getting and go.
You see what I mean?
But that's what I'm
like,
saying.
I really be out here fucking bitches. Like I'm not like I be really out here fucking with bitches, dealing with different women, all that shit, bro. This is why I doubt that a lot of these niggas is actually fucking with women in the real lifetime. Like that they really out here dealing with women and they understand that as like what a bitch look like is not how she behaves. A bitch could be the most beautiful bitch in the world and be a fucking devil.
Hey Art, your mic is real bad right now. You might want to drop and come back. It's real bad. It's getting worse.
Yeah. So like a lot of these bitches be beautiful and be devils and be sluts and all this shit. But niggas said because that's what I'm saying. That's why I doubt that a lot of these niggas have spirit.
It's okay. No one is
I
trying to
know it's
convert
okay,
you.
bro. Like I know it's
no one's
okay,
trying
bro.
to convert you.
Hold on.
We try to understand.
Like I know it's okay.
That's
I know you. I've explained it multiple times, and you niggas is not going to understand it. You're going to see things. You're going to see. Go ahead, Art. Sorry, Art.
No, what I'm saying is I'm going off of what you said. And I didn't even use the weight thing. Because like I said, if you like thicker women, go ahead. But the thing is that the only thing that I said that I had my contention with is that if we are gonna sit there and have standards, the standards need to be across the board.
And that is the problem. When we ask the standards, it's basically everything.
All right.
When I have a standard about myself, it's about in all jobs that I do. Whether it's working at, I'm sorry, but I know I paused there. Whether it's working, I'm working at Walmart, I'm working at the job I'm at now, or I'm working at a restaurant. I have a level of standard that I want out of myself for me doing a certain job. And if I don't do that at Walmart, and if I don't do it at this job, then that is me not holding up myself to that standard. Do you see what I'm saying, G?
No, I understand exactly what you're saying. I understand what everybody's saying. And it's like when I explain a standard, like, okay, then it's like, well, you got to have standards. I'm like, bro, I just told you what you asked me.
I think at this point, for me,
hold on. To me, it kind of seems like that. I see what you're saying on the standard and all that, but it seems like a lot of dudes want their standards to be other dudes' standards.
No. We never said that.
No. This is what I'm saying because he said if this is what I'm saying just based off what he told me. If he's just fucking, he's just fucking.
Yeah.
Fair enough, right? That's you.
If your standard is just like I'm just fucking and I don't give a fuck, then let that be your standard. I'm just fucking. Let that be across the board. I don't care. That's not me. If that's your standard, that's your standard. Just be okay with it. That's the whole contention of me. That's why look, we all have to set our own standards in life. We all gotta follow our own code. The problem is that we sacrifice our code just to get something.
That's the main premise of what Art was saying.
And that is the problem. It's not about what the code is. And all I'm saying with him is that is that a concrete standard you hold across the board or you're changing it? If you're changing it, why are you changing it? If I had a standard and saying like, I'm not gonna date a woman that's under 120 pounds, but every time you see, and I say that to you, but every time you see me, I'm with a woman that's like 200 pounds or plus, you're gonna look at me different. Like, what the fuck? I thought this motherfucker just said he don't date women.
Basically, what you're saying,
because I'm not holding his code. I'm not holding my own code, my own standard.
Basically, what you're saying is just basically be true to yourself. Don't half-ass yourself when it comes to workouts and shit. Give yourself a good full workout, good exercise. Don't bullshit around.
Don't cheat yourself. Don't.
Basically.
Don't cheat yourself.
This guy in the comments actually just kind of went through some of the lists of what I would consider to be, what I would actually classify as standards. Like, that's kind of the important things, like the character, you know, a person's ethics, what they value, you know, these are what I classify as a part of a person's standards. Not entirely, but that's a part of it, right? You know, what they look like, you know, what are these things for you to date them and be with them, right? And are you changing them, or are they consistent? Right? I think that's how I look at it. Now, the whole pussy aspect of whether or not I'm getting pussy is an entirely different subject. I don't know why that keeps coming up. That ain't your business. And I don't talk about that a whole lot on the internet. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But right now I'm not.
I don't, because I sure don't give a shit. Not one bit.
I mean, like, it ain't that big of a deal. I don't know why you're concerned about where my dick is going. But bottom line is this. You know, I see it this way, man. At some point, man, you gotta have something that and it can't be everyone passes the bar if they only fit this one particular point. In my view, it has to be on multiple levels. Like, I don't see it as, okay, well, a woman acts halfway decently, therefore she's good enough. I don't see it that way. You gotta fit at least 1, 2, 3, 4 categories before it's good enough. Right? You can't just pass one and that's good enough. Because I got multiple. It ain't just one standard and then things are acceptable. Like, if a woman's fat, but she treats me well, she's still fat. She already fails that first standard. What else what other standards do I have that I have to put her through before she passes the barometer for whether I should be with her or not? And I think that a lot of black men have very low standards, is what I'm saying. You only have 1 or 2 at best, is what I'm getting at. That's what I'm seeing. I'm not saying that's UG, but that's what it looks like to me.
But this is what it sounds like to me. It sounds like you want my standard to be your standard.
No, you do what you want.
Because I've stated multiple. Listen, man, I've stated multiple times. It's how a bitch behaves, how she carries herself. These are the same words you just said. A bitch's character. Like, that shit. This shit feel like the Twilight Zone, man.
Well, I kind of get what PK is saying though. So
I understand you both. But like I said, I understand you both. I get it.
But I clearly stated for a relationship, I was basing that on her character. All this shit. I said all this shit already.
Like for example,
now what we're different at. Go ahead, Snake. Go ahead. My fault, bro.
One of my standards, for example, is I do not like women. That is something I do, even if that's a standard fucking relationship. I do not fuck women who have a boyfriend. Don't do that shit. Because I was raised Catholic. I do not like cheaters. I do not like to fuck with women who are cheaters. I don't. Because that is one of the key, because I was raised. That is a standard I do not cross. It doesn't matter how sexy or attractive I am to her. I am how attractive she is to me. Sorry. So she's to me. If you're a cheater, you're out. And that doesn't mean I don't fuck women who have who had many boyfriends. As it's just saying, if you're a cheater, you have someone in a relationship right now. Hey, end that relationships, then you come to me. That's all.
Well, with PK, what I got though, bros, from it was that okay, if you get with this chick, and she's $150, and you just, hey, if she gets past like that mark, you know, of your acceptance by like at least 100 pounds, even, or 150 pounds past your mark, to where you're like dinner pissed off and shit, that's really on you, for that matter, for not putting your foot down when she was 20 pounds past the weight limit. You feel me? So, you know, that's on you for not getting on her ass, and if you choose to stay there, you know, and deal with that shit, that's on you. That's your misery.
I agree somewhat with that. Yeah, I mean, like, so your standards, even if a woman is with you, that's kind of how I see it, right? So if a woman is, you mentioned weight, so we'll stick to that. And it isn't necessarily just weight. That
I
isn't
mean,
what
well,
I was
yeah, but
getting at,
I
but we'll just go with that.
I
We'll
just
use that.
use that to make my point. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll use that. So if a woman is overweight and she's with you and she wasn't overweight when you were, you know, when you guys were first getting together, you know, then
Right.
yeah, that's the bar. And if you drop the ball, then obviously that is on you. You need to maintain that same fucking energy. Like that's what got us together. That's what I expect. These are my expectations. This is my standard.
Well, I
You
mean,
know, and
not
you need
just
to
not
make that clear
well, I mean, well, not only just your standard,
to
but
Last thing,
yourself,
Thunder.
to yourself,
but your yeah.
and your significant other slash girlfriend slash wife, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Yeah.
But it's all a
Hold on,
part of what
Adi. He was
what
trying
we've
to
been
get
saying
in.
in the space.
G was trying
It's
to
all a part. I just want to say that it's all a part of what we've been saying in the space. You know, just following your program. You know, that's all what that is.
Go ahead, G. 'Cause I know you're trying to get in. G, you there?
Yeah, no, I'm listening to the brothers, man. I'm not trying to get in right now. I was letting PK finish what he had to say and all that.
Oh, I thought you were
I
trying to
was
get in.
listening
'Cause
to.
you were saying,
I was just going to agree with him. Like, we agree on everything, PK. I just think the standard that we differ on is, like you said, you just don't like bigger women than I do. But everything else you're saying, I totally agree with you, bro. Like, for me, the most important thing for me in the woman that I deal with is her character. Like, and how she treats me, her attitude, how she speaks. Like Snake Man was talking about. Like, I don't like bitches that drink alcohol. Like, I just don't like females that drink. That's a preference. Like, if I see a female drinks, even socially, if she's drinking every weekend, like, I don't fuck with females like that. Because I don't drink alcohol at all. So I'm not saying she can't drink at all. I'm just saying it's my preference for a woman. I would never get in a serious relationship with a woman that drinks alcohol. You get what I mean? That's just something of mine. Or like a woman that smokes black and mild. Like, I don't. That's totally unfeminine and masculine to me to see a drunk bitch smoking. But some men deal with women.
Total agreement.
And also, like, I don't like. I prefer females with with their natural hair. I rarely deal with females who wear. Most of the females I've been dealing with either have locks, or they wear their natural hair, or they just wear like. Well, I'm gonna say this. I'm a little like, if they got some braids in, that's extensions. I don't mind that. But all that wig and that colored hair shit, I do not fuck with that. Like, that's
Okay,
that. Now, them are some of my preferences. Yeah.
So I don't. Okay, I'm gonna run this by you. This is just a thought. You can feel free to disagree. This isn't something that I think that a lot of people have thought about, men and women alike. My preferences aren't necessarily the same as my standards. They're not. So what I prefer, for instance, I have a preference for dark-skinned women. Okay. But my standard is not that a woman has to be dark-skinned for me to be with her. Does that make any sense?
Definitely. I totally understand what you're saying, bro.
So just because I have a preference for X, Y, or Z doesn't necessarily mean that that is the standard. That ain't how I see it. Those two things are not necessarily the same thing. They're not. So what I set as a standard has to be the same across the board. You don't get past this. It's almost like, think of it almost similar to gatekeeping. Have you ever heard of that term before?
Yeah, I heard of it. And now
So
I
if you
understand
don't,
better what you're saying. Now that made the things a lot more clear for me. Okay. Now
okay,
you put it that way. Yeah. Now I'll say this. A standard of mine is the drunk. I don't fuck with drunk bitches. If I ever see a female drunk 9 times, matter of fact, 10 out of 10, I would never fuck with that female. Because I do not, like, I don't drink at all. And I don't even like being around drunk people. That's not saying that I would be like, okay, you drink so you can't be friends with me. No, if you drink, that's your preference. But as far as a woman, like, that's a standard of mine. If you drink alcohol on a regular basis, I cannot fuck with you. That's just me. So now I understand what you're saying. That's a standard of mine. But like you, I prefer darker skinned women, but that don't mean I will reject a light skinned woman. So I get what you're saying. I kind of think if I'm on the same train of thought as you, let me know.
It seems like it's so far.
Yeah, like
what? So
yeah,
that's what I was asking before. So now we can actually circle back around, if that's all right. So now that you understand what I mean by standards, what other standards do you have on women that you classify like this is your barrier to, for all women? Like, this is your barrier to entry. Like, do a lot of men have that based on what you see? And even, not to be rude, but do you have a lot of those? Because I have a few, right? I have a handful of them, right? And you don't get past the gates unless you meet this, and this. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Now I'll get what I definitely have those. Like, a couple of my standards is I don't fuck with women that dress a certain type of way. You see what I'm saying? If I see her, like, it's just a certain type of dress. Like, I like women that dress more conservative. I don't like no female that have her body all out. I'm not saying she can't wear something that's flattering to her shape, but if she's out here she has to constantly pull her skirt down, I don't fuck with women like that. Like, that's just something, that's a hard no for me, how they dress. Because I don't really fuck with women that wear color weaves and shit. Like a bitch with green hair and orange hair. Like, I don't fuck with none of that shit. Like, them are hard standards for me. How they carry themselves and how they comport themselves, and like how they behave in public. I don't fuck with no loud ass bitches. Like, that's just not me. Them are hard standards for me. How you dress, how you carry yourself. Like, those are hard standards. Whether you drink alcohol, whether you do drugs, like, I don't fuck with no drug head ass bitch. Like, I don't care if it's even weed. I don't like that shit.
Well, all we had to do was just explain it a little bit better. That's all.
Seems like it.
And most definitely. So I got certain. Then, every person has different standards as far as, like you said, what they'll deal with in a woman. It's just that, the weight thing that's a big contention amongst us. A lot of brothers don't like big girls, and I don't fault them for that. Like, it's not funny to me that you don't like big girls. Like, that's not, I don't look at that as, I don't look at your character as any less or any more because you have a preference for what you like to physically deal with. Because, I live by whatever floats your boat, that's what you're going to fuck with. It's just, like I said, I've been with, like, I'm just referring it. This ain't saying nothing to do with you. Like, I've been with smaller women before, and for me, it just wasn't my thing. Like, that's just all I was saying.
That's fine. We understand that. Like I said, if that's your standard, then let that be your standard. But the whole thing, the whole reason why I did these streams, especially those 2 streams, is this: that I see a lot of men sacrifice their standards and just deal with it, and they should. And I think the main problem with us as black men is that we're conditioned to be in service, but never be served. And that was one of the things that I saw in those live streams, especially the one where I said, what do black men want? Because a lot of guys, like I said, a lot of guys couldn't even tell you what they wanted because they were so ingrained with serving someone, which is why, other races of women want to come over here because we are so in servitude. But when you look at other races of men, they are hardcore with their standards. That's the reason why so many other races of women like coming to us because we let them be more free. We don't have that many standards for them. We let them do whatever they want because we don't have those lackadaisical standards, or not lackadaisical, but hardcore standards.
I'm gonna tell you that other groups of men, other groups outside of black men, even African men, they don't say it as much, but I've talked to them. Snake Man, you can attest to this. They got them standards, bro, and they not as low as ours. They're not. They're
Basically, don't compromise yourself for any woman.
I mean, even the ones that do, hell, I'm willing to throw myself in this fucking bucket. You know, we have standards, but they're not up to par as far as other groups of men. Their standards are damn near competing with women's in a lot of ways. Sometimes, I mean, you can do some op-ed research if you like, man. Go do a dive into the inceldom and look at the list of standards that they have, because it ain't short. So a lot of it's physical, a lot of it's mental too, and it ain't short. That's a long fucking list you got to go through. Black men generally don't have that list, not even close, not even a smidgen of it. So I mean, like, usually when the incel argument gets thrown towards us, there's a lot of reasons for where that isn't true. But I mean, even if you were to examine it, our standards aren't even close generally to where that's at.
The problem I have when someone throws the incel argument out. I understand true incel, I get it, but you will see it mentally that he's an incel because they are very unstable. And unstable because when PK said, "Hey, do you have a list?" and he said, "Yeah, sounds like incel logic," I think to myself, "Hey, what are you talking about?" I'm talking about so most men in history on this earth are incel because they had a list. And that's confusing me, but once again, it might be the cultural differences because, once again, for me, women, being a woman, having good attitude, that is default. That's basically, when you tell it to me, that's basically 99% of all the women you can fuck in my area. That doesn't make the selection smaller.
That's what I'm saying, Snake. That's what I'm saying, Snake. You know, I've been treated horribly by women when I was young. Not just women I was sleeping with. I'm talking about the women in my family, the women I like. You know, I didn't grow up with good relations with women. Like, and you know, I'm not scared to admit that. Like, that's just how I grew up. Like, women took advantage of us. They used us. They lied us from when we were children. You know, I remember being 11 and 10 and our parents and moms and shit saying to us, basically our moms, not our dads and shit. Like, yeah, you're going to buy your mama a house when you grow up, or you're going to do this. Like, this is how we was raised in this shit. So it's hard for somebody like that's not from our culture to understand that a lot of shit was ingrained in us when we was young that we didn't understand was wrong until we started interacting with other men. That's okay. That's a thing in our culture that's serious. Like, I remember I know I'm just saying it to explain it. Like, I understand where you're coming from because I remember when I first went over one of the white dudes that I became friends with, and they invited me, and I was friends with them. It was so funny to me that the way his mom treated him, like our moms treated us like we owed them something. Mm-hmm. Their mothers treated them like we owe you something. Like it was like I was thinking, like, that's your mom. He's like, yeah, man, like she's supposed to do this. Like, to them, it was normal that they mom behaved like that. We didn't have mothers like that.
That's because it is.
Listen,
but
I
you must understand
that
this is
now.
the majority.
Let him finish.
I understand that now as an adult, and I didn't really start understanding it fully, and I'm not ashamed to admit it because I never was around other cultures of men. Like, where I'm from is very segregated, and the only reason I got to deal with some other, white kids because I had to go to school with them in a certain place. So I had to, when I started going to school with them, we became cool. And, my mom wasn't really worried about what the hell I was doing anyway. She was more worried about her life. So I was able to spend the night at these people's house to start. But even then, I couldn't comprehend fully what I was seeing. You get what I'm saying? Like, I didn't comprehend it fully because that wasn't the reality for most of us. Like, all my friends who got money, they bought their mom's cars and houses and shit. And then I started to understand, this is why we're so behind. Because other groups' parents give them shit. Our parents, well, not even those parents. Other groups' mothers give them things. Our mothers just take from us 90% of the time. That was a big epiphany for me. That shit rocked me to the core. Like, damn, I'm so fucked up. Half of my friends went to jail trying to help their mama pay bills. So when they was 14 and shit, they was on the block trying to sell drugs or rob to make shit easier for their mother, because that's our culture where I grew up at. Like I grew up in the project, so we just had our mind was fucking warped in that shit. It wasn't until we got away from that environment.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
but
bro.
Wait. I want him to finish. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut him off. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it wasn't until I removed myself from that environment that I really understood how fucked up that shit was. When you have children thinking that they owe their parents instead of your parents are supposed to take care of you, most of the, I'm gonna say like 60%, 70% of us was actually doing for our parents when we was kids. Like, we was giving our moms money and shit when we was 14 and 15, breaking bread, like giving them bread. We was being attack dogs, getting into it fights with grown niggas because of our moms and aunties and sisters and cousins was putting us in fucked up positions. It wasn't until we got older and got in relationships that we understood, like, I would never get into a fight with a man over what he doing with his woman. Like, that shit came to us once we started really understanding and getting some distance from our environment. I'm gonna say me and the people that I grew up with. I don't, like, everybody didn't grow up the same. Just because you're FBA or ADOS, that don't mean you grew up in that environment. But I personally did grow up in the project. So everything I look at comes from that lens.
Well,
and that's just something that I can't, go ahead, PK. That's just something that I can't help about myself.
I wanted you to wrap it up so that Snake Man could go, then I'm gonna go after him unless Art wants to go.
Last round.
Okay, the Snake Man, and I'm gonna go.
Okay. Now, like I said, I understand it. Like I said, I tried to explain to me where I come from. So everything is good. Like I said, there's this discussion I don't really take them 100% serious. Like, now I must bring out my scimitar and find you and behead you because you disagree with me. No, it's all fun. It's all fun. But the only thing I want to say, be careful sometimes. Which group are you labeling with something? Because once again, having a list doesn't make you automatically incel, because by this definition, all the prophets were incels, including Jesus, because they all had standards for their women.
Yeah, you running the issue with that.
Hey, Art. When you was, can I ask you a question, bro?
Go ahead.
Yeah, man. Hey, earlier where you was talking about the Asians and the level of feminism that they was dealing with there, which they got their own section of women, which is like their own section for women, which is what they call like the leftover women. Yeah. Do you believe that the Asian women here, which are westernized, do you believe they played a big influence upon the women overseas?
No.
Thus, having them to be
No.
Those women overseas are still dealing with their own culture. There are a lot of them are not married because the culture is.
I mean, like you don't think they're looking at the women over here and being like, okay, then damn it, she looks powerful, so I want to be like her.
No,
do you know why?
We already explained all this before. What it is that you're living in a post-industrial society, and because that you are, women are now more free. You gave them rights. You gave them a lot of freedom. And so initially, a lot of women are just going to choose not to be in a relationship. That's why you hear women say, I don't need a man, but I want one. What does that mean?
Mm-hmm.
She's no longer tied to you. The women of the day are no longer tied to you in the same regard they were like 150 years ago.
Agreed.
And so now what's happening now is that because the culture that we had where people got together is eroded, now we have to find a new base about how people should come together. I think it was on Scarface's podcast where he said that one of the guys said that right now in this moment in history we are in renegotiation stages about what does a relationship look like now, since we can't go back into the 1950s or 40s or 30s because the laws have changed. Now how do we come together? And that's the hard part, where we don't know because there's no basis on how people come together. It's like what BGS said. When you got with a woman back in the day, she knew her role, you knew your role. The roles are gone now. That's what they're teaching the young kids, and now they don't know how, who's supposed to do what. That's standard there. There's no roles. Marriage right now is on a decline because the marriage is not important to the younger folks. They're not thinking about marriage. They don't even know how. They're thinking of marriage is just having a long-term relationship right now.
Yeah, and don't confuse the people who come over there with the people over. You must understand, most people on this earth are poor as shit. You must get it. So the people who come to America, they are not the one who barely have a shack house where there's no water, no electricity. There's a living barefoot, barely no clothes. No, that are not the people who come over there. The most people who come over there have a mind for money. They're already a little bit indoctrinated into the, let us say, into the economy system, and with the economy system it comes to culture. But such are not the majority of the people where they come from. So do not confuse the people who live in America and the culture they come from. They are two different things. That's why I always say the culture is tied to the land. And the group who rules the majority over this land makes the culture.
And I'll tell you the one thing too. The people that are the biggest pushback against this is not the men, it's the women, because the women are saying they still want traditional men. They don't want to be provider, because if they were a provider, that means they would have to take care of you and the kids. That means she would be out there working, you will be the house husband, take care of everything, the kids. She don't want to do that. And if she does do that, she feels less than. She's like, why am I taking care of this motherfucker? And then she'll kick you out and then try to keep the kids. And then now she's all stressed. It's like, he won't do nothing. He won't make you no money. Because that's what they all saying. They're still stuck on the traditional patriarchy aspect of you're the man, provide. But yet you're the one making X amount of money. You're the provider. What did that lady say in that video that I made? She said the biggest components that were feminism cannot go any further until the women themselves accept their roles as providers. Until the women accept that, and I mean that role of provider, not just because you make money. That means that you take care of the family by you getting your ass out there and working. When you take care of their kids and you take care of your husband, you don't make your husband feel less than just because you make more. They say no. That's what she said.
Yeah, because I sometimes don't understand when some guys say, "Oh, feminism spread all over the world," and I think to myself, "What are they talking about?" like, what do you think the divorce rate is in Nigeria where I come from?
For what I've heard, it's been rising up because feminism is trying to creep in.
Yeah, it's rising up, but how big is it? What do you think? How big is it?
I'm like maybe 30%.
Nah, it's less than one.
Less than one.
Yep.
And where is this again?
You said Nigeria.
It's less than one. It's less than 1%. That's why I say, oh, feminism crows in. Oh, okay. Let us see. Let us see, because you must understand, feminism doesn't mean shit without socialism, and we don't have socialism. So yeah.
I'm gonna make my closing statement with this one. Like I understand what it like. It was so when I first realized how fucked up how we grew up was, right. It was such a culture shock that I was scared to talk to people about that shit. I'm talking to Steak Man specifically. Like I don't, he's from a different culture, so I don't think he understand the depth of how fucked up our culture was as pertains to men and women relationships. Like this, how fucked up I was, Snake Man. I really thought that it was weird that Mexican dudes, when I used to work on construction crews with them, and they used to trip on me like I used to mess with this girl and shit, and she used to drop me off every day, every morning at like 6:30. I get dropped off at work to go work on the roofing crew, and they was like, "Hey man, them your kids?" I was like, "Hell no, them ain't my kids," because she would bring her 3 kids with her, and they was like, "Man, why the fuck you fucking with a girl with kids?" And I looked at them like, "Nigga, all these bitches got kids," and they used to laugh. I was only like 19 then. It didn't hit me how fucked up this shit was until I was all the way an adult, independent on my own doing shit. Like I thought it was just normal to fuck with bitches with kids because everybody around us, like all these bitches, like do you understand what I'm saying, Snake? Like it's not that I'm saying you're wrong. I'm saying that when I was growing up, this was the shit that we was in. Like we was in that shit. We wasn't looking at it from the outside, looking in. We weren't being analytical. We were trying to feed ourselves every day. We were trying to live. So for me, the number one thing that became important to me, and I know I'm traumatized with it, is how a woman treats me. Like if she speaks to me politely, if she doesn't call, like all of that shit matters to me so much. I leave women if they call me out my name and shit. Like, and I know that's not amazing to you, but to me, like I'm radical even amongst my friends. Like even amongst my homeboys I grew up with, I'm radical to them. That I won't let a female just call me out my name and still keep fucking with her. Like that's all I'm trying to I just want to get that across to you, bro. Like, I really don't mean no harm. Sometimes I get emotional and shit, but I still got some bullshit up in me. But I really don't mean no harm. I really understand. We really come from our cultures is on totally opposite end of each other. That's all I'm saying, bro. And to the rest of the brothers, I know y'all already understand what I'm saying. So
Okay, I understand. I understand. Like for me, marriage is not a dead end because we'll probably will marry, I don't know, 2 women like my father, my grandfather. Like I'm not happy, but it will happen.
Well, the peace, brothers. I'm gonna get on out of there. My Call of Duty people getting on me.
I'm about to be sad.
Yeah, peace, y'all. Yeah.
Well, damn. Hold on. Let me get this shit off, man. I wish G would have stayed up here. He didn't drop down. Is he still in the back chat or did he leave?
He's playing Call of Duty, but I mean, just go ahead. He might watch the replay.
Okay, well, I mean, like,
yeah.
I think the biggest thing, man, is that a lot of black men, FBA or whatever you want to ascribe to us in America, a lot of us, man, we've been raised in a broken value system, man, and so unfortunately, we don't realize the damage that this wreaks throughout our lives. In a lot of cases, is that we continue to perpetuate these same values to different cultures when we decide to engage with them. So, I mean, like, that isn't necessarily completely a blanket statement, but to some extent, it is true. Even with the women that we procreate with, we pass this down throughout our own legacies, right? and we continue to perpetuate, a broken culture, and we don't even realize the issue a lot of times. I mean, but in the cases that we do, where we continue to have this broken value system at different layers, right? Whether it be to your standards, in a lot of cases it is, but whether it be to your standards or to your needs that aren't being met, and we think it's okay. It isn't, man. Like, unfortunately, you need to confront this with your eyes wide open. I know a lot of people don't realize it, but you need to open your eyes, man, because the standards that we have set for ourselves, for our women, for our children, for our community as a whole are very low, man. They're very low. And that isn't to say that you don't have to have any understanding about our condition and our circumstances, but at the end of the day, man, if you want to produce better outcomes, you need to set higher expectations, as well as produce what it is that you want to see on a macro level. So you can't have these same thoughts on an individual level if you want to see better outcomes on a macroscopic scale, on a community-wide scale, man. So you're gonna end up continuously producing the same outcomes of a broken community that we have currently today. So you have to raise your standards across the board, not just on one level, not insofar as just like, if she acts halfway decently, that's good enough for me. When it comes to weight, when it comes to ideology, when it comes to your expectations, when it comes to her ideals, all these things matter. Now, to what degree individually you can slightly deviate, but on a sliding scale, man, they need to be flat at some point. Where is the flattening at? Like, what is it that is the barrier to entry? And it needs to be consistent across the board of men, right? Not just of black men, but of men, period. Now, other cultures of men have already figured this out. We're the ones that are lagging behind because we were raised by a woman who didn't necessarily impart to us the correct value system. So you need to address that collectively.
PK. Now, when you said weight, now are you saying that basically, that if you want a chick that's 125, 140, are you saying that, okay, in that standard that you have, are you saying that has to be my standard as well? Is that what you're saying?
He's talking about something bigger than that. He's talking about the community as a whole.
No, I know what he's talking about, but I'm just talking about on that piece right there. I got him the whole concept what he's talking about.
It's something that has to be agreed upon amongst the group of men. So if we're going to talk about ADOS black men in America, we need to agree upon what is our standard. So when it comes to weight, my own standard is like, probably anything above 160, man, like you're fucking up, dude. Shouldn't probably be doing that. I mean, but that is across the board, right? That isn't necessarily just for black women. That's just for women in general. Okay. So I'm not saying that should be black men's standard, but that's something that we all have to agree upon generally. Not an odd man here or there, but generally we all have to come to some sort of agreement across the board of what is acceptable behavior, what are our ideals, what is the barrier to entry for all of these things, right? Because currently, right now, we're all over the fucking place. In fact, we don't even have them to begin with.
Can a brother from the inner realm speak for a second?
Yeah, you can, but you running late.
I'm always running late, but guess what? She's coming early. But anyway, by the way, just got finished partying with the brother DC. Yeah, that's his actual voice, by the way. But I'm gonna tell you this one because I'm gonna piggyback off of PK. And y'all know that I'm the number one nigga that invented the fact that black men are the garbage men of the dating world. And the fact of the matter, I've told you many a times, if I had a beauty contest of women, I would not include black men. Number one. My thing is, why do I traditionally date athletic women? Because they take better care of their body. They have a much more positive attitude. They're much more receptive. When we just this is the problem. We've been taught to be pussy hounds, which is disgusting in so many avenues. And when we talking about a standard, and we can't even adhere to that standard, we make excuses for women being fat and call them thick. I'm thick because thick is just you're really fat, but the fat sits in the places that most men would take. See, let's say if she's so-called thick and she has no children. One child, she's obese. Then, have you ever noticed how many chicks who are not in shape tend to have fucking poor attitudes? Even the most, huh?
I said that's not by accident.
I've noticed this. I've dealt with a lot of chicks who were in better shape. They tend to have a better disposition on men and life. They tend to be more jovial. So you got a lot of these chicks who come out there who built like fucking like they wrestle. And what do they do typically? They come out of there, they fighting. Who the fuck wants a woman who gets in a fight in a dollar store and the other woman who's getting her ass handed to her go grab a gun and shoot the other chick? What other race of people do you see that? We don't even say, hey, I told my ex on my junior prom date that she had an ass that stuck out like an air conditioner, no waist. She had green eyes, light skin. She's like, oh, you just like European features. Like, wait a minute, chick. Last time I checked, green eyes been in Africa longer than they've been in Europe. Blue eyes have actually been in Africa longer than they've been in Europe.
Shh, don't let white men hear that blue-eyed people in Africa.
Yeah. So why would she try to tell I had to check her? I said, you got people darker than you and I with blue eyes. No white people who has ever been around. So what's the standard? But this is what happens when you're raising a gynocracy, when the women choose the standard. Because they know, number one, if I don't circumvent men's choice, they would never be picked. If you could take all the dudes who go to jail off of petty crimes and give them a career where they would never choose petty crime, such as CDS, controlled dangerous substance, either holding or distribution, and give them a career, they would never be picked. Have you ever noticed these fat chicks always have babies by niggas who are subpar?
Easier to control.
It's a control method. And when you actually start to hold a chick to a standard, hell, I just talked to a chick 5 minutes ago about how, look, if men stopped working in this world, what would happen to the planet? It would fall off its goddamn axis. But I swear to God, I'm going to do a live stream this week coming up. All this shit that you hear women talk about, what are they required? That's the biggest thing that men never talk about. What are you required? What is required for a woman to take your last name? What is it required for you to give your fucking seed, which is the spark of life, for her to bear children? But you get upset with a nigga like me when I ask you these open fucking questions. You don't like it because guess what? It challenges what you've been programmed to think. Are you man enough to tell that chick, you're not raising my children properly like I was always taught and actually did? I don't bow. I don't give money to no woman. I've done that to my son's mother one time, and she fucked the money, and I told her in her face, "You will never get a fucking red cent out of me." And after that moment, I said, "Fuck it, give me my son." Because first and foremost, the one thing you're supposed to pick a woman is to protect your fucking child.
Wait, hold on. That goes into something that's important that I was going to speak to, Charles, which is that in a lot of ways, for almost all of human history, we have picked women based on what we like. I mean, I've mentioned this many times before, but this is true across the board, and it relates to many different topics insofar as humanity is concerned. And it doesn't matter from race to race what what it is. It's the hierarchy of needs, man. Unfortunately, our our hierarchy of needs as men in the black community is highly broken, and so our women have placed upon us the first three levels of it, and we believe that that is the levels that is acceptable to be classified as not only as men but as a barometer for which we should select women, and it shouldn't be any higher than the first one to three levels. And if 1 to 3 is picked, then damn all the rest of the hierarchy. None of the rest matters.
But that's the problem, PK, is that in the black community, we give a fuck about what a bunch of ratchet bitches fucking concerns. We never take in consideration that our children are the future. I remember this meme that's on Facebook, Instagram, and probably every social media everywhere. Who would you protect first? Your mom, your wife, your daughter, or your baby mama? It would be my child. Because guess what? Why would I worry about these other bitches when your time was up? My child hasn't had their time yet. When you optimize the future, that's when you have greatness. No society ever progressed worrying about the past. Do I need to say that again for niggas in the back?
Yeah.
If you hurry up,
that's a hard pill.
If you hurry up, because I'm trying to get out of here.
No society ever progressed worrying about the goddamn past. And see, ultimately, it's going to come down to a fundamental statement. Is this: are you with me? Or are you against me?
Yeah,
and the second part of that is that how much, black man, do you value your seed?
Just as long as you don't worry about the past and Madden, you'll be all right.
This guy. This guy.
Well, last time I checked, if I worry about the past and Madden, damn, past, present, and future, shit looks good for me, not you. Woo!
This guy. All right. D Scott, appreciate you. He says G's tripping. Just gonna say Jose. He said Nia Jax size girls. I don't know who Nia Jax is.
Hold on, these cash apps?
Yeah, these are cash apps.
Hold on, you about to close it down and you done had people put in some cash apps while we was talking. What's wrong with
Well,
you?
this was a long time ago.
Oh, okay.
Except for this guy. This guy just donated not too long ago.
He got some ass apps. That's what he got.
Solo, I appreciate you. So appreciate you guys for donating to the channel. I do have another stream I need to do. It's called "What Is the Juice Worth the Squeeze?" Do you guys? I know I gotta do the "Freedom Is Not Enough" on Tuesday. Do you guys want to do that Tuesday? Or you want to do that another Saturday?
I'm gonna do this for you. Y'all need to hit for more donations because I came in here with a hell of a closer and we pitched out a shutout. Woo!
You need to piss out that liquor.
I already pissed that out. But anyway, hit the man up because guess what? Like any other time, Madden 22 to 23, I'm gonna fucking shut this nigga down. Even Tekken 7. guess what? I'm gonna shut him down again. So guess what? If you really want to see the end all be all coming like Thursday or Wednesday, I'll make sure he sends me the request and I'll send him back the ass whooping. Whoa!
You can only dream. Anyway, last
dream to get a victory, nigga. That's you.
This guy. Any last words, you guys, before I get on out of here?
Yeah, man. It sucks I got on late, man, and I don't know what the fuck y'all was talking about before. My ass was asleep because shit happened. But then, yeah, man. I think this last portion, it was decent. I find it unfortunate, man. We need to. I think collectively, and even amongst some of the individual black men who think themselves as R.P.L, man, you got to spend some time really raising our standards. I think it's a problem. It's a real problem, not a half problem, because unfortunately, even for the ones who decide that they want to SYSBM or, travel overseas, unfortunately, you bring forth a broken culture and you don't even realize it. You don't even realize it. You think you're fixed, but you're not, because you still haven't set any standards, not for yourself and not for the woman that you deal with.
Yeah. This the next live. I've been working on my thumbnail game.
But PK, you must understand, half of the SYSBN crew is legit because they're showing the receipts, and they also have a literally just white boys who are going on a horror tour to some place, because when you listen to them, you know they're not really fucking with the culture, and that is nearly impossible if you try to find a wife in those cultures.
Yeah.
Oh shit! My man about to be on his 200th episode of this shit. Oh shit!
Yep.
Bring out the fat strippers and the fucking gin and juice.
Yeah, episode 200. So
why they not have the worth the squeeze? I'm gonna give you a little filler for this shit. I had an ex who said, "Why does my 25-year-old son not date black women?" And I answered her very quickly, "Why haven't black women given us a better product?" And I actually said this to her. Woo!
He said woo.
But yeah, if you guys want this on Tuesday, I could squeeze it on Tuesday, but freedom is not enough. Or if you guys want to do another Saturday, I'll do it then before the open hangout. So y'all let me know. I got some of my videos archived, or not all of them. I didn't get all of them. Well, at least I still got all my old pre-records. That's why I've been uploading them ever so often. But some of those lives have been lost. I just got some of them that were important. That's about it.
Oh yeah, I remember the old days. And instead of arguing with if the standards are right, we were arguing with feminists. That's right. This is a good times.
Yeah, but now you're arguing with men.
Yep.
And some bitch ass niggas. So.
Yep.
So it is what it is.
Shouldn't have to, but the men, unfortunately, in our community aren't fully developed, even when they get older, so they don't understand.
That's why I call those people the simp legionnaires, because they're like the Roman armies. They always find replacements.
That's the sad part, because you got a bunch of these Negroes who are just grown ass boys when you think of it.
Yeah.
Hey man, you can't say that, man. White supremacy might get you, bro. Hold on, man. That's it. You gotta be careful.
Oh no! Please don't start the white supremacy argument, because this is another hot topic.
It's hard to have this conversation, because
white supremacy plays a part, but another part is the dumbass niggas who actually know that there's a such thing as white supremacy, but allow themselves to still be caught within the trap.
Yeah.
This is the problem. The problem is there's always a supremacy in nearly every country. The one on the top has the supremacy. So the argument that it doesn't exist is stupid. It's really stupid.
I'll say this, Nate, man. Yes, white supremacy holds a big chunk of the issues that go along with Black America and the diaspora as a whole. But once you realize that there's a contingency against you, why do you play the fool and actually fall into the gap?
Motherfuckers can't see the forest for the trees, bro.
That is something I always ask myself.
Gotta do it for the PUSSY.
Hey man, unfortunately, the
reason why niggas get
real quick,
the reason why niggas get haircuts and dress fly.
The breadth and depth of a lot of black men is extremely limited, man. Unfortunately, so we just look at it in very particular ways, and we don't understand how these things can interact and actually be. Unfortunately, it ain't as simple as we like to think it is, and we look at it in very one-dimensional ways, very rarely two-dimensional. And God forbid you're a man who thinks in 3D, or you actually see the full scope of the system that we've been placed under. Because if you understand some big problems.
PK, but you are black. Because most black people are poor, that means you are poor too, and you're not allowed to think like the white man. PK, how dare you think like the white man, three-dimensional? You are black.
Well, damn. I guess I'm going to hell then. I mean, I can think in multiple ways at the same time and understand that there are a whole host of problems that we still face, man. Shit's fucked.
What?
Still
what?
Black.
You can think? You coon.
Damn. But anyway, guys, appreciate you guys coming up. I'm gonna go ahead and end it on out. All right, later.
Later. Woo.